the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Start another day together. Good Time Gang is here. Greg, Lord willing, will be back on Monday. You've been on vacation this week, and so hopefully the full Good Time Gang crew will be together on Monday. But we have got a busy show for you today, and we look forward to having everybody that's part of the Golden Ticket Seats in studio today. If you're headed this way, drive safely. We look forward to seeing you in a couple of hours as we open those up on Fridays. Not every Friday, but there's some blackouts, but most Fridays for a couple of hours. And that link is at rickandbubba.com. We open up certain months, and you can sign up. And it's always fun to meet all of you around the country that are brave enough to say, yes, I listen and watch the show. Or you might secretly come here. And that's why some of you don't want to be seen on camera. But no, I'm kidding. We look forward to having everybody here today. A couple of hours from now, we'll have Congressman Jerry Carl with us, serving the 1st District of Alabama. We're going to be talking to him about a number of different things. It's great that we've created a relationship with him, and that's who Bubba's daughter, Caitlin, works for in D.C., and so looking forward to that a little bit later. RBU this week, Andrew Parker, a YouTuber, and got a whole lot going on. We have a great conversation with him this week, and it is, my friend, over to my left, Mr. Michael Helms. It is Cinco de Mayo today. I just want you to know that right now.
About that.
So you know what that means, right?
Yeah, I do.
Come on.
I got to get loose.
Yeah, you do. Yes, sir. Right there on the rug. Right there on the rug. And I know the dance you're going to do.
Yeah.
So you need to loosen up your flexors and everything.
I'll stretch in the next commercial break.
All right.
Completely forgot about that.
Got to get you going, my friend.
2 things I didn't know were going on. That and the Kentucky Derby this week.
I know. And so Kentucky Derby is this weekend. I know a lot of you, that's kind of your world. We have a lot of affiliates and listeners in that area. And so Kentucky Derby this weekend. There's a story on the Kentucky Derby today that we might do in the main show. It's pretty interesting that'll be in front of the guys. The American who created the Kentucky Derby.
Well, how about that?
Yeah, that's it's kind of an interesting read.
I always like looking at the horse names. I saw where Patrick Mahomes is going to do the Riders Up deal.
Okay,
I guess that's their version of Start Your Engines. And then of course, you got funny hats and a lot of betting going on. Of course, we got another story in the betting world.
Yes,
of
we
sports
do.
How
we'll
have
how
to
in the
discuss at some point. I got a question, and I need help from the audience. And you can help me on this one. Apple sharing.
Yeah.
With the family, with a family plan, Apple Music. I can't, for whatever reason. Two of Matt. So Maddie had a email address that we had tied to the family share plan. Then when we got her a phone, you can only add, I think, a total of 5 members, including yourself, to the Apple Music share plan.
Okay.
So I did that. And I've got everybody added. The problem is she was already added with the email address. So I'm trying to remove her there and add her cell phone number. And it won't.
Does she have her own iCloud?
Yeah, she's got two different iClouds.
Then the phone and her email address should be the same person.
But they're 2 different emails. They're 2 different because we just set it up. One of them was I think actually a Gmail account that we used.
So you're trying to get rid of that and use the email that she has for her iCloud.
for her phone and iCloud. And so
you can remove.
I can't remove. It won't allow me to remove it. I have to go into her account, which I've done, and actually requested Apple to remove her from it.
Okay.
And it keeps saying, we've sent an email to helmsy@rickandbubba.com to confirm this, and I never get an email.
It's not junk. That sounds like Junk City.
I've looked. I've looked in Junk City. And then I got some other weird thing going on with my email, and y'all have talked about this before, other members of the show. I don't know you specifically, but that thing where if you delete it off the computer, it deletes it off the phone and vice versa. Now it's not doing that.
So I
got email issues.
I'm sorry,
I've heard
buddy.
y'all talk about this over the last
email.
few, and so now I'm starting to hit. So I'm trying all kinds of things this morning to see if I can fix it.
My email.
These things have been going on for a couple of days, but today is the first day I've had an opportunity to actually dig into it a little bit.
All right. Well, let me know what you find out because mine's jacked up. It's been that way.
Well,
and we'll correct it. And then you'll blow it up, and we'll start over, and it'll be great for about a month. Then it goes right back to where it was. And I really don't know what I do. All I do is check email, and I delete things, and I don't let them just sit there. I just check. I just do email. I don't know how that happens, but I still can't see any emails from the staff. And so I don't know.
That is strange. And so what I did this morning, I
have to check on my phone, Helmsy. When I check on my phone, I can see them, but on my laptop, I can't.
I know. It is strange.
Okay.
And what's even stranger is we fixed it for a brief moment.
Yeah. And then it goes, and we've done that twice.
I know.
So I'll get emails from you or Rick or Bubba, and I'm like, okay, this is a pretty big deal. Like yesterday, there was a couple of things I needed to look at from the guys, and I got them on my laptop, and I know these are first world problems, and some of you are really dealing with problems
Some people can't even believe we're still doing email.
Right. And so I'm going to my phone. Listen, you ready for this? I go to my phone, I check it, I go, oh, wow, and then I forward it to myself, and then I can see it.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Well, and so last night I'm catching up. I'm on my computer, whatever, and I'm deleting emails and going through, respond, delete. Then I pick up my phone this morning, and the ones that I deleted are all here. And I'm like, well, that's what in the world? So then I thought, well, I know I deleted them off my computer. So I opened it up this morning. I start digging in. And I'm thinking, well, I deleted you. I responded to you last night and deleted that email. Why are you still in there?
Uh-huh.
And so I don't know what's going on.
Boy,
I'm about to hit the rebuild button and kind of start from scratch.
Watch out now. Watch out.
So I got that going on.
Yeah.
And I got this Apple sharing thing that for some reason, I guess I'm going to have to call them because I have done what it says to do. And it clearly, I want to be released from this account. I'm Maddie, by the way. I've logged into her, and I want to be released from this family share plan. And it says, we have emailed Helmsy at rickandbubba.com, and he will confirm to remove you from it. And I never get anything. So I don't know what to do. Weird. Don't know what to do. And she can't take part right now in our musical sharing of songs.
Really?
Yeah, because of it. I've added everybody but her.
Actually,
the problem is Amanda is not on it because I couldn't add Amanda because I had 2 Maddie accounts, and I was trying to drop one Maddie so that I could add Amanda. That was the issue.
Okay, so when just real quick, and I'm sure you've tried this, so please forgive me. So you've gone to your phone, and you've clicked your iCloud, and then when you go down to family sharing, you click family sharing.
It's great, yes.
And then when you see the name,
won't let me do anything.
You click the name, and it says right here, remove from family.
It's grayed out.
Really?
Yeah. I'll show you.
That's weird.
Oh, is it ever?
Oh, buddy,
that's frustrating.
Hey, look at me. Have fun with that.
I know. Very frustrating.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back now. 16 minutes past the hour. This is one thing we do on the show. We just kind of talk about our issues, and y'all help.
It's grayed out. You can't do anything with it.
Yeah, that's weird. You should be able to, right there, it should be in red, lit up in red that says remove.
I don't think it'll let me. Yeah, see, it'll let me remove Braden. It'll let me remove anybody else on here. But that email address, it won't.
Rick and Bubba.
Junk science, that's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements. Junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with very few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Feel better with more energy by taking Field of Greens. And folks, we got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Windy
Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is a bacon or sausage egg croissant plus small seasoned potatoes for $3. It's the breakfast that don't miss. So if you did miss Wendy's breakfast, don't imagine fresh cracked eggs, sizzling sausage, crispy bacon, and block out those hot, buttery, flaky croissants. Croissants don't really make a sound, but if they did, for a breakfast that don't miss, Wendy's is that breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Select a request $3 breakfast deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders.
Got you a free silver bar? Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8 ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
If you're planning to do some spring cleaning, here's our advice. Clean your home and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. Customize that perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
You brought out your new shades, you got your new sandals, so why are you eating the same old thing over and over again? Break out of your recipe rut with HelloFresh. With 40 weekly recipe options and over 100 snacks, sides, desserts, and more, there's always something new to try and love. Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, 22 minutes past the hour. Kickoff hour is live. We thank you so much for being with us. It's Speedy and Helms. Greg on vacation this week, back on Monday, Lord willing. And we've got Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at top of the hour. So we look forward to a very fun Friday. That's what we're going to try to make it for a number of reasons. First of all, we have the golden ticket seats going to be full today, and we thank all of you for caring enough to sign up and travel to the studio. Travel safely, by the way. See you in a couple of hours. But we're also celebrating. Here we go. And really, it's really all about your dance, Helmsy. So we're going to have to get them. I saw you stretching a little bit.
I'm almost
okay.
loose.
We got that today. We've also got Congressman Jerry Carl, Alabama won. He will be with us today, too. We're going to check in with him in a couple of hours. We have that. RBU, it is ready to go. Andrew Parker, our guest this week, just kind of checking over some things. These folks always impress me. YouTube channel subscribers, over 1 million. Instagram followers, over 100,000. TikTok followers, almost 600,000. And lives out in L.A. from Pelham, Alabama, which is in the Birmingham market. And so we talked to Andrew Parker a little bit later today. I got in trouble last night. I know you got some things.
No, this is what I want to discuss, actually. I asked you how was there any fallout from yesterday's show? And I'll let you take it from here.
Well, you're talking about the teat segment heard around the world?
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
And seen. Terry did not bring it up all day.
Okay.
All day.
Did you, and so you didn't, obviously, so did you think she hadn't heard it, or she just didn't want to talk about it at the time in which you're...
I don't really know, but here's how it played out. So, Lawson State was in Tuscaloosa, Alabama yesterday at Shelton State.
Shelton State.
We had doubleheader. Heard a little bit, didn't start till 4 p.m. Do the math. And so, anyway, we tooling around, doing our thing, and then we head out. And all day, my phone, all the one-liners from all my buddies.
Sure.
Having a good time with it. And then we're at the game. And I want to thank all of my friends that continue to send me still shots of things that were captured during that segment.
One of my favorite parts, for sure.
And she happened to glance over at one of the texts. The phone was right there. And it was a still shot of me.
Right there on that teat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she looked at me, she said, "That's ridiculous." And she hadn't brought it up all day.
But she knew about it.
And I hadn't brought it up all day.
But you could tell at this point she knew about it. She just made the decision not to bring it up.
And I don't know if you're like this. I mean, I'm a veteran of the show here, all right? I mean, been doing this a long time. There's two ways to go about it when there's a segment that you're not too sure about how your wife's going to take. You either come in and you just go ahead and lay it out there and go, "Hey, this happened," and so she didn't hear about it. Because sometimes third hand's the worst. They don't hear the truth. And then the other is you just are silent and see if it's ever brought up. And if it's never brought up, you just keep rolling.
And that's what I would
have done. And that's what I did.
That's what you were playing.
But she knew about it. And I don't know if she was waiting for me to bring it up or what.
I think that was probably the text from the buddies was probably the last straw.
Yeah, probably so. And she said, "That's just ridiculous." And I said, "What?" And she said, "I cannot believe you did that. I mean, that is so childish. What is wrong with you?" And I said, "Oh, wow, she's not happy."
Yeah.
And I said, and I thought to myself, "Well, baby, we're helping Greg
Amanda
out."
wasn't happy about it either. You'd have thought at one point I did it.
Yeah. And I said, "I get it. It's embarrassed you, and I understand. It should embarrass me." And I
think that's the thing that gets them the most is why is this not embarrassing you?
Right. I said, "We're just goofing off. That's kind of what we do." And then she looked out the window and she's like, "Well, I can't believe it. I can't believe it." I mean, she wasn't like spitfire mad.
Sure.
She was a little just disgusted by it.
Yeah.
And I said, "Well, I'm sorry, honey. We were just goofing off. You don't think that?" We start laughing. I still haven't watched the segment, and I won't because I can't watch me do that. But all I'm seeing is still shots of people, sending me, "Oh, look at this." Having a good time with it. So yeah, I think she'll come around a little bit more to it. But I think her little girlfriends are, "Hey, did you see your husband?" And I think that might have embarrassed her a little bit.
Here's where
honey.
Here's where I was I got caught in the middle of it about 1 o'clock. I'll tell you what I was doing and where I was at and why this is important. We had a meeting with some of Braden's teachers, his college guidance counselors, and all that yesterday. It was that, hey, you're going to be a senior next year, so we're all going to sit down and make sure everything's in order.
Yep, state of Braden.
And kind of exactly. And we were walking in, and Amanda said, "Hey, don't embarrass me in here. I think you've done that enough today."
Oh,
She goes, "How are these people going?" She said something like this: "How are these people going to take us serious after what went on this morning?"
I forgot about that because you're leaning right there with me.
I mean, I'm in here with guidance counselor, people that take these things very serious in the public education forum, and I'm thinking what we were chanting earlier in the day.
Yeah, that's what we do.
I was holding a microphone, standing right next to you, and I thought, "Wow, okay," and so I had to really think about that for a minute, and I behaved. For the most part,
I think Terry was most disgusted when I said, "Well, honey, that's kind of what we do."
I know,
and she said, "That's what we do," and I said, "Yeah, I don't know. We just
here's what I have.
I don't know what to tell you.
Here's what I have figured out over the last few days.
Thanks, guys.
The last 24 hours, 18 hours, whenever it happened, is there are. It wasn't that it offended women because we got plenty of emails and likes and all these things, people thinking it was hilarious that happened to be female. I think it's just the females that had their husbands involved don't want any part of it.
Right.
And so I think Amanda would have thought it was hilarious if I wasn't involved.
Right.
I think Terry would have thought it was hilarious if you weren't involved.
Right.
That's where I'm kind of landing. Yeah. That's where I think. And all these other people that have enjoyed it, if it was their husband, they wouldn't like it either.
Right. I got that.
And that's where it goes to. We did it for the show. We did it for you, America.
Yeah.
We did.
If you don't know what we're talking about, just check social media. Thank you, Adler. He had that out quick, put it together. Also, our podcast, the 1 hour best of podcast from the previous day. I mean, y'all can find it out.
Yeah, it's pretty easy.
But I got in trouble.
Yeah.
The car was silent for a little bit.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. Now, this innovative MyPillow has brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. The MyPillow 2.0 is available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. And, of course, it's made right here in the USA. And, folks, MyPillow.com/Bubba has all kinds of other special radio deals for you when you use our special code BUBBA. Their Giza Dream bed sheets are also buy one, get one free. And there's great deals on my slippers, my coffee, clothes, and their 6-piece towel set is just only $49.99. Take a look at the brand new MyPillow 2.0 and head to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba to get in on this buy one, get one free MyPillow 2.0 deal.
Who's planning to do some spring cleaning this year? Dust those hard-to-reach places? Clean out that closet? You know the one. Here's our advice. Clean your house and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. We recommend it to everyone. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. In an emergency, agents use Fast Protect technology only from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence, so you can get priority police dispatch. 24/7 professional monitoring service costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of traditional home security systems. You can lock and unlock your doors, access your cameras, and arm and disarm your system from anywhere. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
Welcome in. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show, and we thank you so much for tuning in. We have discussed a number of different things, and just want to, clarify. I mean, like Terry wasn't like, I'm mad at you. She was. I think, to be honest with you, I think there's times that, believe it or not, our wives are a little embarrassed. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's not they're not mad. They're just a little taken back and embarrassed by it. But I think you hit it out of the park when you said most of the times they're not when it's somebody else's husband.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the fact that it's me, she's like, wow. So now I would say we have a prayer group on the Cove that we meet once a month. And some of those guys had some pretty funny quotes yesterday.
Sure, I bet they did.
Text messages and stuff. So. Anyway, so that's there for you, a quick update. Today, I'm excited. I'm going to run up to Huntsville. I'm going to see Mom and Dad, Rocket City, what's up? And I'm going to go grab them and bring them back to Birmingham for the weekend. Do you want to know why? Uncle Duke's in town.
Well, how about that?
Uncle Duke has been in town since I think it was Wednesday. He and his wife, Emisha, are here from Hungary. And they are going to be in the United States for the month of May, just about it. He's about to head down to the Gulf Coast. I have aunts and uncles that I have Aunt Dee, who lives in Helena. I got, Mom and Dad up in Huntsville. And then Aunt Terry and Uncle Bill, they live down on the Gulf Coast. Yep. All brothers and sisters, a big family. And so he's going to go down, see them, spend some time on the Gulf Coast, I think right up and down the Gulf Coast, and just kind of reminisce and see things that he hadn't seen in so long. And I think towards the end of May, he's going to come back up and be with Aunt Dee for
Is there a shot?
Maybe a day or two, and then he's flying back.
Is there a shot to get him up here for an hour?
Well, Uncle Duke announced to the family, hey, my schedule is not, we're not going to be, it's going to be a loose schedule. Okay. In other words, I'm not going to, I don't want to have a tight schedule. Yeah. We're going to do things, but it's kind of vague on days and time and all that. It's just, hey, we're here. All right. And so he is here. So trying to figure out when the whole family can go over and see him. is a little complicated, but I believe my sister is driving up early tomorrow morning, and because JC's got a doubleheader and it's sophomore day which is kind of relates in JUCO
like a senior
to
day.
senior
Yeah,
day.
I got
Hosting Shelton on Saturday, and so Terry and I will be there. But Terry's coming. Lynn's coming to take Mom and Dad to Aunt Dee's so they can hang out with Uncle Duke all day, and just a lot of moving parts. But we're going to try to either get over there tonight or tomorrow night as a family and just kind of hang out for a while and kick our feet up and talk.
When he asks you how the show's going, do you show him what happened yesterday?
No, I do not.
Okay.
No, I do not. Probably not. Probably not. That's not something you probably just bring on out.
No, you don't.
And show them.
You don't. I just wondered where you were at on it.
Yeah.
By the way, I for my previous question about email, when I started the show, I had 12 emails in my inbox, and that's high for me. I keep them beat down.
Yep.
Okay. And 6 of those I had deleted last night, and that's what concerned me. You know how many emails I got in there now?
What?
46.
See, they're coming back. They're not being deleted. They're duplicating. Kidding. Hey, does it have anything to do with GoDaddy or whatever? That email?
I don't. I mean, that's who does our email, but it's a Microsoft account. I don't.
Oh no, we're just talking shop now.
I mean,
I just wonder if like when
sure
this is
they
happening,
could
and
help.
I can't see just the staff's email. I wonder, do you think it has to do with anything with them? Because I'm like you. I stay on top. I'm pretty checking and deleting and moving.
I
on.
don't think it does, and here's why. You can actually go into their website. How we check Greg's email. If you logged in that way, you'd be able to see them.
Yeah. Okay.
So it has nothing to do with them.
Okay.
It has to do with this Mac mail.
Okay.
Something with the Mac application mail that we're using, because you even said it. Your phone's fine. It's something to do with the app on our computer.
How's it look at?
Right here, right in there.
Like Dr. Strange.
Because I'm not having the problem here. You're not having the problem there. You can log in anywhere. That's another solution. That would be a BIP. But that's how I check my UAB mail. It'd just be like a website you go to and you enter user ID and password.
Yeah.
And so that you could actually see what we're sending you that way. Now that's a handle.
Yeah.
But I could tell right now you don't want any part of that.
No, I don't.
Like,
it just my head hurts
I know.
when that. I'd rather.
But it's
suck
a
teat and but I think I got the most in trouble when I had their silence in the car. I said, honey, that's kind of what we do. That's what pays for things.
Yeah.
And she said, doing that pays for things. I'm like, well, okay, that doesn't pay for things, but the show, I don't think I need to explain all that. She said, no, you don't. I said, okay. So speaking of handles, I know you want to talk to me about a show that, we're all into different things and stuff. College baseball, of course, is something that's on my radar because one's played, one's still playing. And I have friends that have kids that either have or still playing with Alabama baseball. And when the news broke yesterday, they had fired their head coach, Brad Bohannon, after a link to suspicious bets. I said, whoa, what?
Yeah.
What? There's been a widespread investigation into suspicious betting activity on the Crimson Tide's game against LSU 6 days ago. And a sportsbook surveillance video indicated that the person who placed the bets was communicating with head coach Brad Bohannon for Alabama at the time. Multiple sources with direct information about the investigation have told reporters and others. And so the school announced that athletic director Greg Byrne had indicated the termination process of Coach Bohannon for, among other things, violating the standards, duties, and responsibilities expected by the university employees. JJ, who's Jason Jackson, will serve as the Alabama's interim coach, according to the school, and so anyway, they actually won their first game.
Yesterday.
They won their first game under under Jackson, and they beat LSU 11-2 last night. If you're listening live, and it's Cinco de Mayo.
It was Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt, what'd I say?
You said LSU.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
But that's where the reason you're saying LSU and the reason LSU's in the story is one of the so-called bets that were made had to do with LSU. It was an LSU game.
I meant Vanderbilt. That's who they played last night. But yeah, the LSU game is under suspicion, and there's other things. I know there's a lawsuit going on right now that doesn't have anything to do with this. I don't know how that will go, but there's other things happening. But he's been let go, and so that's kind of shook up the college baseball world, especially off of this.
Yeah,
you know.
Oh yeah. How do you as a head coach get caught up in this?
Are you kidding?
I know.
It's the investigation centered on 2 bets on the Tigers to win from the same unidentified customer. Multiple industry sources told ESPN this. A source familiar with the investigation told ESPN that there's no reason to believe any student-athletes were involved, but just the coach. Alabama's scheduled starting pitcher, Luke Holman, was scratched before the LSU game because of back tightness and was replaced by sophomore Hagan Banks, who hadn't started a game since March 16th, and LSU won that game 8-6. So there's a whole lot more, but the Ohio Casino Control Commission, OCCC, was alerted to the allegation activity Friday by an independent Las Vegas-based firm, and there's been a widespread investigation on this. I mean, and as I said, there's even surveillance footage of apparently the person that
I don't think he's
placed the bet and talking to the head coach.
I don't think you're going to see a press conference or a tweet from him saying he didn't do it. I think this is pretty cut and dry. And they acted pretty quick on it too.
This affects a lot of people. It affects the current student athletes that are there playing now. It affects players that have committed to go there next year, and we know a few of those families. Now that's what's going on now? What's going to happen? Recruits that were locked in, but maybe hadn't had the offer yet, but or in a junior or something in high school. It affects all of them. And then Brad Bohannon. I mean, if this is all true, what they're saying, and he violated, the standards, duties, and responsibilities of his contract, and that means they fired him for cause, which means he's not awarded a dime. You know what I mean? So I mean, it's a mess.
I was listening to a podcast this morning with Jim Lair. And he was talking about how our life is a result of choices that we make. And we make 35,000 choices a day. Think about that a minute. This is one I bet Bohannon wish he had back.
Good gracious alive. What in the world? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, I got a confession to make. I was afraid to cancel cable, but once I did, I couldn't believe I took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a habit. I wasn't getting what I wanted, I never knew where to find any of my shows, and the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can watch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, VH1, Discovery, Lifetime, AMC, Hallmark, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. And I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Add Philo's unlimited DVR and up to 3 streams at once, and it's truly the best deal on TV. I wish I hadn't waited so long. But once I did, I couldn't believe I took so long to do it. Sounds too good to be true? Well, don't take my word for it. Try it out for yourself. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and use promo code WATCH50, that's WATCH50, to get 50% off your first month.
Honors a Western legacy built by those who persevere through resourceful determination. Ariat honors that same legacy by bringing innovative technology to classic pieces. Driven by a dedication to the craft, Ariat blends timeless Western artistry with advanced performance features for the modern cowboy and rodeo athlete. Out west, ingenuity is second to none. Harriet at Boot Barn.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BOUNCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BOUNCE to 42424. That's BOUNCE to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next-day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus next-day energy with melatonin plus extended-release B vitamins.
Folks, we got you a free silver bar. Well, technically, we asked the folks at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners, and they came through with a free silver bar. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. $4,000. Granted, no magic 8-ball or anyone else can guarantee that, but if you bought gold today at Lear Capital's favorable prices, the cost of gold jumps anywhere near these predictions. That could be some life-changing profits. Listen, gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years, and gold is a brilliant strategy for protecting your savings and retirement with a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of 5-star reviews. Check out Lear Capital right now. New Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires soon, so you need to hurry. Go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Let's face it, prices are up, our bank accounts are down. We're officially entering a dupe session. We know most products do the same thing but are priced differently solely based on the brand name. So we're here to tell you about a duplicate, or dupe. You don't want to sleep on this one. Raycon wireless earbuds. Raycon's mission is to prove to you you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customizable sound profiles. In this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. So Raycon offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. And check out their website. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Plus, you can get a pair of Raycons and a spare and still pay less than you would with some of those other big-name tech brands out there. Right now, you can get an additional 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without.
Welcome back. 9 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the show sponsored by carshield.com/Bubba. Looking for peace of mind when it comes to the future of your car and your car's performance? Well, look no further than the team at carshield.com/Bubba. Auto repairs can be a real headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. A lot of us have stories about that. But you don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs with the protection plan. Plus, your price will be locked in and never go up. Can you say that with a lot of other things going on in life? Everything's going up. But they'll lock you in at carshield.com/Bubba, and it's good service, too. Even if your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive cost. With the plans to fit every budget, carshield.com/Bubba offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. So whether your car has 5,000 to 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance, 24/7. Courtesy towing and rental car options, too, to get you back on the road quickly. Call 1-800-451-7776 for 20% off your plan, or you can visit carshield.com/Bubba. That's carshield.com/Bubba. Get covered today and have that peace of mind when it comes to your vehicle. carshield.com/Bubba. All right, so we're rolling back and working through a number of different things today. Kentucky Derby this weekend, and so I know a lot of, maybe we should have wore some cool hats today for
I looked
that,
at, I'm looking at the names of the horses here.
Yeah, which we love.
Yeah. How you like this?
Who's odds? Who's got the best odds, does it say?
Well, the favorite is Hit Show.
Hit Show, okay.
Yeah, well, there's two. Disarm, Hit Show.
Disarm.
Yeah. Oh, Continuar? I don't know if that's the right name. It looks like King Russell and Continuar, actually, and Cyclone Mischief. Mandarin Hero. Those are some big names.
I like all that.
And big-time odds there. Tap It Trice.
What?
That's what the name of the horse is. Tap It Trice.
Tap It?
Instead of Tap It Twice, Tap It Trice.
So you just said it.
Well, I'm just telling you what the horse's name is.
Well, you don't have to read it.
Reincarnate.
Mm-hmm.
Skinner.
Okay.
Practical Move. He may be scratched because there's an SCR next to it. How about Sun Thunder?
Sun Thunder.
Yep.
I love horse names.
Angel of Empire.
I love the play-by-play. The guy that's got the call for the race, and he's telling you who's in the lead, and he's having to say all these names.
Yeah. How about that? Hit Show. Did I say that one already? Verifying.
Okay.
Confidence Game. Two Fields. Two Fields is a name.
Two Fields or Two Fields?
Fields, Phil, like
so what
Mickelson.
What if Two Fields and Tap It, what?
Tap It Trice.
What if they're going back and forth?
They're not any favorites.
Okay.
Their odds are way down there.
Would you like to be on the horse that leads the racehorse out to the starting gate sometimes?
Yeah,
Do you
I'd
ever
like
see
that
guy,
job.
that person?
Yeah.
They go out. I know they got a very important job, but to guide them out and keep everybody calm, and that horse has a job to do. But sometimes I'd like to just be out there doing that.
I don't like to get out a whole lot, but this is something before I die that I kind of want to go to.
Mm-hmm.
And now I don't want the hassle of I don't want to sit there all day like everybody does, and then just wait on the race.
Right.
And I know they have other races leading up to it.
Sure.
But I would like to maybe fly in, or I don't even have to fly in. I can drive.
Okay.
But I don't want to go but like an hour and a half prior to, and then stay maybe an hour after. And that's all I want to do. But I want to experience it.
Okay.
And I don't even know what I just said is possible. I feel like if you're going to do this with the crowds, there's got to be like a day involved. You know what I mean? Like if you're going to get there and experience those things in that 3-hour period that I would like to experience it, I think that makes it an all-day deal.
Right.
Could be wrong. Now flying in would be huge. Fly in, take an Uber straight there.
Sure.
Dropped off, and go in, hang out for 2 hours.
There's always been ideas.
Watch the 3-minute race
for the show.
Yeah.
And doing a live show from the Kentucky Derby has been something we've talked about for, I know, 15 years.
Yeah.
Because it always sounds like a fun thing. It's like we do like next week when we go out to regions and broadcast live. Could you imagine flying up and doing that?
And
I know we have affiliates.
I was going to say we've got connections up there.
And we've been told, look, if y'all come, we'll handle everything.
I know.
Y'all come on up. We just hadn't made it happen.
I may try to do that in the next. You know how Greg always claims after regions that he's going to play golf. He's going to start playing golf. Well, I'm claiming today in the next 2 or 3 years, I may try to take Amanda to the Kentucky Derby.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
She likes horses. She likes that scene. I just want to go, just experience it.
Mm-hmm. I kind of wish I rode. I like.
You wish you rode horses?
Is
that what you're about to say?
A little bit, because I like barns, and I wish I could ride a horse and do a barn.
I don't want to ride horses, but I do want to go up there and watch it.
But on the westerns, is it not like everybody's riding horses? That not like
Speedy, that's the only way they could travel.
I know, but like in 1883, 1923, and they all riding horses. I'll be like, nah, it'd be
now if I was in that era, of course, I'd be owning it. Y'all would think, man, he rides better than anybody. This guy's good on a horse.
Yeah,
because that'd be the thing you did.
Yeah.
I could probably shoot a pistol real good, too.
Yeah, I bet you. Yeah, hey, look.
But I can't now. Like, I'm not.
How about riding a horse shooting a pistol?
Yeah.
Huh? You
it's
bouncing
tough.
up and down.
Billy the Kid have nothing on me.
Oh, my gracious.
That's what you did back then, though.
I know.
You wanted to kill some
I know,
time.
I know.
Go
all
out
right,
and shoot some cans off a log.
We've only got about a minute and a half or so. What was this show you wanted to know if I was watching?
It's nothing major. I was on Amazon the other day flipping around trying to find something.
I got it.
And I landed on Paramount Plus, but it was a CBS show that I think
Oh.
you can get for free called East New York, and it's police officers.
Mm-hmm.
And I've actually
East New York.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have just kind of.
Is it just your standard
I
cop
put
show?
it on.
They're investigating
yeah,
things.
That's it.
and-
That's
okay.
it. That's it. And it was.
Is it like Bosch, but in East New York?
More like what's the one we like so much? This guy, the family in it.
Blue.
Yeah.
Help me.
What is it?
Y'all
I
quit.
can't-
Y'all quit
I
screaming
don't know
at the
it.
TV.
This is how little I watch
Something blue,
these days.
right? Blue. What is it?
It's not Blue Bloods. It's
Blue-
it is.
It
Is
is
it
Blue Bloods.
Okay. All right. That's
Thank
it.
you, buddy.
It's
And thank all of you
it's
that were screaming at
It's
us.
kind of like that.
Yeah.
But without the family.
Okay.
So, but think of
Okay,
the
well, you know,
police.
Blue Bloods is about the family.
Think about the police officers as the family.
Okay.
The
Okay.
family unit inside that, not an actual family.
Okay.
And so I wanted something as background noise one day,
mhm.
and thought, well, I'll just give this a shot and let this run while I do some work here on the computer.
Okay.
And then I ended up going, wow, okay, I like this show. Oh wow, there's a second show. Oh, now you're 4 episodes in, and you're really getting caught up. You're attaching yourself to these characters here.
By the way, speaking of characters, and you mentioned Amazon. There's a new show on Amazon, and I don't know the actor or actress's name. I forget the name of the show, but she started in Quantico, and he started in
the Citadel.
Bodyguard.
Is it the Citadel? I saw it. I haven't seen it
you've
yet.
watched?
No, I hadn't
okay.
seen it, but I saw what you're talking about.
Got it so good.
I'm not living in a landfill. I tell you what I got to do tonight, see if I can get through this high school football game.
See, our forefathers sacrificed so we could have a better life, but we're supposed to do something with it, not complain about it. Because we're little glass dolls everywhere, little China dolls that can't get through life without having our feelings hurt. Good gracious.
It is bad.
It's making me crazy. It's making me crazy. Every time. I feel good.
Certainly, we understand, and I've actually had friends that were these kinds of people. And Bubba, you may be married to one. If I see a stray dog, I'm taking it home. Paul, can we keep him?
My wife, the lovely Betty Lou, is Ellie Mae Clampett, incarnate.
Right.
Paul, can we keep him? She likes to drag in everything that looks like it doesn't have a home.
Bubba, I once was friends, and we've kind of fallen out of touch with a couple that you would see them off on the side of a major highway crawling around.
Coaching something up.
In bushes trying to get some dog or cat into their vehicle. I certainly understand that, but be sure you know what you're coaxing into your home based on the story out of Oklahoma today. This Obani here, she picked up a stray.
How do you say her last name?
No way. I won't even try that. I'm trying not to get injured today. That name, it's. I'd rather say
the Al Jazeera story yesterday still ringing with.
Moriarty.
Moriarty.
You know what? Sounds as good as anything.
Yep. I don't want to say it again. Though.
Right, but she wanted to take care of what she thought was a stray animal into her home, only to discover that she had allowed into her home, and it was there in her bedroom, enticed by her cat that it was probably trying to eat. She discovered, oh no, this is not a dog. It is a coyote.
Rick, she said she heard her cat hiss in the middle of the night. She assumed that the dog had picked a fight with her cat.
Right.
Moments later, the cat ran into her bedroom with what she thought the dog trailing behind it, but it turned out to be something else.
Right.
Yeah. So.
And there's a video package on this interviewing the woman, and Adler has it for you.
All right.
It's almost too much to
Courtesy
fathom.
Fox
You're in a
23.
deep sleep when all of a sudden you are startled awake by a loud noise.
It's around 4, I want to say 4:15. All of a sudden we hear it sound like a cat fight almost.
At first, Bonnie Moriarty just thought it was her cat and dog getting into a scuffle.
I woke up and a cat and the coyote came running into my room. It's still dark.
Bonnie says she can hardly believe her eyes, so she grabbed a nearby golf club for protection.
Well, my husband was out of town, and so my poor kids are upstairs and I'm screaming.
Bonnie thinks the coyote most likely came from this wooded area back here. At one point, she says her miniature schnauzer came running in, barking up a storm. But the coyote just crouched down in the corner and remained timid.
And that's when I realized, holy crow, I've got a coyote stuck in my bedroom.
By that time, she says her kids were wide awake, and so she called the Bixby Police Department.
Well, we shut the bedroom door, and they came with, I'm sure there's a term for it, but on a stick with a little loop. So I had
Capture
3
stick.
policemen in my bedroom trying to get the coyote out.
Using the catcher poles, 2 of the officers were able to get the loops around the coyote's neck and carefully pull it outside and release it safely back into the woods. Bonnie believes the coyote may have gotten through her back door after it saw her cat.
He somehow just lunged at the door and the door opened.
Hey,
Good night.
hey, Moriarty or whatever your name is,
Bonnie.
Do you realize, Bonnie, what you've just done, you moron? You have now taken the thing that was trying to eat your cat, and instead of having it put down or eradicated from the neighborhood, you just put it back where it will now eat your cat in 48 hours.
Rick, I
Cat's
have
gone.
never understood this thing of the wild
That
animal.
thing's going to eat the
or-
domesticated animals.
You see it a lot of time with snakes. They capture some snake. Well, we carried it back and released it in the. No. Do away with it. Don't let it.
Do you know why the coyote came into your bedroom after your cat?
It was hungry.
Because coyotes kill and eat cats.
Yep.
That's what they do in all suburban neighborhoods. Hey, when coyotes show up, cats go missing, and small dogs. You have a small dog and a cat, and you just had a coyote chasing these animals into your home, and because he looked timid in the corner, you now released it right back in the very wooded area it came from to try to eat your animals. Next time, he probably will. I mean, that's the dumbest.
Do they think he's going to go, oh, I'm lucky to get away, I won't go back? No, he's going to, y'all, you've got a predator in an area, and you need to get rid of it.
And you know how the coyote is. He may try to, drop a giant anvil on top of it from Acme.
Yeah, before you know it, Acme deliveries are showing up day and night.
Right.
You got anvils, you got bombs, you got balloons, all kind of stuff.
Do you think the coyote laughed when they took him off the capture stick and put him back in the woods? He's like, oh, well, how about, what tomorrow is, Bubba? Game 2.
Yeah.
He went back to his boys and went, they put me right back out.
I'm
How
still
did he
hungry.
go? How he talks? How coyote talks?
Coyote talk.
Yeah. I didn't know he talked like he's always shake his head like that.
Yeah.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour beginning. We thank you for being here. It starts with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour. A brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. If you're listening live or watching us live, it is a Friday edition. And so we have the Elite Eight will be with us coming up later in the program, Lord willing, and our golden ticket seats today. Wonderful Wheel of Meat should spin today. A brand new Rick and Bubba podcast coming out this weekend. We'll update you on that today. And also the stories of the day. We have some things that are going to be fun. And, of course, we have some things that will be strange. And then we'll have things that, unfortunately, will be also alarming. All that on the show today. Speedy and Helmsley rock that kickoff hour for you. The real Greg Burgess still on puppy paternity leave. Eddie Van Adler now settles in for the YouTube experience, both live and archived today. So he is with us, and right there is the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in. It's Rick and Bubba.
Right, baby. It's the waiting, Bubba. It's the hardest part.
The waiting is always the hardest part. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever the case may be, and welcome to another edition of Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, let me be the first to say, Cinco de Mayo. Bailando en el patio. Buenos dias.
You know, I wish we had some tacos this morning, do you?
Oh, man. You talk about one of life's honestly one of life's greatest foods.
Yeah.
I love a taco.
Oh, matter of fact, we will have some in about 50 minutes.
How you know?
Well, breakfast. You know, our usual breakfast.
Well, that's not a taco.
Well, it's close to what I get. I get a wrap, so it's almost a taco. Oh. I look at it as a soft shell taco. Let me tell you, the cheese dip and the salsa will be flowing today at your local cheap Mexican place.
Buenos dias. ¿Qué pasa?
I have a few musical instruments rolling.
¿Cómo está? Me llamo Ricardo.
Sí.
Rick, take a sip. Why do some mornings you wake up and you're hungrier than others when you really did the same thing the night before?
Did you?
I think it has a lot to do with what you eat, what time you eat the night before.
Well, and I would even go as far as Bubba to say the whole day before.
Yeah, I agree.
How did that day before operate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've been tearing up some peanuts in there, Bubsy.
I have.
Loving them?
I have. They're good. Yeah. I got the medium. I think I do prefer the ones that are roasted a little darker.
Hey, Bubba,
I've worked through it.
I've noticed this, Bubba, and he's not all that comfortable with it.
Mm-hmm.
He's realizing that he too likes them well done. Should I just tell, Mr. Peanut, Donnie Day, that he just needs to bring in well done only?
I don't want to become Greg and be a handle for it.
Right. How many times have we all said that?
But now, if I can purchase some or help defer cost, I would appreciate that.
When he was hand feeding stray puppies, I said I don't want to become Greg. But Don does that for joy. I mean,
I'd like to know how he did it. I've
joy.
never been a roaster. I'd like to know more how to do that.
Nah.
Interesting.
Me either.
I've never roasted peanuts. Have you?
It's one of those things you have to love it. There's certain, when you love something, the work.
You set it free.
You do, and if it comes back to you, then those peanuts were yours. But you know this. When you're doing something, some people will look at something and go, "Gosh, I just don't know that I could put the hassle in to accomplish the end goal." But to the person who loves what they're doing, the process is not a hassle to them.
Right.
They enjoy it. They love that. The
It's
work.
a gift.
The work
It's
doesn't it doesn't even feel like work.
We talking about cheap Mexican. I love good old cheese dip.
I know you do.
Good chips.
I know you do.
I mean, you
know
look at me.
It hadn't loved
that.
you back, but I know you love it.
It's I look forward to that part. Sometimes I just make a meal out of that. No need to go any further.
Yeah,
good stuff.
I've seen it, and the thing that really hurts.
I usually have it on cheese dip on the front of my shirt.
Can I tell you? There's no doubt that the cheese dip itself is. It's high in calories, but can I tell you where Mexican really gets us? If you go in there and don't do this, because I don't want to not do this, because then it's not as much fun.
Right.
If you don't do the chips is where you die. Because all that cheese needs something to be on.
Yeah.
And it rides that chip in, and that chip.
And there's a big difference in chips.
Oh, yes.
As far as taste, I think.
Yeah.
But when we had the Summer of Bubba many years ago. I was being very diligent to count those chips.
I remember that.
And then that's all you could have.
It doesn't take many of them.
I think I was counting. I think 12 is what I used to allow myself.
I've dropped,
which makes me wonder how many I eat now.
I still go to
200.
I still go to Mexicans because honestly, I'm just going to tell you straight up, and I don't do it now.
There's one.
Yeah, I don't do it now because
looking
of looking real good. And remember, that's the look we're trying to stay away from. But I honestly, with no problem whatsoever, I could eat an entire basket myself. Of chips.
Oh yeah,
no problem.
Oh yeah, for a warm up.
Yeah, I don't do that anymore, but I certainly could if I wanted to. As far as, but put it this way, it's not that I have the ability to.
Right.
Yeah, and I don't know how many's in my basket, but it's probably a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But it is.
I had a good cheap Mexican meal this week.
I bet you did.
Just went and ate by myself.
Yeah.
Caught up on some texting.
By the way,
it was good.
By the way, as I said the other day, and it seems to be increasing. I eat by myself a lot, and I really enjoy it.
I like socializing, but I don't mind a solo every now and then.
Yeah. I had somebody try to pull me in on dinner last night, and I wouldn't let them.
That's what we need right there.
There it is.
Right there. Is what we need.
Hey, can we get one of the, what are they called?
Mariachi band.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
But
thought I was dead.
Bubba, did those dots never connect on everybody?
Well,
you want that animal. You want that animal to be removed from the area from which it came because it came into the home after your animal.
We try to get rid of coyotes.
Does she think that Coyote wanted to play with her dog and cat? Is that what she thinks?
No, Rick. I don't know what some of these people think. You gotta look. You're on top of the food chain. You gotta help keep all this in check.
And you know what somebody would say? Well, you'll never make a dent in the coyote population. I said, just made a dent in one.
Yeah, that's right. We got one that won't be back.
Yeah, we got one less.
Yeah, I don't follow that line of thinking either.
Hey, when a coyote comes into my house after the cat and dog, it's over.
Well,
Rick,
I don't know if she had any say so.
It
It sounds like to me the police got the coyote and let it go. I can't believe they didn't take it off somewhere, and if anything, just release it somewhere way away from a neighborhood.
Rick, you got it.
Worst
on the capture
case.
stick. All you gotta do is
I agree, but I don't think she had
it.
any say so on it being
She
released.
absolutely was like. I mean, I would have been saying, y'all got to take that thing and kill it."
Rick, I've seen these specials like where somebody gets bitten by a rattlesnake or something, and they grab it and throw it in a box and carry it with them to the emergency room to get treated, so they know what kind it is, and then they carry it back out to the wild and release it. And I go, no. No. There's plenty.
Well,
we got plenty of them.
Where this is Oklahoma. This is disappointing because I thought Oklahoma would be a lot like where we live. The police would never been bothered. You know, what I mean, it would have been.
Well, it was a lady. It was a lady, and she was there alone. I understand that, calling for help, but
yeah. But I'm telling you that you'd heard about it the next day. Everybody drinking coffee. You ain't gonna believe this coyote we killed last night. That's how that conversation would have gone, even from the women. You know.
Hey, by the way, speaking of snakes, you mentioned that.
Next thing you're going to have is a cougar.
Did you hear about the fighting snakes that fell through the bedroom ceiling?
I saw the video.
People try to send that to Bubba. That was his email of the day.
I didn't print it
did
because
this guy, did he have pet snakes? How did they get up there?
They went of course, the people have to go Facebook Live, but they had to.
Have you seen this awful?
Yeah,
footage?
well, the guy had some snake background.
Right.
He was going to let them fight till they got tired or something, which, no way.
You sure they're fighting?
They were fighting in the house's air ducts.
I know.
Hey,
yeah.
I've seen the video.
This time of year is mating season. I don't know. It's
I don't
Some
think,
call it fighting.
I don't think they're fighting.
What are they doing? I get it.
Mommy, what are they doing?
You're about to end up with a lot of baby snakes. What's about to happen? I don't think that's a fight.
Daddy, are they fighting?
I would hate to have to blow a hole in the floor with a 20
If you want to say
gauge.
if you want to say they got a lot of energy and they get a little rough, sure, but that's not fighting. I don't know if you've ever seen cats made. It's not. It's a pretty wild deal too.
So it says they.
Very few have even seen that. You hear it. You hear it a lot.
of noises.
They're saying that there was a nearby female, and they were fighting over it.
So wait a minute. How many snakes this guy got in his roof? I mean,
I don't know.
Yeah,
it's just such a disturbing story. But I didn't print it,
Did he
Bubba.
have pet snakes or something? There was something weird about that.
I just don't know if that's fight.
I'd have to burn that house down after that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Couldn't believe that, and some of this is unwarranted, but maybe today this is, a lot of overreaction out there involving things like football. And, hey, my coach made us practice a lot. It's hot. We had a lot of contact, and we wish he wouldn't be so hard on us, and we refuse to play. And, and then we see things that coaches do to get everybody excited. You and I just saw one story that was kind of heartwarming, offensive linemen being given syrup every time they had a pancake block. But this one today, high school football coach has been fired amid investigation into water that he was possibly spiking with male enhancement drugs. Mm-hmm. Now, these are high school males. This feels like overkill to me.
Yeah.
So we under the heading unnecessary. We are as if they don't already have enough issues. With hormones ahoy.
Yeah.
Now we're going to spike. Did he think this would make them more intense? It's certainly.
But Rick, a lot of people are getting into those water bottles on the sidelines. Okay, I mean, when the trainers and the cheerleaders.
21 minutes past. The Rick and Bubba Show, as we make our way back, thank you for being with us. A couple of things we're going to run down for you. One thing, and I know this is on us, it's a last-minute request, but I figure some of you have your sombreros on and you're already moving and you got your bright colors on. You have gigs today. And I know our show is live at a time that normally mariachi bands are probably not up and moving. But if you could bring your mariachi band here today for us for Cinco de Mayo,
yeah,
we would love that.
We got the Elite Eight coming in,
yeah.
Rick, at 8,
yeah.
and if we could greet them with a mariachi band, I think it'd be huge.
And were am I saying it right? Mariachi? Is that what you said? Yeah. A mariachi band. If I could, because I've never met a mariachi band, never that was laid back. I mean, they
were very aggressive.
They play hard. They
Loud.
get after it. And you tell what they always are, joyful.
I'd like for
They're
them just
always
to be standing
joyful.
behind
Yes.
us, and at any moment we gave the signal, they would just hit it.
Is that
hit
the
a
signal? Is that what it'd be?
Ole!
Ole!
Buenos dias.
Growing up in
Ricardo and Bubba.
Growing up in San Antonio,
Here we go.
I thought that was just standard. I thought every restaurant had chips and salsa on the table and a mariachi band in the corner.
No, you're saying mariachi.
Mariachi.
Don't you say it the same like the 49ers old coach?
No, I couldn't say.
I think
his
that's
name.
Marucci.
I couldn't say his
No,
name either.
mariachi, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think you're right, Bubba. I think it was mariachi.
Sure. Go ahead.
Sure it was.
Coach Mariachi.
All right, some things for you to look. So if you are a mariachi
The locker
band,
room was very, very lively.
it was, and smelled of chips. So if you can get here with your band today and jam for us, just let us know. Or heck, just show up in the parking lot and we'll see you and bring you in.
All mariachi bands would be welcome.
You know what I want?
Buena dia.
I want to faintly hear something going on outside, and we go, "What is that?" And all of a sudden, we pull back those curtains, and they're right there. They're just 4 of them playing.
Now, I will tell you this. When we do these call-outs like this, just through our history, and it's not something that we specifically got our group and brought them in and organized it, you can get overwhelmed. I take you back to that St. Patrick's Day that we thought we needed some little people, and we were surprised at how many heard the call.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point, we felt overwhelmed and outnumbered.
Well,
But it was a joyful day. I mean, I'm not going.
I knew our is little people correct now? Is that the
That's
right-
what they prefer.
Yeah,
that's what they prefer.
I've been in a
And I'm glad you
Really,
said-
that's what they like.
Greg,
I've been in a conference call about
Greg
that.
is not here today,
I don't
so
know
we
that
can,
I'd want that.
we
but
can get away
their call.
with little people today.
Yeah.
At least I think that's what they said. I couldn't.
Yeah, no, it was a little person.
Rick, I knew we had a lot of little people that listened to the show. I had no idea that we were absolutely number one.
I didn't
with
either.
little people.
I didn't either. And you know, on the ratings, they only count a half. So I mean, you have to. There has to be a lot.
Rick,
He's
that's where you get us in trouble right there.
What? I was just a little joke
There
there.
goes, I'm back in another call. They'll call me too to have myself.
If I was
Rick,
saying,
wouldn't you have a little joke for little people?
absolutely. And how about this, Helms? If we were talking about this, we have a lot.
I'm
of,
not going to get the email.
We have.
If
We
I
have.
do, I'm going to delete it.
We have a lot of chubby people in our audience.
That's right.
Would you laugh if I said they count 2 people?
Rick, I would laugh. I
A
laughed at
person
what
and a
you
half.
said. I'm just saying, you're going. It's Friday. You're going
Now
to
some
deal
are
with
2
some
people.
stuff.
I've seen them, but I mean, that's yeah.
Speedy, I'm sorry. You're going to have to deal with
No,
some
it's
things
okay.
today
You
when
know,
everybody else
it's,
is going home and enjoying the
I
weekend.
know. Well, I'm coming off yesterday. You know what I mean? I'm still riding that wave. You know, and see what happens when y'all do that kind of stuff. Y'all see how y'all hurt me.
And as we review that, I do want to say podcast this weekend. Andrew Parker, he has 1 million followers on YouTube. We kind of broke that down, how that happened, and
Very interesting conversation.
how that goes, and just to give you some comparison. This show, which is on 60 some odd radio stations, streamed all over the country, podcast here, there, we got all
Everywhere.
this stuff going on. We've got about 93,000, so about tenfold. So, Rick, I hope at least half of all the people that follow him will watch this podcast.
I know Adler mentioned this, I think, a while back, but you know what we need to do, because we're so close now, and we used to be masters of this, so let's try doing it again. We need 7,000 more people to subscribe to our YouTube channel. That's all. 7,000, and we'll get at least the silver one.
Yeah, I like. He showed us his button that they sent him, and he
We'll
has the
get
gold one.
Guys, we need
It's very
7.
impressive.
Some of y'all, we've got 7,000 that either watch live or archived on our YouTube channel. You just haven't subscribed, so we're not getting credit for you. Right, Adler? Am I speaking correct so
Yeah,
far?
in fact, it's more like 4,000.
Okay, we only need
5,000.
we need about 5,000 of y'all to just subscribe, so your number gets counted. And Bubba, we'd have one of those silver things hanging up in
I
here.
know. We need that.
Yeah.
We really do.
Okay,
What is
Go in there now.
We got 95.2K.
all right,
And
Bubba,
Not
we're
trying to brag.
We need 5,000 of you today to
Bubba
help us take
show.
care of that.
Yeah.
Live show.
Yeah.
And across all social media, we are at Rick and Bubba, and we're not going to show up in your feed. Chances are you're going to have to literally
Yeah,
go
you
and
gotta go
search
find us.
and
Please
click
look what
on
comes
our
up.
channel.
Look what comes up when
Well, that's you. That's what we're talking about next.
Well,
Gosh
that-
almighty.
Yesterday alone got us 3,000.
Can't
Yeah.
have nothing.
Speedy testing out the Suckler 4000 was huge.
So anyway, Andrew Parker, if you wonder about this world that we're in now, influencers, how do they make it work? What are they doing? He's a fascinating young man and a mover and a shaker. So catch that. Andrew Parker, YouTube influencer, and that whole world of that is our topic this weekend on Rick and Bubba University. I think you'll really get a lot out of it, especially if you're aspiring to maybe look into that world yourself. So catch that over the weekend. All right, so then we go to the Suckler 4000.
What a segment yesterday.
What a day.
What a day.
It hurt me while it was going on because we had just finished breakfast, and Rick, I tell you, I had a pain from laughing so hard. I tell you, I worried about Adler. It was absolute radio gold.
I worried about Adler.
Thank you, Speedy, for that radio.
Thank you, Bubba.
I was crying.
I still hadn't watched it.
Greg finally texted me late in the day, and he said Adler's reaction was as funny as the actual event.
Did anybody ever hear from Ryan? I never did get a
Ryan Greenwood. The last I had from him, because I sent him a still shot.
Oh, I did.
Oh,
too.
did you?
I sent him video, still shots.
We all did.
Everything.
And he tried to play some card about. He said it's been one of those days. Still haven't been able to start the show. He goes, real jobs. Strangely, even in softball. Wow. So that was it. That was 5 minutes to noon when he said that to me yesterday, and I heard nothing else. Now it could be he's not even with us. He may have watched it and is in the hospital.
Passed out, hit his head, and Lord only knows.
Right.
But,
somebody do what is it called when you go by and check on somebody?
Welfare.
Can somebody do a welfare check on Ryan Greenwood in Louisville, Kentucky? So
I listened to it again many times throughout the rest of the day, and every single time I got sweaty under my eyes from laughing. Every single time.
Speedy, honestly,
thank you.
Betty watched it quite a bit last night, and we were laughing pretty hard at home.
Speedy, we'll come back and unpack something that you mentioned on the kickoff hour. Right now, you're on a roll. Okay, and it may not be the roll you want to be on, but you're on a roll, buddy. You're on a roll right now, and yesterday the Speedy fans were going crazy all over the country.
Yeah.
And I know Uncle Duke is here, and I know he can't come see us at the front end of May.
Right.
But you bring Uncle Duke in before this month is over, and it will be the month of Speedy. Don't you agree?
Oh, yeah. It'll be a May like you've never had.
Yeah, it will.
What if we got? Well, never mind. I won't say that.
We'll talk reaction and get yours when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
Bulking up. Did you think maybe something's wrong here?
It also makes any kind of victory pile much more uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But I will say this. Thank you, Helmsy. But this is in Hollywood, California. Has been dismissed. 2 students allegedly spiked the water, so they're saying at the junior varsity football practice with the male enhancement drug. Well, they investigated this, and it led to the head coach being dismissed from Bernstein High School, or Steen, however they say it, and said he failed to notify school officials or the parents that some of the players could have drank the possibly contaminated water. They didn't get any complaints because the coach didn't tell anybody this was a possibility. They're saying that is him being neglecting his role as the leader of the football program by not letting anyone know what had happened.
So if it's junior high,
he didn't do it. No,
he just didn't.
He just didn't report it when they found out it had happened.
How did they find out?
Well. It was a strange phenomenon.
I'm wondering in the story. I don't see it.
What the?
Wondering.
It doesn't say. You know what I'm going to guess? I'm going to guess that the students who did it, which is the way law enforcement will tell you they catch most everybody.
Somebody had to brag.
Somebody had to tell everybody, because when you do something like this, if nobody knows about it, now is it really any fun? Right. And but again, I think at that age, the males have enough issues. There's no need.
Yeah, they got plenty going on there.
That's if it's junior high, you could have some that hadn't hit a growth spurt yet.
Well, they have now. Yeah, but in this particular
Does
area,
it say what it was they put in there exactly?
Once we crossed the bridge called puberty, you know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
some of them.
But I just it is not. It's not a. It's a. It is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like I've said, all of these drugs have been developed, and I think I will one day be proven correct. I think that the Lord God Almighty intended men to wind down so that they would finish well and not go to hell.
Mm-hmm.
And then one of the things He did to give us our best shot was to have this kind of diminish as we got older and hopefully wiser. And then they've gone out and developed drugs to turn old men into teenage boys again. and now you're having people getting arrested at assisted living homes. I mean, it's just not the way to go.
Yeah, something's wrong with that picture, Rick.
Let us finish well, please. We're finally getting things done.
Rick, it said heading into Friday night, the team was 1-3. So, obviously, if this had been going on a while, it's not helping.
No, it's not.
No, I think this was an adjustment to try to get a better performance.
You think it was after they started 1-3?
At least that's what it said on the bottom. But anyway.
Sure.
Well, out on the old campaign trail, things can get a little rough for you right now. $35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Buy Raycon.com/Bubba is our sponsor. These earbuds are fantastic at about half the price of the premium brands. Yeah, the only reason why you're paying more for the other brands is because they think their brand will convince you or dupe you into doing that. It's honestly not necessary. You have exact same quality, and in some cases better quality than earbuds that are more expensive. They fit more comfortably. They are more discreet. They've got customizable sound profiles. And so every purchase in this economy needs to be a good one, so don't get duped. Buy Raycon.com/Bubba for quality earbuds at about half the price of the other brands. And then we get you an additional 15% off by you going to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Thank you for the emails on how much you and Rick and Bubba Land are loving these. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find the link there under the sponsors button. All right, so we're looking back at yesterday. Also, I do want to tell you some things that are to come. If you are someone who enjoys the outdoors and you like to hunt, and you use ammunition to hunt, Congressman Jerry Carl from Alabama 1 is going to call us. I hate to say this, there is cause for concern about one of the, devious ways that a federal government who wants to take away your rights can find ways to do it, and there's one that's in play right now, and we got to talk about it. So
yeah, it is a concern, and I think all people who hunt or fish need to be aware about what the government's trying to do.
Yeah, we also have an update coming up today too on the Ed Sheeran case. And we'll cover that today as well. All right, so we talked about the Suckler 4000 and what happened yesterday. And so you told us, Speedy, that it was a great experience for the audience.
Yeah.
But anytime, I've done this, we've all done this. You did something that for the show worked, and it worked big. But you knew that when you decided to do it, there could be a little bit of pushback, and
Blowback, yeah.
well, I wasn't going to use that talking about this particular topic, but you could face some consequences at home for saying today I take one for the team, and we've all been there. I mean, everybody's done it. I mean,
you either do something or you tell a story about something, your home life that is going to get you in trouble.
Yeah, Sherry has said before, I know that we're in trouble because there's things that are off limits, but I know you well enough. If you sense the show is dragging and the show needs something, you're willing to go. You're willing to go get it.
Oh yeah.
And I said, yep. That if the show makes it on its own, it doesn't need it. I'll leave it alone. But if I feel us limping a little bit, and I look around and I think this show is dying, and I can sense the tune away factor, and I got something that probably would work, I'll go for it.
Yeah. Now, I spent all day yesterday. And Terry didn't even bring it up. We had a busy day. We were out running around and traveling.
And you didn't bring it up, I know.
I did not bring it up. No,
you're a veteran.
I guess I want to thank all of my friends, and there's so many of you that just decided to send me still shots that Adler put out.
No, so many. So many.
And just some of them had comments, and some of them just sent me that like disown me.
Did you see when I retweeted what we had out on Rick and Bubba's social media yesterday? I just put above it, this is why people don't think I have a real job. Days like this.
And I guess the last one that came through, I think from Jerry Ingram, a friend of mine, want to thank you, buddy. The last one that came through, she saw on my phone because it was right
so
there.
So you almost made it. But there's no way you would have made it. That was too big.
And I said, I'm sorry, honey. Something happened today on the show. And she looked at me. She said, I cannot believe that. She had known this whole time. She had not brought it up.
Okay.
She said, classic question that all of our wives ask us. Yeah. What's wrong with you?
Right.
I get it.
And I was like,
I've had that a lot.
I don't know, honey. I got a little caught up in it. And well, I tell you, that was funny, right? I tell you, now we're looking out the window, just talking. And I get it. You're embarrassed. I mean, I know I'm your husband. I got that. But that's just kind of what we do, honey. That's what you do. That's what you do. Look, I'm like, yeah.
Let's just be honest. Let's get in their world for a minute, okay? So your husband comes home, and there's footage out everywhere of your husband performing brain surgery. And everybody's talking about that a man's life or a woman's life was saved today by your husband. Maybe your husband comes home and he's got soot all over him where he pulled people out of a fire.
Right.
Your husband comes home taking off his utility belt for a crime and a drug ring that he busted and pulled killers off the street. And then. Even when Greg at one time could at least have some sorts of pride before he started working here, people's power was out everywhere. Your husband has worked throughout the night to restore power to people to get their power back on, and the elderly can have their power again. And then you look at your wife yesterday and our wives, and they said, so your husband's contribution to society yesterday was that he was sucking on the teat of a
puppy feeder.
A puppy feeder.
When you put it like that.
See, so I'm just trying to help you understand what they had to deal with.
And I did try to tell her that we're entertaining people that are going to do important things.
There you go. There you go.
Get that? Yeah. She don't hear that like you want her to. But how old are you?
54.
So
I had to tell her that yesterday.
Well, and that's the question.
That's a big number.
It's a question I got too.
That's a big number.
And the point is, and I'll say this, and look, I'm with you. I thought it was great.
Yeah,
but I promise
not
you,
helping right
there's what 8 billion people on this planet we call
so
Earth.
Many.
You were the only 54-year-old, probably upper 50s, maybe even in the 40s, that did what you did yesterday on the planet. I don't know anybody else that did that.
I would like to say pressure to do what you did yesterday.
Well,
because I didn't go, hey, let me grab that, give it to me.
No. Listen, I brought it up. I wanted you to
Where
do
did it go, by the way? We still got
It's right there in
It's
front
right
of
here.
you.
You just
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I think the microphone's hiding it from you.
You know what I find it odd? I did see that Speedy did position his computer where he couldn't see it. Because I thought, but really, and you have to handle this with kid gloves, and I've had to do it before, and it's what I call the Jack Nicholson. There's been times, lovingly and gently, I've said, honey, I love you so much, but you live and sleep under the roof and the income in which I provide, and now question the very way in which I provide it. I just appreciate it if you just say thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
You went on your way.
But Rick, he went to jail.
He did.
Yeah, he did.
Sherry strangely uses that same line. People must really think that all the way through.
Yeah.
You talk about husband before they took him by his arms and drug him out of the courtroom.
Kicking and screaming.
Right. You're right, honey. Good point.
These are the things I faced yesterday, and I'm not the one that did what you did. Now I stood beside you.
Did you feel a little bit responsible?
I did because I recommended it. I recommended it.
You had a big role. You played a big role.
Yes, and I also stood by him. I actually poured the Fairlife milk into it.
You
held the
right there
microphone.
Helmsy,
so I did play a big part.
Helmsy, you were a big player in that.
No, I know, and that's why I got in trouble at home.
Yeah,
and so it was funny. We had
mighty.
Bubba loves this. We had a
Night Alive. She said, if you just hadn't gone down to your knees to do this, she said, you were on your knees.
You were trying to be a puppy.
Locked
Come
in
on, everybody.
on a puppy teat.
test.
Come on, everybody.
And she said, did you hear what I just said?
You were
I said,
pretending
"Yes,
to
honey."
be a puppy.
And I did hear that, and I get it. I know it. I'm sorry. But we'll be sitting there watching. Terry's very funny, and she's very, she's not
lighthearted.
Yes. Oh, yeah. But, I mean, we'll be watching, I don't know, Naked Gun, and she's not laughing. And I'm like, that's hilarious stuff.
Right, I know.
Anchorman, I'm over there, I can't breathe. And she's like, what's so funny about this?
Different
I'm like,
sense
honey,
of humor.
you don't get
different.
that?
Well, and you know what?
know?
You know what you can say about all 6 of the wives? They have to have some level, and Sherry says this all the time to people who think, that she's a serious all the time.
Yeah.
She said, you have to understand, even the ones of us you may think are the most serious, we all married one of them.
Right.
So if we it's not like they have never been the way they are.
Right.
They've always been this way.
Yeah.
So if we married them,
just everybody didn't know about it.
Yeah, there's some sense of humor that these women have, or they wouldn't have married us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
We had
now are there different? Does that mean that everything goes? It doesn't.
No,
it doesn't mean that.
Doesn't.
I just want you to know we have a foundation. It's not a constant struggle.
Yeah.
But there are times when they go, I don't know about that one. and the only thing that, and of course I've just kept it out of my wife's life completely. But the only thing that I will be I didn't participate like Helms. I didn't.
Thank you, Rick.
I didn't laugh like Adler. No one could. Apparently, Adler completely lost it. Bubba and I enjoyed it, but where I'll be held accountable is I didn't step in and stop it.
No, no, actually, you promoted it.
Well, that's my job. In the one seat, you promote.
No,
what's
I mean,
up.
like you came up with the idea.
No, that was Helmsy. That was Helmsy.
I'm looking worse and worse in this.
I
actually
supplied the
mentioned
equipment.
but I will admit it. I'm not going to lie.
Bubba ordered.
That's where Bubba's got.
Bubba placed the order.
Matter of fact, that's where it started. When Bubba walked through the door with it, I actually said during the kickoff hour, I'd like to see Speedy and Adler. I threw Adler in there.
Yeah, you had us on either side of it.
Well,
I couldn't imagine that.
In my world,
that was my vision. Of what
in
I
my
saw,
world,
too.
you would have been laying on the rug, acting like a dog.
Okay,
but what
you're
you
not
did,
helping yourself at all.
Why
Good
not?
night.
Yeah.
Well, and I did yesterday. We had a big meeting at the school.
So you wanted a litter?
Listen to this. So
gracious.
I did want a litter down there.
You gonna burp me?
If I could have had 4 people around that,
that's not gonna happen.
And so we had a big meeting. It's all good. It's kind of like By the way, Braden's going to be a senior next year.
All right, Braden. Way to
so
go.
it's a state of Braden. Hey, where we at?
Sure.
Here are the classes. Here's where he can be flexible.
Yeah,
those kind of things. And so the question I got was, we're about to walk into a room with a bunch of serious people that love our son. How are they going to take you serious after what happened? And it was a valid point.
It was.
I'll give her that.
Yeah,
it was a valid point.
It was. Well, and that's if you get, because I've had times that it got me out of a parent-teacher meeting. Sherry said, I don't think today's the day for you to be there.
Well, see, I get in trouble for the things I said in the parent-teacher meeting, not what I did before I went in.
Right. Yeah. It's yesterday though. If this is any consolation to you,
I still get reminders of the anchor speech I gave.
I know you do. Yeah. If it's any consolation to everybody involved, everywhere I went yesterday, and I had to run multiple errands.
Yeah.
Everybody was still laughing.
People loved it.
Yeah.
Does that help y'all at all?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%.
And it was for science and for the puppies.
Of course,
product testing, baby, at its finest.
Of course, they're not impacted, and no one looks at them differently because of their association with us.
Right.
So that's a little different.
Good point.
Yeah. All right. We'll be right back. 13 minutes to the top.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Is the civility of the American people not doing so well right now? And of course, there's the old flame. What is it called when you fan the flame? There it is. The flame fanners. Maxine Waters in the news again today, and she even has new comments to make. And I don't think any of us, if we were completely honest, regardless of your political views or affiliations, we all have to agree. Let's find a place of common ground. Maxine Waters is losing it. So anyway, Maxine, if you remember, we'll play this first. She had these comments to make a while back on what people should do to GOP candidates when they're out in public. Here it is.
Already, you have members of your cabinet that are being booed out of restaurants, who have protesters taking up at their house, who's saying no peace, no sleep. No peace, no sleep. We're going to win this battle because while you try and quote the Bible, Jeff Sessions and others, you really don't know the Bible. God is on the side of the children, on the side of what's right, on the side of what's honorable, on the side of understanding that if we can't protect the children, we can't protect anybody. And so let's stay the course. Let's make sure we show up wherever we have to show up. And if you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere. We've got to get the children connected to their parents. The children are suffering. We don't know if the shock that they're going through can ever be overcome.
Of course, it is interesting to hear a woman who stands for abortion anytime, anywhere, to suddenly be concerned about the plight of children. But anyway, so also...
And it sounds like she's wanting to push people who have a different political view than her to have to be segregated, to eat on their own, to drink out of their own water fountain, to enter the building through the back door. I just never thought that was a good idea, Rick.
Coming from Maxine, that has all kinds of inconsistencies. Well, she's getting what she wants. We have a California GOP House candidate who had to use a campaign sign to protect himself from a person who disagreed or was anti-GOP attacking him with a knife while he was campaigning, which is what Maxine Waters is encouraging.
Now, while he was attacking the man, he was shouting profanities about President Donald Trump at a local fair over the weekend, according to the San Francisco Chronicle.
Right. I wonder if Maxine thinks that since she says she knows the Bible better than, say, Jeff Sessions, is this what Jesus said that should be done? I wonder if because she said she knows the Bible better than anybody in the GOP, but at the same time, she's telling people to go out and attack people they disagree with. The old, I think Jesus said something about treat people the way you want to be treated.
Something like that.
That went out of comment. That's right there in the Bible. We all know that one, don't we? But anyway, so, but I'd like to thank Maxine for a Sunday school lesson. But anyway, so we now have a current double down from Maxine, who is not backing off this at all.
Now, she's going against the wishes of the Democratic leaders in this too, Rick, because they want people to quit talking about the fact they're going to impeach Trump if they win the House in the midterm election.
Yeah, and this here is just audio. It's Maxine Waters. She's on her Let's Impeach Trump, and she says what she does in the middle of the night. Take a listen to this.
I wake up in the middle of the night, and all I can think about is I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him. I'm in this fight, and I'm not going to move. And as you know, there's a difference and how some of our leadership talk about how we should handle all of this. They say, Maxine, please don't say impeachment anymore. And when they say that, I say impeachment, 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 impeachment.
Keep saying it.
Yeah.
Somebody, please, let's help Maxine. I mean, now I've gone from being angry to concerned. I now want to say, let's please help this woman. God love her. I mean, she's not. we're not hitting on all cylinders. And this happens as we get older. I certainly understand. We have a new term here on the Rick and Bubba Show as we age. The term is early onset. And every time I can't remember something or whatever, aging can be difficult. And it's obvious that Maxine's always been a little wacky, but this is starting to look concerning and sound concerning.
EOS.
Yeah. If you ever want to know when you need to really kind of evaluate yourself, is when you're a member of the current day Democratic Party and they think you're over the line. Taylor Hicks has got a new single. It's making a little noise right now. Porch Swing, and he'll be on our broadcast next Wednesday, live from the Celebrity Pro-Am for the Region's Tradition. Speedy and Bubba will have a group. Bubba won't play this year, but he'll ride around with the group. Speedy will actually play, and you can be with their group. And we'll find out what celebrities they'll be playing with on Monday's show. And be ready to donate the most money. If you do donate the most money to the charities, you don't even have to pick their group, but you could pick their group. You can pick any group you want to walk with.
Have you been practicing, Speedy?
No, not really. I wish I could play more than I am.
Right.
You're playing a good bit, though.
Oh, well, I'm playing more than I used to, but I that was through the fall last year as the year turned, and I haven't played maybe two or three times.
That
maybe.
first tee block's
Oh, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
Also,
no stranger to that.
Also, don't forget on Monday night is that pre-event that we've been telling you about. Tom Lehman and friends will have that golf clinic at Pelham's Ballantrae Golf Club. It's absolutely free. Starts at 5, goes till 8. They'll have free drinks and free food for the first 500 people. Live music, a putting contest, holding one contest, and there'll be an opportunity for you to. They're not asking you anything to come to the event, but they'll be letting you know about colon cancer awareness as well. That's one of Tom Lehman's passions, and to bring awareness and continue the research there. And you can find out more by going to challengegolf.org. But that's Monday night if you're going to be in the area for the week. Go enjoy that because that'll be a lot of fun. Bubba, we have an update on a story that we've already brought you.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news
update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news
update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news
update.
Rick, Ed Sheeran found not liable in copyright lawsuit.
Aha!
He said, "I feel the truth was heard and believed."
So we have his comment. Here's Ed Sheeran in his own words after the victory.
If the jury had decided this matter the other way, we might as well say goodbye to the creative freedom of songwriters. We need to be able to write our original music and engage in independent creation without worrying at every step of the way that such creativity will be wrongly called into question. Like artists everywhere, Amy and I work hard to independently create songs which are often based around real-life personal experience. It's devastating to be accused of stealing someone else's song when we've put so much work into our livelihoods. I'm just a guy with a guitar who loves writing music for people to enjoy. I am not and will never allow myself to be a piggy bank for anyone to shake.
Oh, I like that. I like that. You're not going to do a money grab on me. Look, if you take someone's song and you know it's their song and you sample it, you should pay them. When Weird Al Yankovic, when he sells parody songs, he goes and asks for permission from those artists because he's got great stories about people that have turned him down in the past. And then he has to compensate them. So if you're using someone's song and you know you're using it, well, then that's fine. Then you should pay them. But this was chord progressions. And Ed Sheeran saying, look, if we go down this road, you can make everybody a piggy bank and shake them.
Yeah.
And so I think this was good for music.
Yeah, I do too. I don't think anybody is ripping Marvin Gaye off and his estate. There's just so many musical notes out there, and you're going to have some chords that are alike. Now, we've been told in the past there was an actual physical measurement of measures, if you're writing music. But when it comes to chords, I don't know how that would fit in because let's face it, a lot of rock and roll music is 3 or 4 chords. That's it.
Right.
And there's obviously at some point going to be some overlap with that. But I really think this is good for music. And if it hadn't been, I think it would have been really bad. I don't know that I know that George Harrison, when he was found liable one time, said that maybe there should be a clearinghouse with all the computers we have now. Can't we have someone submit a song and the clearinghouse clear it, and then there's no way you can be sued after that?
Right.
So I don't know. It's it seems like that this could be a real problem, and if it'd gone the other way, it had really been a problem.
I would say this about comedy. I would say this about preaching, especially when people are preaching from the same Bible, I hope.
Yeah, I don't even see that one at all.
But there is a difference, and I would say this about music. There is a difference in criminally or immorally stealing from somebody. But there's a difference in that and parallel thinking or parallel creativity with the same chords available to the same artist. And I'm glad that this jury and this our judge, was there a jury involved?
Yeah, jury. Yeah, it was a jury trial.
That this jury was able to discern, wait a minute, this is just parallel thinking using the same chords. It's not the same song, and they didn't steal anything from Marvin Gaye. The chord progressions, if we go down that road, you're creating. There are going to be artists in and out of the courtrooms all the time.
Now, here's a little more of the underpinning of this whole lawsuit. He was sued by Structured Asset Sales of lifting direct elements of Marvin Gaye's classic Let's Get It On for his Thinking Out Loud single. Structured purchased a third of the shares of the song from the family of Ed Townsend, who was the co-writer of Let's Get It On with Marvin Gaye in 2018. His daughter, Catherine Townsend Griffin, was one of the plaintiffs in the lawsuit. So you see how this, I mean, you've gone way down the list here to even somebody trying to file the lawsuit here.
Well, hopefully this will be a step forward that people go, okay, if you're going to bring these kind of cases, and some estates and some artists have won because they were able to prove, no, this is taking my song and sampling it without paying.
Yeah, they
me.
had already won one.
Yeah.
Didn't they win $5 million?
They won the from
Blurred Lines?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Blurred Lines.
Yeah. Top of the hour, so there it is. Ed Sheeran wins his case. And so he...
Good for music, I think.
I think it was too. I agree. Top of the hour, 866 We Be Big. We'll come back and unpack more stories that are out there and updates when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now, if that's not a wake-up call for anyone, I don't know what is.
That
would be like Donald Trump telling you that you're too rude. I mean, you would be like, "Well, that's a wake-up call." I mean,
this whole thing of running on impeachment is kind of a new thing too, because the impeachment is a law process. It is, you have broken the law, you have done something, whatever. And she was saying too, they want to impeach Trump and then go after Pence. Well, even in your delusional world, I can see where you think you might have a case against Trump. You don't. It's not going to happen. But I could see where you might think that. But what is your complaint against Pence? What has he done to you, other than just the office he holds? Now, if you're going to impeach a guy because of the office he holds, that's taking legal action because you have a political disagreement. And that's, Rick, that goes against everything our country's founded on. Yeah. Everything.
Maxine, you can't try to impeach somebody because they're not your political party. That's called coups and overthrows.
And a coup d'etat.
That's what we do in third world countries or in countries that have just chaos.
Primarily socialists that realize it didn't work.
Right. So you're right. And what's happening is, and I don't know whether it won't matter because she'll still continue to do it. That's obvious. Her own party's told her to stop, and she won't. But so she really couldn't care less what my view on this would be. But I will just tell her from just a real unbiased political strategy standpoint. The problem you have with this is these midterm elections. If you get the American people that maybe aren't really galvanized yet on what they want to do with the midterm elections, and they start hearing from you and your party that all the good things that are happening with the economy, all the things that are getting turned around and a growth rate that we haven't seen in a very long time, and you're saying, well, I'll tell you what, if we win the midterm elections, we're not going to come alongside this and try to make it better. We're going to completely try to overthrow this current administration. You may be damaging your chances to win more than you are helping your chances to win. Because if people start hearing that maybe aren't that involved right now, they're going, well, I'll tell you what, we're not going to do that. And now you're going to galvanize them to go out and say, I'll tell you what we're not going to do is allow the Democrats to win these midterm elections, because Maxine Waters says if they do, they're going to try to impeach the current president, by the way, with no case to do that, and try to cause chaos, which may cause disruption in the economic growth that we're seeing right now. I really think it's a bad strategy.
Rick, I don't understand the plan that you have to wreck the economy for it to be good for us to get in office. I just don't see that.
Yeah.
I mean, you can have political disagreements on things. I would go, the economy is great, and I'm going to keep that up, but I disagree on this point. You know, I just...
And what you're doing, and we saw a story about this yesterday that Bubba sent me, and I looked at. It hasn't been reported on a lot. But if it's true, you're handing Donald Trump, too. All he's going to do is stand up and say, if you love what's going on, these people want to overthrow me. You better not let that happen.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, Chicago is going to set up universal income task force as the city seeks ways to tackle poverty. Now, we'd love to see the city concentrate on a way to keep people from being killed every week in Chicago. There's a group of people that are trying to concentrate on that, but so far they can only get Mark Levin to interview them. That are saying, can we please concentrate? Can we do something about the fact that our citizens are being murdered at an incredibly high rate? Can we deal with that? But no, the current mayor, Rahm Emanuel, says he will form a task force. Now, Bubba, when you hear this, are you okay? Did you get enough today? Are you happy? This is one of these areas that just flies all over Bubba. He will just lose his mind because his mind just screams, this just does, it's not, why do we, anyway.
Do we not teach math anymore in high school?
I know, but there it is.
Is it completely,
there it is. Come on, let it out. That this task force.
Forget algebra, trigonometry, forget that. Let's go with pluses and minuses.
Considering the thousands of people that are killed in Chicago every month, if I said Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel has a task force, do you think the next thing I'm going to say is to combat the violence that is going on? Don't you think that's the task force?
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not what we're concentrating on. We're going to consider implementing the so-called universal basic income program in the city. Now
that has failed everywhere.
Thank you, Greg. You and Bubba now running together side by side.
Rick, not one example, and they keep trying it. That's what I love. They just can't say. Yeah. Hey guys, look, I'm gonna tell you, if you jump off a bridge, you're gonna land in the water. Now, there's no scenario where you fly.
The good news is we now refer to Rahm Emanuel as an embattled mayor, but he now wants to cement his progressive legacy after promising he will not run for another term. Now, this is where progressives get a little dangerous. They're dangerous enough when they're trying to get another term, but when they think this is their big goodbye and it's legacy building time, hang on.
Yeah, but if it's bad legacy, that doesn't help you out. See, in their mind, I start this, I take credit. The next guy will have to figure out how to fund it. I won't get straddled with that, but I'll always get to say I brought this about.
And when this kind of math doesn't work because it's never worked because it violates truth, when it doesn't work, you know what you say? Well, it would have worked if I had stayed another term.
Yeah.
You blame. Six minutes past from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, and we thank you for being here. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler here, Greg out, Lord willing, back on Monday. Things that you need to know about that are going on right now this week. Bubba, I was going to ask you about that. Let me bring you back in because I want to discuss with you before we get into some other updates today. So I'm going to speak to the men in the Phoenix City, Alabama area Saturday night, Lord willing. And so I'm, anytime you're going on to do something, you try to get your schedule down and all this. Now this is Phoenix City, Alabama. So I'll be going down. It's free. You can be with us. All that information's in upcoming events, and I hope you will make plans. I want to pack that thing out, and I want us down there going. I want us going crazy. But anyway. So I'm getting my schedule, and all of a sudden Bones says, now remember, they operate on Eastern time. And I said, what? I said, they're in Alabama. He said, I'm just telling you, they operate on Eastern time.
Phoenix City?
Yeah, and he said, so everything I sent you is Eastern time. I said,
Rick, a lot of people don't know Phoenix City, Alabama is actually in Georgia.
Well, he said they're so close to Georgia that they made the decision because so many people live in Georgia or work in Georgia, that they decided they're so close to Georgia, they operate on Eastern time.
They also operate.
Did y'all know that?
I did not, and I'm still not convinced of it. But
yeah,
it probably is, but I'm still not convinced.
Well,
And they also
me.
spell Phoenix incorrectly.
They do, and I got in trouble for that. You spelled it right.
I know I did, Rick, because I looked it up.
Yeah, and then spell check spelled it the way it should be spelled. Some guy says, "Well, that's not the way you spelled it." I said, well, "That's on spell check." Or on y'all.
It is. I think it's on them, especially if they're going by Eastern time.
So Somerville Baptist Church Saturday night. A couple other things you need to know.
That's funny.
Is yesterday from themanchurch.com, it is now available. We released curriculum number 4 yesterday. It is called Impact. And we are so excited about this. We now have 4 curriculum, 40 weeks for you to implement. Impact, what we did, we went to 2 Peter chapter 1. And Bubba, when we look at certain things, we go, you know what, logically, kind of like what we've said about, well, if we say all these things about the headship and influence of men, shouldn't we be spending more time doing men's ministry really well? Since that seems to be where God keeps telling us that men cause a lot of problems if they're not redeemed and under his authority. But anyway, so we do that. We've taken that on. But you look at what Peter is saying in 2 Peter, before in 1 Peter, he's worried about persecution that's going on with Nero outside the church. And he's trying to prepare the new church for this. And, here's what suffering is, and here's what it's producing, and this is what you got to be aware of. Well, he gets to that second epistle, and he's concerned about now persecution coming from within the church. Now you got to be careful that you don't fall away. Now you got to be careful that you don't start following false theology. Now you got to be fruitful in this new redemption, this justified life you have. And we put it as the 4th curriculum because of that. It really shouldn't be your first curriculum if you're just starting. But if you've been going through this now, like a lot of churches, and you're moving on to year 3 and looking for year 4, what happens now, in these words, he said, because you still live in a world that has a sin nature, and because your flesh still has a sin nature, make every effort to supplement to your faith. Now, this is not about redemption. This is not about justification. This is about sanctification. Make every effort. That's not a mild attitude about it. Make every effort to supplement to your faith these 7 things. And then he gives you the list. And then he says, if you don't do this, you got problems. You'll fall away or you'll be ineffective with your faith. The world will consume you. But if you do this, and you make every effort to supplement these things, this is an incredible statement from Peter. You will not fail. You will be fruitful. Not you might. Now, we're in marketing. Can you imagine me going and saying, now, if you'll do this product, you'll never fail? I mean, you won't embarrass Jesus. You won't fall away. You won't be compromised, and you'll have a fruitful, impactful life. So anyway, so that's what it's about. And then every 5 weeks, we walk you through one of the things that Peter says, inspired by the Holy Spirit, that we should make every effort to supplement. So that's out today. And of course, we're continuing with the new 31-day devotional, Transformed. If you want a signed copy for that, one of those for Dad for Father's Day, there's a limited time. We have that link in show notes today, so catch that. Bubba, tell me about Bernie Sanders.
Bernie,
you said you got Bernie news
everybody's
today.
Favorite communist. He's all fired up. He had May Day this week, so he's out there moving and shaking.
Oh, everybody's favorite commie.
Bernie Sanders is going to introduce legislation in the Senate.
This is crazy.
That will more than double the federal minimum wage, up to $17 per hour. The senator launches the bill to hike the rate from $7.25 because Americans need a livable
You mean
allowance.
$17.25?
From $7.25 up to $17.25. Americans need a livable allowance after inflation, which is very interesting because having more money out there is causing inflation, great Bernie.
Unbelievable.
You know, I don't know. I wonder with some of these people if they are intentionally trying to destroy the country or they just don't know any better. And I don't know with Bernie. He obviously has not learned anything on this. It seems like with his age and the years he'd been in Congress, he would know a little bit better. Now, he's behind the curve, actually, a little bit. 29 states, in addition to Washington, D.C. and Guam, have minimum wages that are already higher than $7.25.
Of course. A lot of people, most people are paying higher than that.
The average earning income in the U.S. comes out to over $33 per hour in the U.S. overall.
Mm-hmm.
But again, Bernie, it's kind of like we're the cat chasing or the puppy chasing its tail.
Yeah, it has to be puppy case. Now. Everything's puppy now.
That, you know, we've said this all along. All raising that is going to do is cause prices to go up.
Correct.
And it will cause restaurants to close. And every time we do it, we see it. Mm-hmm. And they just, look, I want everybody to have the American dream. But here's the problem. I will take it even a step further. I really don't think the government ought to be in the business of negotiating between an employer and an employee.
Thank you.
They basically have set up their own state-sponsored union, for lack of a better term.
Right.
And it only hurts people. It only hurts people. I know I want everybody to be able to get by, but minimum wage is not supposed to be a living wage. It's supposed to be an introductory wage to get you in the door, to get you started, and then you move up to a livable wage. It never was supposed to be livable wage, but that's what, you know, good communists call it.
The other side of this coin is, you know, yes, restaurants are going to close, but also restaurants are going to get creative and they're not going to have any human beings. There is a McDonald's right now in Texas that has not a single human being in there. It's a glorified vending machine.
Yeah, you're right.
Mm-hmm. And that's what people are going to start doing, and because of this.
There's also restaurants that did have booths, go in, sit down. They've redone their whole restaurant where you just come in and order and you don't sit down.
No, a lot of takeouts.
Yeah. Well, and I noticed this one. Even those that still kept the sit down because they don't have to rework the whole place. I know a restaurant that was a come in, sit down. Hey, how can I help you? Y'all want me to get y'all something? What do y'all want to drink? It has now turned into walk in the door, order now, then go sit somewhere, and we're going to have fewer people. All we do is bring you the food when it's done.
That's it. Right. I've had that experience.
And a lot of them are going to that. So you're just going to put more people out of work.
You're eliminating jobs.
You're eliminating jobs. Yeah. Well, I talked, and it's different topic, but it's still the same concept. I talked to a restaurant owner yesterday. I like to engage businessmen to see how they're doing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I said, do you take American Express? And most places do. Now, he said, yeah, we do. He said, I don't know how much longer.
Yeah.
And I said, well, what do you mean? He said, these credit card companies, they're killing us. He said, we're looking at how much money. He said, at one time, what they were getting back was not a lot. He goes, now they've just got outlandish on what they want us to pay them for the service of credit cards. And he goes, I understand that people are not toting cash anymore. He said, this restaurant's been around for a long time. He said, we are literally discussing if we just educated our customers enough, and it'll be a hassle to begin with, and we acknowledge that we're going to go to cash only.
Wow.
And he said, and you just know if you come eat here, you better bring cash. And
I don't know that you can do that with a lack of cash in people's pockets.
Well, that's what he said. He said, but his point was, he said, I look down now at what we're paying for credit card service. It goes back to what you're saying. He said they always overplay their hand. They always ask for more than is reasonable and expect the businesses just to keep taking it. I'll have another please to Helmsley's point, to your point. They're not going to do that. They got to make a living.
They do.
They've got to make a profit, or why be doing this? Yeah. And so if they can't make a profit, all that if we raise minimum wage to 17 whatever, let the free market do that. Like you just said, most people working right now an hourly job, they're getting more than minimum wage because the market demands that. The government shouldn't set it. The market should set it. Back to your original point. Mm-hmm. And then it works the way it's supposed to. But I promise you, when I have to pay the hourly wage person more, my food costs more. Mm-hmm. That's just life.
It is.
Yeah.
If my taxes go up, food costs more.
That's why you walk
whatever I sell gets more expensive.
That's why you walk in these big stores now and you can't find the aisles are empty. It used to be employees walking around asking, can I help you? You can't find any now.
Well, it costs a lot to have people there because not only have the wage, but then the other things
payroll,
the government requires.
taxes, insurance if you got full-time people.
Yeah, it's getting tough.
Let's go phone call, see what's on the people's mind on any topic. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. We'll chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
Person who messed it up, not on the concept.
This is Santa Claus economics.
Yes, it is. Now, here's the idea. Y'all ready for this, baby? It's going to make monthly payments to a number of Chicago families without any conditions at all. They've been floating this around the city for months, and here's how they claim this is going to work. Now, remember, we're grabbing money out of nowhere and giving it to people for doing nothing. Okay? So
just think about that concept.
Just please. They're going to pilot the program by taking 1,000 families and giving them $500 every month for nothing. $500 every month to 1,000 families. Now
that's $500,000 a month that they're talking about spending and getting nothing for it.
That'd be
okay from a city standpoint.
Now let's talk.
You're not even asking them to act right.
Right.
So basically, what you're going to be doing for a lot of folks is giving them money so they can upgrade their gun.
Right. Right. Now, Bubba, and there's no requirement, as you said, to produce anything, to behave in any way, shape, or form. Now, he claims this is going to combat poverty. You would think the best way to combat poverty is for people to be able to get jobs and to provide for themselves. But because then now we're producing something and it all kind of works. But here's the problem with this. This sounds like the universal health care program. Do you remember? I told Bubba. Do you remember when somebody said, "This is so fantastic, we can't even wait. We got to develop the bridge program." Everybody remember the bridge program? You don't hear about it now.
That was a jump start.
You know why you don't?
Jump start.
You know why you don't hear it anymore? Because it collapsed. It collapsed on itself in record time.
The bridge fell in,
and they because you know what happened. Here's what they discovered. Gosh, think about this. What they discovered is if you give everybody who wants it health care, and you do preconditions, you do everything, and you don't ask them to pay anything for it, you're just going to give them money or give them insurance that other people have to try to provide for them. Guess what happened? There were more people that needed health care than there was money for it, and so it just kind of collapsed. I mean, the bridge it was
or people to provide the service,
right?
Yeah.
And what you found is that people whose insurance was going up to provide for those who didn't have any. They didn't care for that, and making people buy insurance by some law that was implemented, whether you were healthy or thought you wanted to pay for it yourself or not. Think about it. There's some people just said, my health care is so good as far as the way I'm living. I make enough money, and I'm young, and I'm healthy. When I need health care, I'll just pay for it on my own. We as a country said we won't allow that. We're going to force you to pay for insurance that the government is going to be in charge of, and the bridge program collapsed. Guys, did it make it 2 months? I mean,
can you cue up Billy Preston? Nothing from nothing
leaves nothing.
Leaves nothing.
You
and you got to have something.
You cannot,
if you want to be with me.
You cannot run a country of this size. You cannot run a city of this size by just taking $500 and giving it to 1,000 families every single month with no requirements and for them not to have a job and produce something. Does Chicago have $500,000? To just throw up a pig's butt every month? I mean, is
really, Rick? And you're not even asking the recipients to stay off drugs, stay in school, make good grades. There's no
condition.
There's no condition to it whatsoever. Only modern day socialists could come up with a scheme that is so perfect.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 22 minutes past the hour. Phone calls coming in. A happy to all of you today. Big. Any mariachi bands out there? Mariachi.
We haven't had any show up yet.
None have shown up at the studio. If you've got a mariachi band, you know, our golden ticket seats fill up here in less than an hour. But boy, it'd be nice to have a little peppy band standing behind us just cranking it out. Todd in Warrior, Alabama. Yeah, Todd. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you? Go ahead.
What's up, guys? Cinco de Mayo, Grande Amigos.
¿Cómo ¿Qué pasa?
Muy bien, muy bien. The thing about Phoenix City is because so many people that live are stationed at Fort Benning, which is right there in Columbus.
Yep.
They went ahead and incorporated that into the Eastern time zone, so our Fort Moore or whatever they're changing it to. But that's the reason they're on Eastern. The big push for that was because of the people stationed at Fort Benning.
Yeah, they just, I think from what I gathered, especially like this church, they're like, look, it's just too complicated. Let's just put our schedule on Eastern time, and most people, that'll be the easiest thing. So
thanks, guys.
Thank you, buddy. We continue. Let's go to Dustin in Arab, Alabama. Dustin, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, guys? Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Monkey grass to you, my friend.
Monkey grass. When I was in high school, I had a history teacher who said that the best thing that we could do for our economy is do away with minimum wage. And, you know, as a young teenager, I thought he was just crazy. But the older I get and the more I think about it, I'm starting to think he may be right.
Well, yeah. Listen, I know on the surface you'd say, well, people need it. But I'm telling you, if anything, it has probably held wages back.
Well, I'll give you an example, and where both of you are right. Is I know a person who they make a living totally on full-time vocational ministry. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Well, they actually produced a resource, a book. And they said when they go out and they speak, they charge nothing for the book. And what they say is, if you'd like to help our ministry, just make a donation. The book's yours. And you cannot even make a donation.
Right.
He said, we make more money off those books that way than we did if we'd have priced them.
Yep.
And there's your example. Wow. So we continue. 866. Somebody says, well, okay, so they're $15. Well, then that's what I give. But somebody says, I really want to support this ministry. I'll take the book, and here's $25. So let's go to Mike. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead, in Valley, Alabama.
Yeah, good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Yeah, I heard y'all talking about Phoenix City being on Easter time, and Valley, Alabama is also on Easter time. Did you know all this? It's in Chambers County, and half of Chambers County is on Eastern, and half of it's on Central. But the reason it's on Eastern time is because back in the day when we had the cotton mills, all the cotton mills were in Alabama, but the corporate office was in West Point, Georgia. So they put us all on Eastern time.
Bubba, did you know this?
Valley, Smith Station, and Phoenix City are pretty much the three places on Eastern time in Alabama. Everybody else is Central.
Let me ask you this. When they discuss or someone is talking about time and they reference the time, how do they say it? And I have an example of this, and that's why I'm curious, and I want to know before I tell you the example. Do they say, when somebody says 6 o'clock, do they say, is that Eastern or Central, or how do they describe it?
They say, are you on fast time or slow time?
That's it.
Yep,
That's exactly. I know a town in Kentucky that's the same way, and that's exactly how they said, is that fast time or slow time?
Isn't that, I love that phrase.
Funny.
That's rural America right there. Michael is in Phoenix City. Hey, Michael.
Hey, Rick, how you guys doing, man? I'm so fired up about you guys coming. Coming tomorrow night. If I was any more fired up, I'd need a burn permit.
Now, Rick, what time are you going to be there?
I'm supposed to be there, I think, 5 Eastern. Is that correct?
No, what you mean, fast time or slow time?
5 fast time.
Okay.
So fast time, the event starts at 6:30. We're going to open the doors up at 5:30. And we're so excited for the words you're going to bring, and you're going to challenge us. We need our men to step up. This has been something I've been trying to get going for almost 3 years since I saw you in Opelika before the man church was even a thing.
Yeah.
And we talked about things, and I tell you, if you're trying to get a men's ministry going, if you want something God's going to give you patience to do, that is what it is, because it's a challenge.
It is.
You can get men to show up for a barbecue or for a turkey shoot or something where there's food, but something where there's no food or no event, you're just like pulling teeth. But we're excited to have you and excited for you to challenge us. And we've reached out all the other churches around, and we're just hoping for a big crowd tomorrow.
Now,
night.
Michael, give us the time again.
It's 6:30 fast time.
Okay, I just want to be sure we had it right.
And it's free.
Doors open at 5:30.
Yeah.
It is a free event.
Yeah.
We just, if you haven't registered, just come on and show up. Now, one thing I will tell you, too, about the time zone thing, I live in Smith Station, which is very close to Phoenix City. My kids go to Lee County schools. Guess what time zone Lee County schools are on?
What? Slow time.
They're on slow time. So imagine that. Think about how trying to navigate that.
Wow.
And then having a spouse that works in Opelika who is also on slow time. So it's a challenge, but you get used to it around here. And
that's why you say fast or slow time when you say it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad Bones clarified that, because
fast time.
If you miss on slow time, you just show up early. But if you miss on fast time, you're late.
Yeah.
And so
when I was talking to Bones, he was like, Easter time, what? And I said, yeah. We clarified it, so we got it right. But we're ready for you to be there, and I'm just looking forward to it and praying that God will work in His own way.
Yeah, look, it's I'm honored that you would trust me to do it, and I appreciate how you've been trying to get this done a long time. We've had this on the book, so God's going to place every man there, and you just trust that, and you sleep with peace tonight on that one. And I look forward to seeing all of you guys there tomorrow night. And thanks a lot for trusting me. That's cool. That's going to be exciting. So coming up tomorrow night, fast time, 6:30 fast time.
Fast time.
Fast time.
Yeah. When you were so excited to hear somebody say fast time, weren't you?
Yeah. Well, I just wondered, because I knew this other town, that's how they would describe it.
Oh, yeah.
Anytime you said, well, I'll see you at dinner at 5 o'clock, they go fast time or slow time.
Yeah.
I mean, it was almost like AM or PM
you're
on everything.
Saying that, yeah. That's interesting. Bottom of the hour, more stories to unpack on the program today. The wonderful Wheel of Meat will spin by our golden ticket seats. They'll be here coming up a little bit later on. So more Rick and Bubba. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So as we move forward, a lot to cover on the program today. We mentioned your phone calls will always be part of it. Span, who the meteorologist, is not going to be able to be with us till later in the program today, if at all. But Hurricane Florence, they're saying now has been downgraded to a 2, but the surge and all the water is still going to be catastrophic to a lot of folks. But we'll try to update you on that as best we can. And it's just funny that Span is also going to be part of the show today, because there's some meteorologist or whatever, I don't know her title, that was talking about, there's nothing that makes us more uncomfortable than weather wars. And when those
right in the middle of a hurricane,
I know that when those who break down weather begin to fight amongst themselves, it's not a pretty scene. But she for some reason, when talking about European models, she singles out James Spann. I don't know why, but we'll
and compared that that anybody can show the European model, even a drunk donkey.
Correct.
So and we'll have to break down the exact verbiage of this.
Right. It's weather wars.
Because I started getting emails saying someone called James Spann a drunk donkey.
Yes, I got that too.
And that may be a step far. Maybe he was compared to a drunk donkey, but we'll look at it and see.
Well, I'll tell you what happened, because I just watched it, and you did too. It's like when somebody says, this is a problem, and this is something I don't like, and this is something I don't respect. For instance, Rick Burgess of the Rick and Bubba Show. Now, she's including me, if this was happening, in a big body of people.
Right.
But she's using me as the best example.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. And
and I'm just like, well, and that's happened before. I'm not like that's never happened.
James Spann does a lot of things in a lot of places. He's known nationally. We're very fortunate to have him. That just the simple fact he lives close to where we do.
Right.
I don't know that I'd go after James. I don't.
I'm telling you, the people who love James, look. There's some senior citizens today that will go pull every hair that woman's got on her head out. You go after. I've learned you don't mess with James Spann.
No, you don't.
Not unless you're ready to fight.
Well, we'll see how that plays out today. We'll look at the video. We'll see exactly what she said, how she said it. Try to look at it in context and measure that out. Hey, I don't know if you've seen the, we still got Florence bearing down on the Carolinas, 2 million people displaced at this point. It has dropped to a Category 2, which means 110 mile per hour sustained wind, which
still not good.
I don't know if you've ever had your head out of a car window going 110. That's still a lot of wind.
No, it's not good. It's not good, but for those that want this to be the end of the world, it is not a 5. Okay. It is not good, and it will be problematic, and everybody still needs to get out of the way of it, and there's going to be real problems with water. But for those that just want to say that somehow us getting out of the Paris Accord and that we don't care about climate change, that's obviously they're saying being caused by man-made emissions, they're disappointed that it's a 2. You can see they're disappointed because they want every weather event now to be something that's never happened before.
Right.
And I'm sorry to tell them they haven't come up with one yet that is unique.
Yeah, but Rick, I'm
just sorry. I mean, it's hurricane season, and we got a 2 coming in. It's going to bring a lot of rain. It's bad, but it's
big.
not, and it's not unprecedented.
It's bad, but it's not unprecedented. If you look at Jim Cantori on the Weather Channel,
right.
You can see just a little bit of disappointment in his face.
Oh,
just a little.
When he had to utter a 2, he could barely say it. It was like Fonzie trying to say that he was wrong.
But
from Happy Days,
as everyone has talked about, this thing, the steering currents are breaking down on it. It's slowing down. And when it gets over land and sits there and just dumps that tropical Atlantic water over land just for days in some cases, it's going to be really bad.
Had that happen in Houston, and then years back we had it happen in Atlanta.
Yep.
And I remember I wasn't even in Atlanta. I was just down on the panhandle of Florida.
Yeah.
And when that hurricane rain sets up, it's like I tell you, it makes you batty because it never changes.
Right.
It's the same.
Constant.
It's the same pace. It's the same amount of rain, and it just will not turn off. It doesn't lessen and then ramp back up. It just goes bam, and it hits you, and it just hangs on.
It locks in
like a tick. And we finally just backed our car up and left. We're just like, you know what? It's never going to stop raining. I mean, it's just not going to.
Never.
So that is bad. But I do want to tell all the Chicken Littles, though, a 2 is not a 5.
And we got some economic news that I think everybody should be happy about. Some people won't, but it should be happy about.
Just like you should be happy about a 2 versus a 5. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. So, as the current administration doesn't seem to have the basic concepts of how economics works, maybe now more than ever, and I don't want to be Debbie Downer, but because it's certainly, I enjoy being upbeat more than I want to be Debbie Downer. But now more than ever, considering how you can protect your savings and your retirement, you got to think of other ways to do it. LearBubba.com is standing by and ready, and I just had a conversation with our national sales team where they said the folks at Lear Bubba have said, boy, the Rick and Bubba audience has responded quite well to this, and no matter – well, look – there might have been a time where I had to get your attention on this. I don't think I really do right now. You got more countries that are moving away from doing business in U.S. dollars. That's not good. We've got all kinds of issues going on with banks that we haven't seen in a long, long time. This is not exactly prime time for the American economy. You can do something for yourself to protect your finances with gold and other precious metals. Highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. That can't be guaranteed. But if you go in right now and you buy gold and precious metals where they're priced, if it gets anywhere near this, and we're already seeing some very promising figures, you're going to make out well. Gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. It's a terrific strategy for protecting your savings and retirement. So go to LearBubba.com. They've got thousands of 5-star reviews. LearBubba.com, and you can get a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. If you want to talk to someone, you might be like me, I want to talk to somebody. Call 1-800-707-4575 and mention the Rick and Bubba Show to get that silver bar as well for every ounce of gold that you buy. All right, Bubba. So we have so much fun doing man-made climate change updates anyway, but today everybody's favorite, the pride of Louisiana, John Kennedy, Senator, is going to take on Biden's Deputy Energy Secretary, David Turk. And he's saying, look, if you want the American people to give you $50 trillion, I got to know what we're going to get for it. So temperature down, according to this.
Baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn.
Well, here we go. Senator Kennedy out of Louisiana, he just says, I'd like to know what's going to happen. If we give you the $50 trillion that you want, in return, we get what? When it comes to this this emergency that y'all have declared on the whole wide world. So here is Senator Kennedy going back and forth with Deputy Energy Secretary David Turk.
Of global emissions.
Yeah, but if
right
you could
now.
answer my question, if we spend $50 trillion to become carbon neutral in the United States of America by 2050, you're the Deputy Secretary of Energy. Give me your estimate of how much that is going to reduce world temperatures.
So first of all, it's a net cost. It's what benefits we're having from getting our act together and reducing all of those climate benefits. We're seeing.
Let me ask again. Maybe
right now.
Maybe I'm not being clear. If we spent $50 trillion to become carbon neutral by 2050 in the United States of America, how much is that going to reduce world temperatures?
This is a global problem, so we need to reduce our emissions, and we need to do everything we can.
How much, if we do our part, is it going to reduce world temperatures?
So we're 13% of global emissions.
You don't know, do you? You don't know, do you?
You can do the math. We need to.
You don't know, do you, Mr. Secretary?
So we're 13% of global.
If you know, why won't you tell me?
If we went to zero, that would be 13%.
You don't know, do you? You just want us to spend $50 trillion, and you don't have the slightest idea whether it's going to reduce world temperatures. Now, I'm all for carbon neutrality, but you're the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Energy, and you're advocating we spend trillions of dollars to seek carbon neutrality, and you can't, and this isn't your money or my money, it's taxpayer money, and you can't tell me how much it's going to lower world temperatures? Or you won't tell me? You know, but you won't?
In my heart of hearts, there is no way the world gets its act together on climate change unless the U.S. leads.
Tell me how much it's going to reduce.
lead.
You can't tell me. Either that or you won't.
Yeah, it's one or the other.
He can't tell it.
Well, and again,
for $50 trillion now is what they're asking for. Keep in mind,
I disagree.
$50 trillion.
I disagree with Turk. Him saying, well, if we want to get this done over the whole wide world, it always has to be America that leads. When did we ever lead on anything that the rest of the world said we're all in? They usually just let us pay the bill, and they don't do anything. And they don't pay us back. They don't refund us. We don't get anything.
That's real tough.
And
y'all know how much $50 trillion is?
Yeah, for 13% of the world's carbon emissions.
$1 billion is 1,000 millions. You're going to have to get a lot of zeros out there for $1 trillion.
Now, don't forget,
I
Bubba,
mean a lot.
And 50 of them.
And also a government that is how much in debt?
30-something trillion now, right? 30, 31, somewhere in there.
So it's a reasonable question, you know. I know what they try to do, and this is what the left and the progressives have done forever, is they want to terrify you into doing something stupid.
Right.
And what you got to do is not let them terrify you. And what he's saying is, look, if you want to terrify us, tell us how much. If you say, all right, somebody walks in and said, give me $50 trillion, and I will reduce world temperature by 5 degrees. And then we can all discuss whether that's a big deal or not. But I'd like to know.
And they can't, Rick, because they don't know, because
Right.
you can't calculate it, because there's so many variables in it.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way to know. There's no way to know, and by the same token, they can't know if it's going the other way.
Right.
Well, don't forget, too, this is only talking about taking temperature down. We're seeing a lot of stories that say one of the problems in some places is it's getting too cold. I mean, and then they go, oh, yeah, that's climate change. Is it climate change or is it global warming? It's changed names so many times, I don't even know.
It sounds like a money grab without a lot of science behind it, doesn't it?
Climate disruption, and look, the rest of the world.
Climate does change, but we have so many factors that are involved in that. And again, the one that I think that most people walking around since should be able to see is the records that they claim we're breaking now, and we may have broken a few. Mm-hmm. The record we broke, most of them happened in the 1930s.
Correct.
Way before we were an industrial powerhouse, way before World War II. We've come a long way since then. Mm-hmm. And how was it that warm then? That was the standing record until just recently, almost 100 years later. There's got to be other things involved. Mm-hmm. We're orbiting around a giant star with an uncontrollable nuclear reaction going on that's a mere 93 million miles from our land, from our ground we stand on. And it's 1,000 times bigger than the Earth. Just the tiniest wobble in our orbit can cause a huge difference.
Bubba, you know what they've tried to cover up? Used to, at one time, you could hear this all the time, the carbon emissions at one volcanic disruption, how many human beings and how many years it would take to get anywhere near that equal to what just happened. Look, in a natural phenomenon.
Nobody likes pollution. We want clean air, clean water.
Of course.
We want clean land.
And we don't need to be stupid. We need to be good stewards.
Absolutely. We need to tend to the garden. And I don't have a problem with studying this, looking at it, talking about it, looking at various ways to fix it. But so much of it is shoot, ready, aim. It's ridiculous. It's just like the thing, we're going to do away with petroleum by 2030. Mm-hmm. Oh, no, we'll need it a little longer than that. Why aren't the oil companies investing in new refineries? Well, I wonder why.
Right.
It takes 75 years for them to make back the money they're going to spend just to build those things.
And here's a senator going, the people who provide that $50 trillion, they want to know what they're getting. Is it going to matter? Look, I've sat there before.
Still need plastic.
Talking about a home entertainment room, and I was talking to the AV guy, and he would say things like this. Now, look, I can get you a different projector or a different TV. Now the projectors are they're still around, but he said, and it will be the best of the best. It'll cost you this many thousands of dollars more, but you will look at that screen and the difference you will see will be minuscule. But there are some wealthy people that just like to tell their friends they've got the best of the best. But if you want to be a good steward, there's no reason you're not going to see that big a difference between these two cameras, even though there is a substantial price difference. And what he's saying is, if you're going to tell the people that, are they going to notice a change of their $50 trillion that you're asking them to spend? No. And the guy can't answer the question.
No.
And it's always that same thing. Well, America has to lead. Look, America can go spend $50 trillion. We can get to carbon neutral status by 2050, and India and China and Russia can just look at us and laugh.
Yeah, they'll dwarf our savings by their pollution.
Yeah, so.
And I know I've said this a lot, but it helps me get a grasp on the million, billion, trillion thing. It's talking about how big a trillion actually is. 1 million seconds is 12 days. 1 billion seconds is 32 years. 1 trillion seconds is over 32,000 years.
Good gracious.
That's how big a trillion is.
And they want 50 of them while being 30 of them in debt.
And can't really tell you what you're going to get for that.
No,
you're going to have a better sales presentation, Mr. Secretary.
Do you realize if you went into a bank asking for a $50 trillion loan and you were $30 trillion in debt, you wouldn't get it?
No.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Because these are the current days of America's economy, and it's good news.
Rick, it's very good news. The economy is on fire, and the numbers continue to show that. And I think this is very important, too, and I think it should move beyond political parties, all of this kind of stuff. There's plenty of things we can argue and debate.
Right.
But I don't think any of us, no matter what your belief system is or what your political persuasion is, should have an objection to the economy doing good. Shouldn't we all be on that page?
Well, you know, when you're looking for things that you can say, right now I think we all can land on this place and be on the same page. I would think a good economy would be one of those, unless a good economy might affect my political power, then I may not be for it.
Well, obviously that's the case,
right,
because we see that every day coming out of Washington.
Now, that's a weird place to be.
And I think this is really, really important news, and this comes from the U.S. Census Bureau. So this is not a political group per se. These are bureaucrats that have been there for a long time. Middle-class income has risen above $61,000 for the first time in history. First time in history.
I mean, don't you think that's
good news.
Okay, that's good news.
That is really good news. Now, also in this, the poverty rate has fallen to the lowest measurable amount in the last 10 years.
Can't we be excited about that no matter what your political affiliation is, right?
Yeah. And since it did this measurement, and this is them, not me, going back to the beginning of the Trump administration, has put 3.6 million people to work who were unemployed. So what does that mean? More people working, making more money. Even though the tax rate is lower, we will end up with more money going in the Treasury when all's said and done. Wow. And that's a good thing. Why is this happening? And I think this is fair for us to look at this. You remember back when gas prices was high, we tried to do a breakdown here, and we said, okay, why are they high?
Right.
And we talked about that, and then we said when these things happen, it will go down. Right. And guess what? Those things happen, the price went down.
If I remember correctly, Bubba, we said there's only a few things that would make the price of gasoline go down, and here they are.
Yeah.
And then when one of those was done, guess what happened?
It started going down.
Right.
And good.
Yeah, and one of ours was controversial, and it was a last-ditch effort, and that was to take somebody else's.
Right,
but it all was the same concept. More oil flooding into the market will lower the price.
Yeah, and the presidents get too much. They're credited with too much and blamed for too much too. It's kind of like a head coach sometimes.
Right.
But President Obama did say that everybody's wanting to drill, but it's going to take years for that to get into the system. Well, he was forced to go along with more drilling by the Congress. And as a few years later, the price went down. But if it's going to be a few years in the future, isn't it even more important to get started now?
Well, Americans for generations, it was maddening to Americans on why we were not accessing our own resources and being dependent on others who abused us, knowing that we didn't have anywhere else to turn. And now that we can turn to our own resources, it also gives us leverage when trying to buy oil from the rest of the world.
So why?
That's a pretty simple concept
it is,
right there.
It is. And there was a concept once upon a time we were going to let the rest of the world use theirs up and keep ours for later, which was, a mindset coming out of the Great Depression. You could see where people would have that overall strategic idea. The problem is we were making everybody else rich, and then they were investing in terrorism and other things and, running all over the globe causing problems, and we needed to shut some of that down.
And I hate to bring this up, and pardon me for this, and something Jimmy Carter didn't understand, it was in a world market that we were not a player in, we were just a buyer.
Yeah.
And so that means that the rest of the world got to dictate the price, and it didn't matter what we thought about it, either pay this price or we'll sell it to somebody else.
Yeah, so they did.
Yeah.
And we had I'm a little bit older now than a lot of folks, but I remember as a kid when we had lines to get gas and you could only buy it on certain days. I lived during that time, so I remember that. I remember not being able to go to a baseball practice, having to hitch a ride because it wasn't our day to buy gas and we were out. And if it was your day, you might get to the pump and there not be any.
Well, that was not understanding the concept of a world market that. We're back. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us. Catch Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Andrew Parker, YouTube influencer, as we dive into that world and hear his fascinating story. Catch that wherever you get podcasts this weekend. Our golden ticket seats, the Elite Eight, should be here in just a few moments as they'll dial us in. We'll spin the giant wheel of canned meat coming up a little bit later on in the program. Let them have that thrill. Rock and Roll City is impacted today. The real Greg Burgess, the drummer, out, of course, taking care of stray puppies. So he will be back with us on Monday. So Rock and Roll City will take a hit on that today. But that we'll see what we can do. I know Adler pretty well. He'll probably still want to shred, even without his drummer. So anyway, that'll be coming up. Also, don't forget that I want to thank our friend Charles Billingsley. If you follow the Man Church on social media, and if you don't, you should. If you go to themanchurch.com, look up top, you can follow us on all the social media stuff. We've got a link to that podcast. So thank you, Charles Billingsley, for having me on as a guest talking about the new 31-day devotional Transform. And as always, Charles and I and the guys had a blast. And they were very kind talking about the show. And so if you haven't heard that yet, it's available wherever you get podcasts, Charles Billingsley. All right, so, Bubba, the Kentucky Derby is tomorrow. I got two things tomorrow I want to talk about. Kentucky Derby tomorrow. Any interest in that from you?
I'm interested in the whole fanfare of it all. I mean, I don't usually have a Kentucky Derby party. I certainly don't have a hat for it. But if I'm around the TV,
and you're certainly not going to have people to the lake for it,
right? And if it's on and I can sit down and catch a little pregame of it because it's over pretty quick.
Well, for some reason, it's horse racing is one of those things that, like many things, I'm really more interested in the stories that surround it than the actual event, as you were saying. Yeah. And one of them is, I love the historic information on the great Secretariat. And Speedy tells me that his legacy is still alive today.
Yeah.
So how many horses?
So he had, Secretariat had more than 650 registered foals when he died. Okay?
How many?
650. Eight of the 20 horses in this year's Kentucky Derby are descendants of Secretariat.
8,
and I believe it was 12 last year.
Wow!
And they've listed the name. I love horse names.
Of course, Bubba kind of likes that too.
I really do.
But anyway, they have them listed here, and it's tomorrow. And Helmsy kind of ran the list of a lot of the horse names that are in this year in the kickoff hour, and I loved, to your point, Rick, the story on how they got their name. What's the deal?
Yeah.
But it will be a situation for me if I turn it on and it's race time, I'm in. I'm going to watch.
See,
let me ask you this:
I never watch it, but I'll watch movies about horse racing. I won't watch horse racing.
I just love the call.
How do you choose a name for a horse like this? That's
probably like you choose the name of an intern here
or a boat.
Yeah.
Because
horses.
Like when you name pets, let's say, if you have a cat that's black and he has white feet, he may be named Socks. You kind of know how there's usually something about it or a name you come up with and it just sticks. But the horse names are so more complicated than pet.
They're
names.
well thought out.
Yeah,
they got time for that.
Some kind of history, some kind of.
Is there a book you go to and they go, "Here's
I'm
great
sure.
horse
There actually
names?
is.
Oh, yeah.
There actually is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there actually is because you got to know what's already been used. What's available to you.
You think they would run out of names at some point, right?
Well, as creative as they get.
Yeah, they
get
creative.
The variations.
Yeah, there are a lot
endless.
of ads they're putting together now. So
the other thing tomorrow, because people are in a dilemma, is the coronation of King Charles, which I know, Bubba, you and also Queen Consort.
Yes, Camilla,
the former Duchess of Cornwall. So I started thinking about the pomp and circumstance around this event. And it hit me. I don't know why my mind goes here. I guess because we have to deal with events and things that we're booked to do and all that. What happens if King Charles wakes up in the morning, he's sick?
what do you do? Do you put it on? Go. Y'all come back tomorrow?
Because that's a lot.
I think you just get through it.
I mean, does he? That's what I was asking. Does he just have to suck it up?
Does he have to make a speech or just ride and wave to everybody?
And you got to sit and have that big old robe on. They got to put that crown on your head.
Yeah, and with Cinco de Mayo the day before, that is dangerous.
Yeah, I mean,
even if it's Cinco de Mayo, you got to avoid the Mexican food. If you're getting
So,
is this appointment TV for y'all? Y'all gonna set the alarm?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
What time's all that start?
I think at 5 a.m. Central is the coverage.
Oh, I'm waking up early.
I think
may
I
flip
saw
it over.
that.
I will go through that day tomorrow, and barring something unforeseen, I will never know that either thing happened.
No.
And I'll come back on Monday and we'll recap it. And that's okay. And I know that I have that at my job, so
yeah.
If I miss it, I'll just.
I'll
catch the
give
highlight.
a decent effort to watch the 2-minute horse race.
Okay,
I will do that, knowing what my weekend looks like.
What are the?
But I couldn't care less about this.
Yeah. Do you have the lineup? I know you said so many of them were.
You going back to the horse race, or are you starting with?
I'm still
well, we're more interested. Let's just be honest.
Okay. Do you have the names of the horses running?
Yeah, I came off that.
Tappet Trice is one of them.
Yeah.
What is it?
Tappet Trice.
I don't know if that's a descendant. That's one of the horses running. Are you wanting the descendants or the horses running?
The horses running. Just the names.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Helms.
Well, I don't have it pulled up. That's just what I remember this morning, but I'm pulling it up now. I'll get you the names.
Now I'm going back to the coronation. We're tying these two
boy,
together.
we're just flying all
Do
over
you
the
think
place.
they have the same thing we have for work? And I know that the pandemic made us change it a little bit. Do you think if he has a fever and or throwing up, we call it off? But anything,
I imagine they would call in the royal doctor and get the royal examination.
Because this is not like, oh, we'll hope get back to the show as soon as you can, but the show's already happening anyway, and there's other people. A coronation, there's a tremendous amount of people involved in this and things that you probably can't just say, let's try it again Thursday. I mean, right?
You'd probably get a cortisone shot.
Right.
I think you just have to stomach through that.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
I think so far my favorite name in this year's Kentucky Derby
Back
is
to the
we're back
Derby.
to that is Rocket Can. I like that one.
Forte
you
is
like that
the
one?
front runner.
What's it say that again?
Forte.
Okay.
And
This
Tappet
this is not my
Trice is
forte.
the second one.
Tappet
I
Trice.
wish we'd stop saying that.
Well,
Well,
it's
that's
the
a
name of
name.
the horse.
Right. I mean,
What about-
don't you think based on the puppy thing we've done enough this
The
week?
reason I kept saying it was to get what I'm getting out of Bubba right now, and that's that
Yeah,
little grin
right.
where he
Well,
shakes a little bit when he laughs.
You're saying
Tappet Trice.
What if Tappet Trice and
That's
two
three.
fields
We
are
just-
right there
We
together?
just keep saying
Where y'all
That's
at
three
on
times, right?
Angel of Empire?
that makes me feel strange. I don't like that.
Practical move. I like that.
I
man.
like that one.
Disarm. Skinner.
So the race is at 6:57 Eastern.
Fast time.
Yeah.
Fast time. Okay.
See,
And it is fast.
Ooh, what about Sun Thunder? You like that name? Here comes Sun Thunder.
That's
I
not bad.
do. I kind of like that.
He has no chance of winning, but I just thought that was cool.
He's in the race.
Everybody's got a
He
chance.
has a chance.
Everybody's got a chance. Say on it because you're not providing your own.
Yeah, you can't just set up artificial boundaries and expect everybody to get in line with it. It just doesn't work. But anyway, to the good news of this, not reliving the past. Why is the economy doing good? Well, we have several factors. We have tax cuts. We have deregulation, which will play a bigger part in it you don't hear as much about every day. Consumer confidence is high, so people are out spending money, and that's what we need people to do to make the economy go. Small business confidence is at an all-time high. We had a story this week we didn't even get to. It has now surpassed the numbers generated by the great Ronald Reagan. Can you believe that?
Today, I'm very proud of myself.
So, and then we also have the cyclical nature of the economy.
You made it.
And, it's time for it to go up too. So when it's time for it to go up and you've got all that force pushing and then you cut taxes, you deregulate, you see consumer confidence go up, you see small business confidence go up, people are hiring, people need workers. And there's a great story here too. I thought this was interesting because the people who like to shoot holes in these things always say, well, it's just the rich people who are getting rid of it.
Can y'all get a new tune? Sing a new song.
What they sound like?
It's rich people. It's all just the rich people. And I mean, get a new song.
There's a great story out. This was in the Washington Post, as a matter of fact. It said, under Trump, the jobs boom has finally reached blue-collar workers. Will it last? And the story is very interesting. It says blue-collar workers are growing at the fastest rate in more than 30 years, helping fuel a hiring boom in many small town and rural areas that are good for the economy. Manufacturing grew at 3.3% in the year preceding July, the best rate since 1984. And they go on to talk about all these people being hired. So, well, I really wish we could move economics out of politics. I know it'll never happen. Washington will never allow it, but you can argue about a lot of things and debate and, have your fun with that. Can't we just all keep the economy moving forward and not try to tear it down to get somebody else in or help somebody? Can we all get behind the color green here on this?
Rick and Bubba.
Glad to be here.
Hey, buddy. We were talking about in the break, some people were asking about some Rick and Bubba merchandise. Helmsy, would you mind? Helmsy's got one of our shirts. It's really been a big hit this year. It's available at rickandbubba.com if you see what he's wearing. Just like yesterday, a lot of you liked the shirt that Bubba had on. Those of you that watch the show on CRTV or go back and watch the archives. This one has been a big seller because I think it really sums up what it's like.
It speaks from the heart.
It
Rick.
does. Because the only thing that's good about any Christian is Jesus. It's certainly not us. And it says, Jesus loves you, which is a true statement.
Yes.
And then in parentheses, and I'm trying.
Yes.
Because justification happens once, but sanctification is a process. One's instant, the other's not. So anyway.
My wife loves when I will strategically put this on around the house.
Yeah.
And she has one that she'll put on too, and I know, okay.
Yeah.
It's kind of like our way of saying, there's some things going on right now. Really don't like you at this moment, but
so you pick times to put it on.
Oh yeah, and she does too. It's really a fun game.
Yeah, we have them at the house too. We've got it in a blue and also in a black. And what we try to do is have T-shirts that are conversation starters. Yesterday we talked about rise, kill, and eat, and everything that crawls on the ground is now food for you.
Yeah.
Common sense is a superpower. We try to give you shirts that are conversation starters.
Yeah.
So you can get all those at rickandbubba.com.
Coming soon, drunken donkeys.
All right, so we have this. I get so I don't know why I let things like this bother me because most people can think for themselves. I want to think that, but this thing involving Colin Kaepernick and how we get going down the wrong road with it and get off what the topic really should be. Here's another example: Reverend Jesse Jackson, which again. Has anybody ever identified a church where Jesse was actually the reverend? I mean, has that ever happened? But anyway, Reverend Jesse Jackson, and the fact that he is a reverend makes this comment even more bizarre, or claims to be a reverend. I don't know whether he really
He went to seminary. I think that's about as far as it went.
Yeah, because the way we actually live and the things we actually do show what we really believe.
Sure.
And this would be another example of that today. But he was walking out of an airport, is that right, in TMZ, which, they're going to have, the TMZ's everywhere.
Yeah.
And,
sorry, Bubba, it was the Reagan International Airport. Too.
Right. I don't know whether you can fully understand what he's saying because of the audio, but we'll at least watch it, and then we'll come back and break down what he actually said. Now, here it is.
We're calling Colin Kaepernick this generation's Muhammad Ali for taking a stand. What do you think about that? You knew Muhammad Ali.
It's interesting that when Tim Tebow took a knee, it was accepted. Kevin takes a knee, it was rejected. Both of them took a knee in protest for what they believed in. One was religion, one was for justice.
Okay, so I'm going to have to tell you what he said because it was very hard to follow.
Hey, is Jesse all right?
He's getting older. Jesse getting older. He used to really.
Yeah, he couldn't even. I couldn't hear what he was saying.
He actually sounded like he had a stroke or something.
I believe the transcript's actually in the story.
Jesse,
it is.
Jesse getting older.
He is.
Used to be
in
an
his 70s, I think.
Used to be an incredible orator, but obviously that's. It's almost as if we needed something to pry his mouth open because he was trying to narrow over his mouth.
Well, we can have lazy mouth.
We do have
here,
lazy
but,
mouth.
But that there,
we have
good
nothing
night.
to say. So here's what he.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. A brand new hour coming to you from the No Name Studio. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. We're out on the bleeding edge of technology. We come to you Monday through Friday most every day from Sweet Home, Alabama, out to the world on various platforms. And however you're with us today, whether it be live or archived, we are thankful that you are here. Find all those options at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thanks to all of you for letting us do what we do.
Bubba, we've got the So Fine 9. The Fine 9 are here. We were pulling for the Elite 8. We ended up with one extra today in the golden ticket seats. And so we welcome them from all over Rick and Bubba land as they settle in to watch the next couple hours of the live show.
Still no mariachi band, though, in the parking lot.
Anybody... y'all part of
I know a lot of them are booked today. They've got a big day.
Really got a big day. So thank you guys for being here in our golden ticket seats today. And, of course, Bubba, we give them all happy Cinco de Mayo. Hey! So, Bubba, we have, we're trying to mix in good news today.
Yeah.
I hate that Jerry Carl, Alabama 1, has to come on today, and we're going to talk about something not going to be all that pleasant. But, we have to, it's good that we know. So, welcome back to the show, Congressman Jerry Carl, Alabama 1. Jerry, welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are y'all doing?
Well, we're doing okay. I'm not excited about what here once again, a tyrannical government's trying to do a little end around on us here that you wanted to make us aware of. And this is something that you said and others are very concerned about.
And I appreciate you giving me a voice this morning and talk about it. But it's something we as Americans need to be very focused on. Anyone that fishes, anyone that hunts, anyone that wants to take their grandchildren fishing that don't fish at all need to be very knowledgeable of the issues that are coming up. President Biden is getting ready, we think, to sign an executive order which will outlaw lead in fishing lures. Whether it's something as simple as a bait cast, whether it's a lead head for your worm, or whether it's your little split shot that you actually use when you're fishing with your grandkids. Why would he do something like that? Well, the environmentalists want to tell you it's destroying our environment. That's the first step. But what it's truly after is this right here, which is ammo. I've said for years, there is no way that you can do gun control unless you control the ammo. This is lead. So what they want to say is you can't use any of these lead products on federal property. Well, how does that affect us? I hunt my own property. It's step one. That's what you have to remember. In North Alabama, where you're at, Talladega National Forest, which I grew up fishing and hunting, no longer will these lead products be allowed on that property. So they'll have to come up with an alternative that I'm sure only the rich will be able to afford. But ultimately what they're after is the ammo for the weapons that we actually defend our families with. And we hunt and we fish and we great outdoors. And I want to pass this on to my grandkids. I think it's a strong enough reason for me to want to get involved and talk about it on programs just like yours. We, the people, I'm not talking Republicans, I'm not talking Democrats. We, the people, got to stand up and say no and push back on this administration when we're dealing with these lead products.
Congressman, one of the ways that I can see them letting this creep in is, the feds already claim that they have all the waterways. If a creek on a map has a blue line, it's considered a federal waterway. And I've run into this with people trying to make ponds and things that we all did with our granddad when we were kids and make fishing holes and stuff. But they could lay claim to that even if it was on private property and say that some of that lead went into that creek, then they have authority to stop you from using it on your own property. Do you see it rolling that way?
Oh, there's no doubt about it. If they can control the lead on federal properties for hunting and fishing, now that's scary because everything we use fishing-wise contains lead. Everything we hunt with contains lead. If they can control it on federal properties, they can control it anywhere. The next step will be outlaw lead altogether. And don't think for a second this administration won't do that. I said on natural resources, I argue with these people every day. They make no sense. They shut our mines down. They shut our oil rigs down. They shut all this down, but it's okay to get it from other countries. It's okay to buy our coppers and our zincs and all of our other precious metals from other countries, but we can't mine them here. So we're dealing with some people that are not rational at all, but they're not stupid either. So that's the part we have to be very careful of.
Congressman,
I encourage all, I encourage, let me get this plug in real quick if you don't mind. I encourage all hunting clubs. I encourage all fishing groups, whether you are Republican, Democrat, Alabama, anywhere in the United States, to get on the phone and start calling some congressmen and some senators and let them know what you think about this. Your voice has got to be heard quickly.
You know, Congressman, what I don't understand, and this is where it's confusing, help me out. We already know the president said that he's basically wanting to do away with drilling for oil, but yet he wants battery cars, which requires a good bit of plastic. And from the figures we've seen, about half of every barrel of oil goes to making plastics anyway. We have a lot of plastics in the medical community. And now with them trying to outlaw lead, if I'm not mistaken, there's usually a lot of lead in batteries.
There is quite a bit of lead in battery. I appreciate you pointing that out. That is great. But, you know, that lead's coming from China, so they're not worried about that lead. They're just worried about the lead that we use on national parks. You get into the natural resources, you get into the precious metals. I mean, we have these arguments every day. I'm telling you, this administration knows what they're doing. The president may not, but his staff around him knows exactly what they're doing when it comes to these minerals. We got the largest copper find in the world in Minnesota. They pull a permit on it. Right up there outside of Birmingham, the largest met coal discovery that we can be shipping hundreds of millions of tons around the world. That's the cleanest coal you can possibly burn. And they pulled the permit on that. So it is just a constant battle and a constant pushback on this administration. But this breaks a straw to me because, I've got 30 acres in behind my house. I raised my kids hunting and fishing. I know y'all did too. It's quality time with your family. And this is not just a Second Amendment issue to me. This is a family issue for me.
Yeah, but you got to know for the left it is a Second Amendment issue.
Yeah,
eventually it all goes back to that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But Rick and Bubba, it's okay for them to have security. I get around the president and there's guns everywhere. I get around some of the congressmen that I deal with. They've got armed guards around them everywhere. I mean, they're carrying guns. So why is it they can be protected, but we can't protect our families?
Well, and what you're going to find if this happens, they're going to have all the lead they need. You just can't have it.
Yeah,
that's of course. That's how the rule. And Bubba pointed out with the batteries. You pointed out that with the precious metals that we could be mining here, batteries, the metals that they're going to require for these electric cars, we have them here, but they're not. They're going to pull permits, but we'll still bring them in from other countries. That's the part the American people need to realize, the hypocrisy of all of this. Lead is not what they're concerned about. They're after something else, and all of you have clearly pointed that out.
Yeah, you can control guns, but you can control ammo.
Absolutely.
Because you can make a gun out of a piece of pipe. But this is the key. And I was told that many years ago by an old gunsmith. And when they figure out how to control this, they've got us.
So
that's the direction
and this is the first step.
Congressman, again, rank and file folks that think that this is ridiculous. Hunting clubs, people who fish, what do they need to do? Who do they need to call? Their congressman?
Yes, write letters, call. There are lists available online. Call other congressmen. Simply call their office and say, this banning of lead products on federal property will not. I will not stand for it. You don't have to be rude. Something very simple. Put me down as a negative, because we do watch those polls as they come in. We do record every phone call that comes in. We need to hear from the hunters and the fishermen. We need our Democrat friends to get involved in this. We need them making those phone calls. I mean, we as sportsmen, we as fathers, we as mothers, we as grandparents have to get involved, or this is going to become a thing of the past. And you say, oh, well, that's you're blowing it out of proportion. No, you don't need an elephant all in one bite. You eat a little at a time. And the lead is a secret. That's their first step.
Well, also think about
let's push back. Let's be Americans. Let's push back.
Yeah, and they've already shown they'll respond to pressure. So we got to learn to put pressure on the things that we hold dear. You said you think people say, well, that'll never happen. Think about how many things that are mainstream right now in American society that you said thought you would have never seen. And there's a
and the gun and Rick and Bubba, the gun issue, it's not the guns. And I teach my family safety with guns. There's no doubt about that. Guns can kill people. But it takes somebody to pull the trigger or someone just being stupid or careless. But, we don't have a gun problem. We have a mental health issue problem. Yeah. And we see it not just in the guns. And when you get to looking at the gun numbers, those are suicides they're counting those numbers on. Yeah. Those are gang shootings that they're counting those numbers on. So when you really dwindle those numbers down, they're pretty small, but one is too many. But we as Americans have got to start pushing back and be realistic with one another. Let's be honest. We don't have a gun problem. We got a parent problem. If my mother walked in my room and found a loaded gun in my room, which wouldn't have been a big deal when I was growing up, but it's a big deal now, you need to start asking questions. Why has your kid got a 9mm with a 30-round clip hid in his car? Be parents. Be responsible. Don't expect the federal government to raise your kids, because we can't even take care of ourselves, much less your children.
There it is. Alabama 1, Jerry Carl.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you, Congressman. Let your voice be heard. You heard him say it on this issue. And this one, I know they're trying to be subtle, but if you really look at it, it's not subtle.
No. And if you don't think it can happen to you, try to make a pond on your property with a blue line running near it.
Yep. So anyway, we'll be back. So America, let your voice be heard.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Sometimes I wish my mouth didn't open as much as it does.
So that's good. That's real good. So he's asked about Kaepernick, which I know all of us, my goodness, if you look on the, you know how you have products and they have an end date on them, and if you need to sell before this date, before they become
or throw it out. Yeah.
Can we get an end date on Kaepernick? But anyway, so
I wish Minnie Mouth was here. She could read the transcript for us.
So yeah, right. So anyway, what Jesse said to the TMZ person when asked, "Is Kaepernick today's Muhammad Ali?" He said Kaepernick takes a knee and he's rejected. Tim Tebow takes a knee and they both did what they believed in, and he's accepted. And he's saying that one's about injustice and the other is about religion. One was accepted, the other was rejected. I would first of all, Jesse, that sounds good. The only problem is the two were not the same at all. It's really not even close.
That's a bizarre comparison,
right?
Isn't it?
First of all, to say that Tim Tebow was just celebrated by everybody for his commitment to his faith is, first of all, not true. He was constantly harassed about it and made fun of in interviews about his commitment to sexual purity and things like that. So I don't really think that, and he was, when people were obsessed, followed him around everywhere he went, waiting on him to do something that they could say was in conflict with what he claimed to believe. And he really was ostracized quite a bit for being so committed to his faith. But let's go back to the kneeling. Tim Tebow, first of all, and you being a reverend, was trying to acknowledge his Lord and Savior publicly, as he's called to do, but he picked time and place to do it that would not offend. Let's say that Tim Tebow said, and this would be along the lines of that bunch that protests military funerals, which I think they are completely wrong. So what if Tim Tebow said this? I think this country is now godless, and I think this country has rejected God, and God's wrath is coming down on this country. So when the national anthem is played, I'm going to kneel during the national anthem, and I'm going to give praise to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and I reject America. Do we really think that no one would have been bothered by that? So, because that's now we got apples and apples, where Kaepernick says, I cannot stand for a national anthem that stands for a country that I believe oppresses specifically African-American males, law enforcement. So, Colin Kaepernick, if he took the Tim Tebow example and picked a better time and place to try to either acknowledge what he believes in or draw attention to something he thinks needs to be corrected, he would be treating differently. He picked a bad platform. He offended tons of people and never has been able to point to what he's claiming is taking place is actually taking place on a macro level, and he continues to offend people before they ever hear what he has to say. Tim Tebow would do this almost like in preparation for a game, or if he scored a touchdown, saying, "I acknowledge my Lord and Savior right now." He certainly didn't do it during the national anthem, and he did not say that he was not proud of his country because they have rejected God. A point he probably could make, but he didn't do it because he realizes that people who during the national anthem, this is a time for a country that has had problems, good, bad, ugly. But this national anthem is simply talking about how we won our independence and then defended it again. And we as Americans believe in freedom and people's ability to have their liberty maximized, and then we hope that gives them an environment to maximize each individual potential. And a lot of people paid a price and continue to pay the price on that freedom. That's what the national anthem's about.
If Kaepernick,
and it's not the time.
Kaepernick could do exactly what he's doing in any form or fashion if he just wouldn't do it during that 1 minute to 90 seconds that the national anthem's played. That's all. I mean, it's meant to be, to be disturbing, to divide people, to get their attention. And it does bring up another thing that I've always struggled with was Muhammad Ali. I wasn't old enough, and I don't remember Muhammad Ali as Cassius Clay and the protester to the war and all that kind of stuff. When I was first introduced to Muhammad Ali, he was, dancing like a butterfly, stinging like a bee with Howard Cosell, which was a great entertainer, and I loved watching that. And I certainly understand why some people who were older than me did not care for him, the same way that I think many of us will be with Kaepernick in years to come as history rolls out on this. But, Muhammad Ali was always a tough one for me because I knew of his past and what he did. And if you've seen the movies and the documentaries, you realize, where some of that came from. But I
23 minutes now past the hour. The No Name Studio, living out here on the bleeding edge of technology. Thank you for being with us. Things you need to know. Coming up tomorrow, another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, YouTube influencer Andrew Parker, our guest. Fascinating conversation with this young man. Enjoy that over the weekend, wherever you get podcasts. Monday, be prepared. Would you like to join Bubba and Speedy and whatever celebrities they're going to play, or Speedy will play in the Pro-Am? Bubba will be hanging out this year. You can be with them, or you can pick any of the groups that we let you know about on Monday with mover and shaker Gene Hallman. He'll be back again, and if you donate the most money, you can walk with that group coming up Wednesday during the Pro-Am. This show will be live from the Pro-Am coming up on Wednesday. So if you're going to be down there, come by and see our little hangout session right there in the Coca-Cola tent, and you can come by and say hello. So we look forward to seeing some of you coming up on Wednesday. The rest of you will enjoy that around the country. Also, don't forget Monday night at Ballantrae in Pelham, Alabama, Tom Lehman is having a free golf clinic, 5 to 8 free food and drinks for the first 500 people. They'll have live music and all that, and all you have to do is just come to that. So that's all happening over the weekend and next week. And, of course, we already mentioned tomorrow night I'll be in Phoenix City, Alabama, there at Somerville Church for Man Church, and invite all of you to come to that tomorrow night. All right, so, Bubba, this story, and I'm getting emails about it, it really kind of threw me. I looked up, and I remember when I saw the first headline that the University of Alabama, their baseball coach, Brad Bohannon, that something was going on with the team and betting, and I was kind of half paying attention to the story, and I couldn't figure out why the state of Ohio was mentioned. I'm like, what is this all about? I didn't know that in Ohio that we have, a monitoring service that looks out for betting going on where it shouldn't be going on sports betting. I didn't. Oh, yeah. And it's based in Ohio.
Yeah, but it's every state has it.
Yeah, but it was that bunch that picked up that there was suspicious activity going on with Alabama's baseball team.
Right.
And then and so first of all, and Bubba, I know you're in the same boat I am in, is that and Helmsy and Speedy and possibly Adler can help us a little bit. I don't know a whole lot about the whole gambling world. Because I remember, first of all, it's not the kind of lifestyle that I would like to take on for all the potential problems with it, but also was told early on, even when I was not a follower of Christ, that I should not bet any money that I can't afford to lose. Yeah. So I never started betting. Yeah. I never found myself in that position. Right. So anyway, what exactly happened here? Because I know there's video evidence. Hey, look, it's so bad, and the evidence is so damning that the coach has been fired by Alabama with cause.
Correct. Now, Rick, according to ESPN.com, they have a published story out today that said the investigation centered on 2 bets on the LSU Tigers to win in a game against Alabama from the same unidentified customer. A source familiar with the investigation told ESPN that there's no reason to believe any student athletes were involved. Alabama's starting pitcher, ace Luke Holman, was scratched from the lineup before the LSU game because of back tightness and was replaced by sophomore Hagan Banks, who hadn't started since March the 16th. LSU won the game 8-6.
You're right, and they were winning 8-1 after 7 innings, and Alabama had a push there towards the end, but they held them off.
So the problem was this. Let me see if I have it right. The coach knows that his ace is going to scratch, which totally changes the dynamic of the game. And the allegations were that there were conversations recording that he was speaking to someone and giving him that information.
Yeah. The bet was placed out of the state of Ohio, and
but the coach was giving them information.
Well, there's surveillance footage of the coach communicating with the person that placed the bet.
That's what I mean. Yeah, saying our ace is not going to play, FYI.
Well, yeah, I don't know what he said, but they were communicating for sure. There were 2 bets. One was a parlay, which involved the LSU-Alabama game, and then there was another straight-up money line bet. And so through the investigation, they linked Coach Bohannon to the person that placed the bet. And then you have all these, and I didn't know it either, but all these states have all these safety regulations, and a firm out of Las Vegas is the one that caught it. They monitor the betting markets and issued an alert to its sportsbook clients regarding a suspicious wavering activity involving the Alabama LSU game, and so they halted all betting and wagers for the University of Alabama effective immediately.
Right.
And so then there was a widespread.
They said it's tainted now.
There was a multiple state investigation.
Inside
into this.
information.
Yeah.
So basically, what they're saying, he either placed a bet or someone placed a bet for him for LSU to win because he knew their ace pitcher wasn't going to play.
Correct.
Right? Am I following that?
Yeah. I mean, they make reference to the ace pitcher being
that's big.
Scratched from the game, but I don't know if that I don't know what was discussed. They just linked everybody together.
Well, common sense would tell me that's the information I needed from Coach.
Right. And now, by the way, Alabama, there was 2 outs. I watched this late rush, had no idea this was the game. It was 6 days ago, and LSU controlled the game. And with 2 outs, Alabama just kept scoring and kept scoring and kept scoring. And all of a sudden, the tie and run, I think, comes to the plate with 2 outs. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, knowing what we know now, what was Coach Bohannon doing on third base?
Struggling
in that box, knowing what's happened. I mean, what's he doing? What's he thinking? I don't know.
Do we know the amounts of any of these bets?
No, not right now. They just have linked, because of the surveillance footage and the widespread investigation, they have linked Coach Bohannon to the person that placed the bet.
And Alabama fired him because of that information. Multiple sources with direct information, and he was fired, among other things, for violating the standards, duties, and responsibilities expected by university employees. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Entertainer that he was, and loved watching him fight, and loved his interviews, and he that was always a tough one for me. But the Kaepernick one is not as tough because I have seen him in action, and does that make me a hypocrite in some ways? Yeah, it does, but it was just my point of view of history at that time.
Well, I'll go back. Muhammad Ali was protesting a lot of things, but I think if he had refused to stand for the national anthem, I don't know if they play those at boxing matches. Let's say he was an athlete that was in a sport where they did that. I think he would have received the same thing that Kaepernick's receiving of people who are veterans who might even like him that say, hey, this is offensive to us. And I say, to my point, apples and apples, if Tim Tebow refused to stand for the national anthem and said, at the national anthem time, I'm not going to stand because I believe this country has turned into a godless place. I am not going to idolize this flag, and I refuse to stand, and I'm going to pray and take a knee during this national anthem, that he would be getting in just as much trouble and as much pushback as Kaepernick.
Yeah, I do too.
What Jesse Jackson is suggesting is apples and oranges, and he knows it. He knows that. Kathy's in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Hey, Kathy, thank you for holding, and welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Oh, hi. Thank you. Glad to be here once again.
Yeah, we're glad you're here, Kathy.
I have a theory on where the weather machine is.
All right, so this is the weather machine that's used by presidents but only Republicans. Where is it?
Mm-hmm. Do you remember on the old Batman TV show, how did they get into have the bookshelf open to get to the bat poles?
They pushed a button.
Remember?
Oh, it was the head. It was the bust. You
push it
raised
back.
it
They
up.
lifted the head.
Right.
Okay. What did Obama take out of the Oval Office, and what did Trump put back in?
It
Made
was
a big deal about it.
It was the bust of Winston Churchill.
So, under Churchill's chin must be the knobs.
And how about his first name's Winston, which also has a W, and so does the word weather.
We got it. Mystery solved.
We've got it.
Now-
Hey, this is Nancy Cartwright. I'm the voice of Bart Simpson. You're listening to Rick and Bubba, the sexiest fat man on the radio. Woo-hoo!
Rick, absolutely. To
Thank
Nancy for calling. To Jeff in Tennessee. Jeff, welcome to the program. How are you, buddy?
Hey, buddy, I'm doing great. Monkey grass, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Tennessee. What's going on?
Hey, brother, I just wanted to thank you all for being on the tune-in out. Man, since y'all left Middle Tennessee, I've been dying.
Well, this is the thing. You know, technology is moving forward. We certainly love our radio partners, and that's still the biggest part of the audience that we have. But it's good to know that things not as good as having a terrestrial station, but still work pretty good. There's ways now for you to get the show, even if some programmer decides, you know, for some who knows what reason.
Yeah, Jeff, our ultimate goal is if you don't listen or you don't watch, for it to be your choice, not somebody else.
That's right. So is it working? Is it working okay for you?
It works great. Y'all kept. I worked third shift. Just got off about 52 minutes ago, and y'all have kept me awake laughing at night. And I just wanted to thank you guys for doing that. Y'all are rock awesome, and God bless y'all, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate you calling, buddy.
I like rock awesome.
Rock awesome. Somebody
I'm
jot
going to
down
use
rock
that
awesome.
again.
I like it
Jot that
a lot.
down.
Honey, how was your day today? Oh, Sherry, I'm glad you asked. I was referred to in the guys as being rock awesome. I like that. I'm going to write that one down.
Yep.
Tony, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you? Thanks for your patience.
I'm doing well. I appreciate you guys and what you do.
Thank you.
I just wanted to mention here about Kaepernick. He seems to be filling a space that Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton have kind of consumed for the last 4 or 5 decades. And if you look him up on Wikipedia, he's identified as a NFL football player who's in between jobs right now. But his value, his net worth is valued at $25 million. Jesse Jackson's only $10 million. Al Sharpton's $500,000. So I think that Kaepernick has found a new niche, a new place.
No doubt.
You know, filling in for Sharpton and Jackson as they're on their way out. They were both Baptist ministers and maybe a NFL, professional athlete.
Yeah. Did we ever identify an actual church that either one of those guys pastored?
As a former pastor, no, I never have.
Yeah, I was always interested in that. Well, you're right. And what Colin Kaepernick, regardless of what he might have, if you really, I still believe that it's something really quite simple that's been a phenomenon since the Garden of Eden. All right, 35 minutes past the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. There's the phone troll music. That means the lines are open and 30 seconds is king. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer grabs you. Your time on the program ends at that moment, unless you're one of the 2 people that have potential to get a timeout, one from Bubba or one from Helmsy. But I would not count on that because there's only 2 and we got 10 lines. So anyway, most of you need to go ahead and get your thoughts into a 30-second capsule. Now, we may comment on it if you like us to do that, but there's no meaningless shout-outs. That's instant buzzer. That you can't do that. Shameless plugs. that's an instant buzzer. So you can't do that. This is about comments, questions, bringing information to the table. Speedy is taking your phone calls. I know some of you were traumatized by Speedy's antics yesterday. Not a time to talk to him about that. He's trying to get you set up, ready to go. So all the lines are available. Move right now. As you're doing that, I will point you to mypillow.com/Bubba. mypillow.com/Bubba. Beach towels, beach blankets, and sandals. They are 50% off right now as you get ready for the warmer weather. Also, they do have the Giza Dream Sheets. They're down to $29.98. And that wonderful MyPillow 2.0, it is did we think that Pillow Perfection, we thought it was perfect. And that's until Mike Lindell found out about the new temperature regulating technology that was available that keeps you comfortable throughout the night, and added that to the MyPillow 2.0. And they're buy one, get one free right now, and you're going to love it. So go to mypillow.com/Bubba so you can be comfortable now day or night. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, which will take you right where you need to be to get all the specials that I just mentioned. To the phones we go, Bubba. Let's get started. Danny is out of Nashville. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. Danny, 30 seconds and go.
Good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
We're great.
Fantastic.
So I've been a listener for years. We had Speedy Streak at the Pro-Am.
Yep.
We had Greg Shirtless at the Pro-Am. What if Greg showed up with a box and a sign that said free puppies next week?
Not a bad idea. I don't think they'll quite be weaned yet, but the idea is still fantastic, and you will get credit for a good idea there.
But there'll be other opportunities to have the box of puppies.
I think if they were weaned right now, that we would do that next Wednesday. Let's go to Chase out of Coleman, Alabama, listening to ZZK. Chase, go ahead.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
All right, so I want to tell you about a time when I was about 8 years old, and I went to Alabama Adventure, and Drake and Josh from the Nickelodeon TV show, and you two fellas was there. Well, do y'all remember that?
I do remember that event, and it was only one of them from Drake and Josh, but yeah, I do remember that. Yes, I do. I certainly do. Good to hear from Chris Farley from The Dead. Remember when he did the interview thing? He'd ask people, obviously, you remember that? When he asked Paul McCartney if he remembered being in the Beatles. Golly.
Was he bringing that up because of the recent legal trouble that one of them has been in, or I don't know what?
Probably should have brought that up if that's what he's doing.
What is the legal trouble?
Young girl.
Which one? Fat one or not? Former fat one or the other one?
The other one.
The other one. The one that was in concert. That was the one that was in concert.
Okay. Yeah.
I heard it had to do with
Former
Alabama,
big, now skinny
LSU.
was not in concert. It was the one that's always been lean.
Yeah.
Whichever one that is.
The little guy.
And he's also the one that has faced the recent legal trouble.
Okay.
And he was betting on college baseball games.
That is correct. And let's go to Jeff in Mexico. Jeff, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, buddy.
So I'm in Cozumel for 3 months as a work from home. About last week, I realized, hey, I'm going to be in Mexico for Cinco de Mayo. So I started to get excited about it and look forward to it. Well, guess what events are happening in Cozumel for Cinco de Mayo?
What?
That would be nada. And obviously, my first thought was, I can't have nothing.
I mean, you can't even have Cinco de Mayo. I mean, even if you're in Mexico. Yeah, Bubba mentioned this on, was it yesterday? Or
Earlier in the week.
Earlier in the week. This is something Americans have done to sell beer. In Mexico, they don't even, this is not even a thing there, right? Obviously not. We just heard from a guy in Mexico.
Well, it was a minor skirmish, minor victory for the Mexican army over the French army. I understand. That's what I've been told.
Yeah.
And but I think this is another case where Americans just look for a holiday they can drink on.
Yep, I think you're right.
You know, who do you think drives the holiday business more, the alcohol companies or the greeting card people?
Yeah, if Greg was here, he'd answer that. Because remember, he's going off on rants on that like crazy. But by the way, speaking of that,
you could drink a reading card. He'd really have something.
Speaking of cold beer, Red Sox fans, they say snub Bud Light at Fenway Park.
Have you seen the pictures of the Bud Light stand? It's totally, there's no line.
They said that they showed a picture of the concession stands that are selling Bud Light, and they said a tumbleweed could blow through it. They're calling it a ghost town. Even Boston Red Sox fans won't drink Bud Light. Yeah. And that's not exactly a conservative bunch, I wouldn't think.
No.
We continue. Let's go to John in Ozark. John, listen to us on 107.7. Go ahead.
Hey, man, I fell on some stairs last week. I broke 9 ribs and punctured a lung.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, well, come on. How about some common sense legislation to get stairs out of my existence? I'm a doddering old fool just like the president, and I deserve protection, too. They're still making stairs. There's companies that do nothing but make stairs. Come on, man.
Yeah, it makes about as much sense. I love you making that point. Speaking of that, did you see the president isn't going to the King's coronation tomorrow? Now, I know they're going to try to tell us that he's not going because he's really got his nose to the grind, and Jill's only going to go. But we all know if you have any relatives who have Alzheimer's, these kind of trips are very difficult, and you only go on trips if you don't have any choice. And he hasn't – nobody's seen him in 4 days.
Yeah, 4 days he's been AWOL, and, he just announced his re-election campaign.
Mm-hmm.
You think after you re-announce, you would be on the road hot and heavy.
You would think. You would think.
Did you see, too, where the DNC has said there'll be no debates during the primary season?
Yeah, look, exactly.
No debates and apparently no appearances.
Right.
Is that going to extend to the actual, between the two parties?
I don't think they can't call that
general.
Can
They call half of it.
They can say they're not going to do it. Yeah, I guess they can. You're right. Yeah, but good question.
When they initially announced that, I thought that meant there were going to be no debates. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
VW out of Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Go ahead.
Hey, did y'all notice in that story about Bohannon, the bet, that the bet was placed at an MGM Sports Betting, which is located inside Great American Ballpark, where the Cincinnati Reds play?
Yeah.
But you can place a bet at the ballpark?
Oh, yeah. I noticed that. Yeah.
Well, with it being, the home of Pete Rose, why are we allowing betting?
Oh, that's a good one.
Such a conflict.
Gosh, that's good.
Your contradiction.
That's really good. He probably helped build it.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well, he was betting so much they needed a window there.
Dylan in Hansville. Dylan, go ahead.
What's going on, Rick and Bubba? Rick and Bubba.
All right, that is that all you were going to do? Let's go to.
It's a lot of work to get to that point.
Tommy in Pensacola. Tommy, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Biggins, how y'all doing?
We're good, buddy. We're good.
Hey, I haven't listened in a long time, so if y'all talked about this, I know Helmsy is going to call me a bip here in a bit, but
we'll see.
But you guys have access to Tuberville, and I'm just wondering. I know you guys said the only way we can make change is when we vote, and I get that. I understand that. But we are pouring billions upon billions into the Ukraine, and it's like we have no say where our money is going. Why is that?
I will say this. Tuberville was on, and I was surprised he went there, but he didn't go as far as saying we're going to stop doing it, but he did go as far as to say we gotta have a little more accountability in all this, and I'm sure there's some. But he doesn't like the fact that we're just appear to be throwing money and not asking enough questions, and also trying to see is it even being effective.
Yeah, I mean, are we just prolonging the war?
Right.
Or are we actually trying to win it or stop the old Soviet aggression out of Russia? So, there's a problem that if they kept rolling, that we would be involved, and I think you have to look at that too. We don't like what they're doing, but where does it end? And I thought he was tapping the brakes on that a lot more than I'm hearing a lot of other people talk about it.
And I agree with him. I look at it almost like, you're all in to try to help, like a child that's an adult that's going through a rough patch. But sooner or later, if that kid keeps
what do you mean by that?
If that kid keeps asking you for money over and over again, at some point you go, okay, so is there an end to you asking for this money? I mean, do you now think I'm in a position that you can ask me for money anytime and I cannot question it? And if a country ever gets herself in that position, saying, well, I mean, if you don't give me the money I need, I mean, you for the Russians? I mean, they find themselves in a pretty influential spot to get all the money they want. And now, the Ukrainian government hasn't exactly been as pure as the driven snow. So you can't get to a point where you're considered mean and evil if you ask questions.
Well, we need a plan.
Right.
How does this end?
Right.
Are you going to defeat Russia?
Yeah.
Are you going to be able to sue for peace? What's the deal?
Yeah, because we need $50 trillion for climate change.
Yep.
Rick and Bubba.
And that is that Kaepernick did not become this activist until he started dating a girl who was, and she started telling him, well, I can't believe you're not using your platform to talk about what's being happening to our men and law enforcement and all that. And I really believe he got nagged into it. Now once it started,
too far gone.
Yeah, because he wasn't acting that way till he started dating her. And so now what's happened now is it's become, as you just said correctly, Tony, this is now the new thing. Because I got news for you. Racial unrest is big business.
Mm-hmm.
It's been big business for quite a long time. And certainly there was a time when it was sincere because you could clearly see the oppression, as we've said many times. But then after that seemed to get resolved, kind of like we just talked about, you being a pastor, we talked about in the Bible study yesterday that's out on the podcast and all the social platforms and in the archives on CRTV. We were talking about the difference in justification versus sanctification. And I think, when Martin Luther King Jr., finally was able to get the Civil Rights Act, accomplished, that was kind of like justification. All right, we've acknowledged the problem. We've tried to do something about the problem, and then everything since then has been very much in the racial world like sanctification, which is a process that's very hard and it's not easy, and it never quite gets perfected, but it's an ongoing process. And now Colin Kaepernick is trying to do what was needed for justification in the middle of sanctification, and it just doesn't hold the same. Nobody can see what he's pointing to, like they could with Dr. King. And so I think that now people are like, well, is this something that's really happening? Is this something that's sincere, or has this now become, as you just said, the new marketing of the brand Kaepernick?
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm looking on my computer screen. There's a caption here at the Just Do It, I guess, tweet. But you see his face and it says, believe in something, even if it means sacrificing everything. How shallow is that?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, first, what has been sacrificed? I mean, now, if he was still that quarterback that came to the 49ers and took him to the Super Bowl, and he did this, and then they wouldn't let him be quarterback anymore, I guess that makes sense, that line. But that didn't happen. I mean, it's the only reason why he's not playing right now is nobody thinks he's a good enough quarterback for all of this protesting to be worth it. We've said it 1,000 times. There's players playing right now with big contracts that joined him in the protest, and it didn't hurt their career.
Like Marshawn Lynch sits every national anthem. He sits on the bench every national anthems. Who started it at featured tailback for the Raiders this past week?
Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah.
You know why? They think he's the best halfback they have. That's why they start him. And him sitting down during the national anthem. Does anybody even talk about it?
Not really.
And it hadn't affected his career any. As a matter of fact, we're down now to a total of maybe.
I think there was 2 Ravens and him. I mean, 2 Dolphins and him.
So we had 3 players. So it's kind of fading anyway, which is why I think a lot of people are kind of moving on from it. Is it really a big issue involving NFL football right now?
Look, with Colin, he didn't say anything about it till he wasn't playing. Right. I mean, that's the whole thing. It's and like you said, there hasn't been discrimination against anybody who's earned the job that they're playing. They don't care what they're doing.
No, Marshawn Lynch is the perfect example because he is still making big money, still toting the ball, still starting every game, and still sitting for every national anthem. So what's different with him and Colin Kaepernick? I'll tell you what's different. People think he's a good enough running back to help the team, and nobody thinks Colin Kaepernick is a good enough quarterback to help their team with the baggage that'll come with it. If he was a better player, nobody would care. Yep. If you leave us, have a big day. You got more Rick and Bubba. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Right, Bubba, we have a possible UFO update.
What the?
You know, Rick, this one is a little odd. in the way that all this is going down.
Mr. Bussy.
Now, this is not direct contact that we're aware of.
Well.
But when I say black helicopter, I really mean it in this story.
So now
this is odd. I'm going to give you this is odd behavior.
Well, a lot of people are saying, I'll tell you what, we can explain it. This is exactly the kind of stuff we've been talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's
very. I don't know if there's any better intro we have. I just want you to know
I agree with that.
I've never heard that.
Well, it's a scientific outlet that has recently changed hands. It was originally built by the military in
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Our number 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so as we work our way back from the break, so Tucker Carlson, two things we'll talk about. Tucker Carlson had an appearance in my hometown last night at the OPAC, Oxford Performing Arts Center. And after everything's been going, Tucker alone is a big draw, but after what he's been through, now even a bigger draw. And Helmsy, you got an email from somebody that was there last night. I got some. It had to be bad information. we talked about it on the show, and I mentioned I bet that's a hard sellout. And then I got a text, somebody saying, "Well, I really don't think it is sold out," and whatever. But you said this guy, and I find it hard to believe it wasn't sold out.
I just went on Twitter and searched Tucker Carlson, Oxford, and there's a lot of pictures and just comments about the event. Said it was great and it was sold out.
Yeah, I thought so too, and that doesn't surprise me at all.
And it looks that way too, based off the pictures.
Yeah, so I think that was bad information. But somebody, did they say that he said something big is coming? Was that when?
That's what one of the people that tweeted out that actually had a chance to speak with him prior to the event told him.
Yeah,
big things to come.
Well, what the people at Fox News and those large corporations are going to learn, that when you had somebody down, I don't know what the contract says about what he can do when, but what they're going to find out is people that develop a following like Tucker Carlson, and look, there's people that have a different view of things that have giant followings too. I mean, anybody who has those kinds of followings, all you're doing is cutting them loose so they can be more independent and do even better, and then take people away from you. That's all you're doing.
Yeah.
And so that people that get locked in like that, they're more loyal to Tucker Carlson than they are to Fox News.
Yeah.
And so you'll lose those people in that time slot anyway, or whatever he decides to do. So he says big things are coming. So, yeah, I don't have any concern that Tucker's going to be okay.
Well, he's got $100 million offer on the table.
Right.
I mean, that ain't too bad.
So, and
it's good to have in your back pocket.
Right, and they said that the speech was really good.
Yeah, they did. They said what he did was pretty powerful.
Okay.
If you guys want it, I got Megyn Kelly talking about how Fox News' ratings have tanked in his departure.
Oh, do you? Okay, yeah, let's hear that.
If you guys want it, it's new from her.
Okay.
They've lost almost 2/3 of the audience that helps pay their bills. They're left with about 1/3 of their audience. I mean, that's stunning. And I looked up and down the board at the rest of the prime time, which, with all due respect to the daytime, is all anyone gives a shit about over there.
Sorry about that.
Right there. Hey. I love that podcast world.
Didn't know.
Hey, and don't miss the shirt she's wearing. I love it, by the way. Did you see the shirt she was wearing?
Didn't know Megyn Kelly would drop.
Oh, she will, by the way.
I had no idea.
Yeah, old dirty mouth.
All right, let that build back up for a minute
Okay,
here.
I'm glad you caught it.
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
Well, you know what?
I'm
You
sorry.
just-
Don't say thank you,
Yeah,
Speedy.
thank you.
I'm
That's what you get for
sorry.
yesterday. That's
okay,
awesome.
okay, buddy.
There you go.
All right. Megyn Kelly, I had no idea.
And
I just wish Greg would have been here.
I had no idea.
And of course, for a lot of our audience,
Did you push the right button?
There's no way to get it. Well, you know what? The dump button is down here.
You did. I
Yeah,
saw it. It's
yeah,
building
it's
back
building
up.
back.
You got it.
He got it.
Yeah.
but-
YouTube heard it. But
Yeah, sure, but there's nothing I can do for them.
And my dad claims it's not even a cuss word. So
Right,
Yeah.
and my dad too.
Yeah.
Right, and Greg claims that.
Yeah.
so-
We
Anyway,
consider
the
that
ratings are down.
We
Right.
consider that uncle
Yeah.
speak.
And some of the younger pastors, same thing.
All
so-
right. Hey, your reaction though? It was precious.
Yeah,
It's
well,
like somebody goosed you in the side.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I had no idea. Megyn Kelly, I thought she was.
Oh, no.
Okay.
All right. Well, there you go.
Well, there it is. Ratings are down.
Yeah. Those numbers she's
A
throwing out are
third.
big numbers. I don't know where she's getting that, but maybe. I mean,
But she's talking about that time slot, right?
Yeah.
Not the whole day.
Yeah, she says
And that goes to Rick's point.
Yeah, well, what I said, of course, that's prime time. But and she's saying that was the point she said in a more colorful way.
You heard what she thought about it?
The other, they'll come back and say, well, our other parts are doing great. She goes, but nobody really cares about that the way they do prime time.
Yeah.
Most people don't sit around during the day. Most people are working and come and watch prime time. So
prime time's their only shot.
Yeah, and advertising rates during prime time versus
It's probably that 1 hour probably covers as much as the rest of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Combined.
Yeah. So anyway, so Tucker Carlson sounds like his appearance went great, and he will be coming to a platform near you. So we'll see. Now, Helmsy, you were asking me about what happened yesterday. Last time yesterday, y'all looked out in the parking lot, and I had a truck with an old cabinet in the back of it, and I was trying to figure out what to do with it. And I didn't know anytime you have to go to the dump. We've talked about over the years. Our show probably updates people on going to the dump as much as anybody. And you got to be in the right mindset when you go to the dump.
Yeah, you do.
And you got to be able to hold your breath for a certain amount of time. You know what I mean? Because when you go to a landfill, guess what's at the landfill?
Trash. Stinky trash too.
And it's a different kind of experience.
Yeah.
And so
you got to hope the wind's blowing right that day.
Yeah,
that's key.
Well, here's the other thing. By the way, unfortunately, Speedy, you were wrong. Yeah, where you told me that
you couldn't put it in the dumpster.
No,
well, and
really,
I'll say
all
this:
the way in the back.
They shot me down.
Oh, I thought you were telling me we were wrong because we dumped it because
So
we
you
didn't.
had to you had to ride all the way through.
They didn't stop you at the dumpsters.
Well, here's
I thought that they would.
Well, the reason you thought that is you didn't walk out there and look at it. From here, it didn't look as big. It was bigger than you think it was. It was laying down.
Yeah, it was probably what
I agreed with you until I went out.
It was probably 7 feet tall.
Oh yeah, it was long.
Yeah, so I had to. I was told to go to Category A, the letter A.
Okay.
And I didn't know what that meant. And
I hadn't been there in a while. I didn't know you had that.
I didn't
you
either.
By category.
Well, the problem was, because this is kind of, they put me in there where people there's a lot going on there. I mean, there was a tremendous amount of traffic. There were people in serious rigs with serious trailers. Mm-hmm. And I come in there with lift kit, with a old cabinet in the back of it. And I don't know whether I left it, and I didn't know what to. I just pushed it out.
Okay, that's what you're supposed to do.
Okay,
but I mean,
then a bulldozer will get it.
Yeah,
out.
it was.
People that are working in Category B will eventually get back over to Category A.
Can I tell you
Category
something
A is
that,
where people mean business. They put me in something called industrial something.
Can I tell you something interesting about that dump too? When they first built that, it was way out in the country, and now there's like neighborhoods on either side of it. Have you noticed that?
Well, I bet that's a good smell when you're cooking out.
They've got a beautiful entrance. Considering we're in a county called Shelby County, and I will say that Shelby County landfill has it's almost like you're going into a prestigious neighborhood.
It's done
really
up right
nice.
now.
Yeah. Now you're concerned about wind direction if you live.
You
around
are,
there.
but I will say this. But you're a landfill, and your budget for landscaping was surprising to me. You got a tremendous amount of landscaping on that entrance. I mean, you keep it real nice and neat, and all that. You got a really cool sign. But you're a dump.
You are.
I mean,
question, because I've tried it. I didn't succeed. When you stepped out of the truck, did you try holding your breath?
I did.
How long did you last?
Not long enough.
I know. I thought I could hold my breath longer, and
especially
I did.
when I realized that I tied it in there so it would be sure enough snug.
Do you ever see anything at the dump and you go, I wonder why somebody threw that away?
No.
Yeah.
No. I'm just trying to get out of
there. I'm so terrified that I'm afraid to look anywhere. And the thing that I love is when I realized I had some brand new tennis shoes on. And I thought, well, here I am standing in garbage. All right, top the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
47 when
Correct.
it realized the sun could interfere with radio communications via sunspots and that kind of thing.
That's right.
The National Science Foundation ran the facility from 1960s until last year when the operation was transferred to Aurora, AURA, and New Mexico State University. But something very strange happened this week there. Reports of Black Hawk helicopters, federal agents swooped in, closed the facility. Staff and visitors have been told to stay away and that the facility for now is closed. But it has been surrounded by federal agents, Black Hawk helicopters, and other oddities going on. Now, this report is not coming from some outliers. This is coming from the sheriff in that county, Benny House. He told the local newspaper, "I don't know why the FBI would get involved so quick and not tell us anything," unquote.
We did actually track down one of the workers that was there on what they saw.
This thing was 10 foot tall. He had beautiful hair. I come out here and rough talked him and run him off. And I said, "Get away from here. Get. And he went right back out that path again. He looked like he had 6 fingers on each hand."
Y'all are not helping the validity of the story with that.
Right. Eyewitness.
The AURA is the Association of Universities for Research in Astronomy, and they are the new keepers of this facility, but it was run by the military up till last year.
I love when Bubba seriously sits up real tall.
Yeah. And they, but
he
it
gets
is
mad when
odd.
everybody starts hacking on it.
It is odd. The military built this facility to study sunspots. They gave it back to civilians, and then they swarmed it and closed it down. Don't you find that odd?
Yeah.
I just find that to be
Greg,
rather odd.
anything happening with Coast to Coast on this one?
I hadn't listened. I hadn't listened in a while.
This is a quote from the sheriff. Rick.
Every bit of Bank 9 you got.
There's a Black Hawk helicopter, a bunch of people around antennas, and work crews on towers, but nobody is telling us anything.
Hey,
And this is Billy
Calvin
House.
Parker from the Pascagoula abduction. You're listening to Rick and Bubba.
Thank you, Calvin.
Somebody asked me the other day. They really did. They asked me the other day if we are now the new Coast to Coast.
Yeah,
since Art
we've
Bell,
had a theme.
since Art Bell has died.
Oh, they still on there.
Now
they've got some
George
scary
Norrie.
theory every night.
George
Rick.
Norrie.
Well, one of the guys got real emotional about it because they start claiming, what y'all are claiming is happening is not really happening, and all that, and they talked to him.
It's still real to me, damn it.
So.
He wants it to be a serious segment. Sorry, Bubba.
Oh, you know better, Rick.
Rick, didn't they interview
sorry.
somebody that's on the side actually helping clean it up?
I love how we're trying to mouth.
Now everybody.
We need signals. Like,
Doo-doo. There was a jalapeno on a stick.
I heard the smell was real bad.
Yeah, I did too. I wouldn't go down there for a week.
I heard they were all doing it.
You know what my theory is for this putrid smell?
What's that?
People that are overweight, wanting to lose weight, come down here. You won't eat for a week.
Hank.
There I am doing it.
Okay.
There all my buddies are. They're doing it too, and we're all doing it together.
I heard they were playing cornhole too. And it was stupid.
Stop. Can you please stop?
I guess that's what I heard.
Stop it right now! We will stop this tournament! This is stupid! This is absolutely ridiculous! Get out of here! We will stop this tournament right now! We are adults, and this is ridiculous! It is a cornhole tournament fundraiser!
Every time.
Studying it.
So, Bubba, bottom line.
Yeah, I'm looking
Is
at
there
their
any snack
website.
cakes laying around there?
So what you're saying, bottom line, and I know we've lost you for the rest of the show now. Because,
good.
But I know for the bottom line is we've got this observatory that has
Trying to bring it back in.
Black Hawk helicopters around it, and everybody wants to know what's going on out there.
Well,
I'll
from
tell you what's
from
going
their
on.
website.
Yeah.
Can I read you what they say?
Please, sure.
There's a big
we-
wood pile beside it.
I heard it had llamas around there.
We can't call for this kind of stuff every time something happens, and I'm not going to be part of it.
The llama Bernie attacked me, knocked me down in the wood pile, and tried to stomp on me. If I'd had my gun on me at the time, he wouldn't have gotten over. I usually carry it.
All right, Bubba, go ahead from the website.
Go ahead. I heard they told her.
I don't think I'm going to be a part
Stole
of
a
this.
cheese grater, too.
Okay, let's hear this
And
first.
some soap.
Bubba, what does their website say?
I'm not saying.
Please, I want to
I'm
hear
not
it.
saying. No,
Can
look
I-
it up for yourself.
Can I please hear it?
Rick, some guy named Jordan was involved.
Guys, come on. We're not going to do.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
And the guy that ran it was,
a cheese grater?
the guy that ran it was Mr. Allen. I don't know if you heard about
I
it.
knew we'd eventually get around to that.
Sure.
Six and a half minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. We're back. Speedy Helmsy Adler here, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. That's all.
Yes, and I apologize that what Megyn Kelly said did not get dumped, but now all of y'all can have that discussion that we were having. Remember, and only my dad, Greg, apparently Dabo Sweeney, and military people everywhere, there is a dispute on what are actual cuss words.
Right.
And that one has always been, according to what group you're in, whether that is a cuss word or not.
That falls under uncle
Right.
language.
Yeah,
my
I remember
family, so.
getting an entire speech on the difference between something being profane and just a little rough.
Yeah.
And they would take that word and said that doesn't go into profane. And I'm like,
Probably should be avoided, but you wouldn't get in bad trouble.
My mother wouldn't let me say it, and that was always kind of my thing. If mom was against it, then and my
She
grandmother,
drew the line.
oh, my grandmother, I mean, she would tear you up with a switch and wouldn't even wait for you to go get it. She'd just get her own.
Lisa said that's actually what Greg said when he saw the puppies.
I bet he did. I bet he did. So,
but
anyways,
the ratings have gone down.
Yeah. Thank you, Adler. Thank you for thinking on your feet. And you know what you thought, and I'm not even going to get on you because I think you thought Megyn Kelly was a safe bet. You thought it was.
I thought Megyn Kelly was safe, but she's not.
No, she's not. No,
Yeah.
she's
a wild card. Not on that platform.
I hope she's not kissing people with that mouth.
I guess so.
All right, so there we go. Bubba, let's look into the bizarre world that we are in right now, and of course that would include another transgender update today. Some doozies today. Well, Bubba, we have a lifeguard that looks like they're not going to get the gig. Now, see, I know that
I'm sorry, but this is funny.
I know that the trans community is not looking for me to be their PR agent, but I could help. I mean, if you're going to try this and you're going to demand this, you can't overplay your hand. I mean,
the way the story is written, and
Yeah.
the outline of it from Daily Mail is
my
what
goodness.
got me tickled.
I
This
bet
is
Babylon Bee will have a blast.
This is in Jacksonville, Florida. They held a session for those hoping to be hired as lifeguards for this summer. During the tryout, a transgender male who was a biological female.
Don't miss that.
But wants to be a male.
Identifies as being a male now.
Identifies as a male. Did not have a top on.
Because male lifeguards are not required to wear one.
And this particular person who is transitioning had not had the surgery yet.
Right.
To remove the equipment upstairs.
Correct. Well said. Well said,
buddy.
Yeah. So this
No
this,
dump
so
there.
this
That's what
biological
happens when I eat cookies.
This biological female walks out to the pool area with kids and teenage males everywhere, shirtless, still biologically female in that particular part of her anatomy, or now he wants to say his anatomy, and expected everybody just to be okay with that. I mean, see, no, No, I don't understand why you couldn't say I'm going to identify as a man, but I will have a shirt on, and I will be appropriate because I'm not where you can't. I
know, Rick. Good night. Look at that.
I mean, the you just can't do that. I mean, you can't now. They did say some of the people there started feeling comfortable that she would be able to rescue them because she probably could float better.
Right.
But I mean, just one of the things that was said. It was kind of you had to listen. It was kind of off.
In the story written by like real professionals, it says who identifies as male but has not had top surgery.
Well, there you go.
Isn't that funny?
Top surgery.
But here's the part that concerns me about mental illness. You can't discern that on your own. You can't believe that people thought that wasn't the way to go. You couldn't yourself go, of course, I acknowledge that I've got to maybe have some surgery, which, or whatever. But until then, I will wear something appropriate. But I just want y'all to know that I identify as a man.
Children were in the pool within 15 to 20 foot from this person. Wow. That's what it says.
Megyn Kelly actually weighed in. Do you guys want to hear what she had to say about it? I haven't checked it though yet.
Well, they said the pool went in there immediately and says this is not appropriate. These kids, when they're here tomorrow, we do have a drag queen show lined up for them, but at least everybody knows what's going to happen.
Yeah. Good night. Look at that.
We completely lost our minds. And by the way, an update. We did the story, Bub. It was a day you had to leave early. We did the story where now another biological male back over here has been named Queen of the Mountain as the biological male went into mountain biking on one of the toughest terrains and, of course, destroyed all records that were set by, no pun intended, were accomplished by female athletes. And I think that Martina has weighed in on it now.
Yeah, I think the young lady's name is Austin Killips. Is that right?
See, staying with the gender bender name, that's not going to help.
Yeah, Martina Navratilova is speaking out about this, saying, look again. She's saying this is another example. Look, the females cannot compete against a male who says that they're a female.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know as much about tennis as y'all do, as you well know. But I will say this, if I recall, Martina is still a member of the LGBTQ community. It's not like this is some staunch conservative.
Right. I'm glad she's speaking out about this.
And
of course. Carries weight.
Well, you know who would agree with her, too? That would be Bruce Caitlyn Jenner.
Right, exactly.
Who also is a member of the community. Yeah. So it's not like the whole community even agrees on this. And because, you know what, there is some logical, clear thinking on some of this, like put a shirt on, and biological males shouldn't be competed against biological females, but in your private life, or we need to develop another league, you can live your life the way you want.
Yeah.
Okay. And but see that's all just sounds. You don't take the illogical and then just add more illogical things. It's almost like we're just throwing. Somebody says throw some more illogical in this illogical soup. It's not quite spicy enough.
Right. Did we mention? I thought we did, but did we mention the man that participated in the women's poker tournament and won? Have you seen?
I saw the story.
Have you seen a picture of him?
I was trying
to
figure
look at
out.
that great goatee.
Who is this?
This is a man that won a women's poker tournament. Florida man won women's poker tournament.
Wow!
It was the World Series of Poker's ladies event in Florida, and he won.
No, he didn't try to change his appearance.
He just wandered in there and said, "I'm female," and sit down, got him some chips.
It's like if Gary grew a beard and sat down and played poker.
You know, I mean, I figure. You know, some days I feel like a woman, like Shania Twain.
And he found a loophole. Florida casinos, by law, cannot ban men from entering a women's tournament.
No. Well, I guess they can't because it might hurt somebody's feelings.
Well, then why call it a women's tournament?
Well, you probably should. You probably just won't call it a tournament.
He took home about 5,500.
They did say, though, that there was one biological male, by the way, did you know this, that went to compete with females and still lost? It was a talking contest. Did y'all?
Boy, are you going home? I mean, what are you doing today? What are you doing today?
You know what?
You're going to get in trouble for that one.
Oh, wait a minute. I may have just missed time then.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's just
Yeah, you
got
did,
off
Rick.
in it, didn't you?
Sure did, buddy.
Boy,
Fun
we
Zone
were
Friday, too.
We were yucking it up, wasn't
like
we?
me yesterday.
Look, now concerned.
Oh, yeah. I think I got one shot, but, boy, it doesn't look good. So I don't. Somebody, Bubba wrote that down for me, and I just delivered it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm
All
just
right,
saying.
so what is
As good as that soundbite is, think of all of them it's cost you, though.
Yeah.
Well, gosh, that's so true.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Allen. I hope you're not too mad at me. I was running a little bit late this morning, and I was hoping you wouldn't be too mad with me.
And the crazy thing about it, the guy had a
So
beard
funny.
and they made him
So
eat it.
funny.
No, we're
That
not,
was
we're not
crazy.
doing all those.
And they were looking for a snack cake and they couldn't find it.
And for some reason, Half Head was there.
Half Head was there. Hey, look, there's Half Head.
No, seriously, go ahead, Bubba. Tell us more.
You know, I wasn't the one who wanted to do this story to begin with.
I know. Go ahead and let
You were doing it in protest?
I mean, you try to help
I'm
people
going to put
out.
this on the tour of my high-tech bucket list places we got to go.
Sunspot?
Mark that down.
that what-
Sunspot Solar Observatory, if it ever opens up again.
Yeah, if the government ever lets us back in there again, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I got you, but you had a positive one earlier. America, as we continue, we've heard all sorts of different words that have been developed, snowflakes and, rooms where people can go. What are these rooms called? Little safe rooms where
safe rooms.
nobody can be mean to you, or if you feel like anybody is, seeing the word Trump might be something you can't get past and things like that. So now, as the lunacy that is our society today just continues, we now, and plus we're just so ready to give the microphone to people now. Maybe I shouldn't say anything about that. How long we've been doing this show? But anyway, are we all familiar with part of our education at times would be an assignment that would require us to do an in-class presentation? Does everybody remember that?
Yep.
Raise your hand if that's happened to you. Yeah, okay. Terrible. And then, of course, it really gets kind of really out there when you go and take a class that is called speech class.
Oh, yeah.
You familiar with that? Took that?
Yep.
A speech is where you get up in front of somebody and talk loud
is.
enough for everybody to hear.
It is. Now, there are some people that getting up in front of people is very, very difficult for them
Terrifying to people.
Terrifying to people. As a lot of you may not be surprised, it's never bothered me in the least. Sometimes maybe it would have been better if it had. But anyway, so I understand this is not easy for everyone, but I would go back to this. Can I tell you what was not easy for me? A lot of classes that I took and what the teacher required of me to do. And I never went to the teacher and said, well, you've asked me to write a 50-page report on one of the states of the United States of America. I'm not really into that. I don't like writing. I don't like writing along. I don't like reading. I don't like researching. I don't like any of that. And it gives me anxiety to have this report hanging over me like this. So I just wish you would not have this assignment. It's too much anxiety for me to have to do this report. I would had anxiety a lot of times in school because, as my wife finally told me when she started investigating my educational run, she said, Rick, I just want to bring something up. All tests are hard that you're not prepared for. And I said, well, that's true. But so that preparation or lack of preparation would bring what? Anxiety. And so sometimes when you have something in your personality or you have a quirk, instead of everybody always catering to it, sometimes it's good for us to be forced and be taught how to overcome it when the situation requires it.
Talking about getting out of your comfort zone?
Right. Well, yeah, because things like I may not like to talk to people, but in order to get a job at some point, I may have to do a job interview. Maybe my job requires me to speak to people at the office. It might require for me to interact with clients. Now, it may not be my thing, but I need to learn. Like my kids, myself included, there's things socially that are hard for us. But instead of me making society cater to me and my children, or my children and me, I've told my children, you must learn to adapt to survive. Okay, and so you have to be able to get through some of these things that you're not gifted at, or you don't enjoy, or make you uncomfortable. Here's the thing: I would think also it'd be helpful in the spiritual realm for someone, because I can't find in the Great Commission, talking about that a lot today, where it said go out and make disciples unless that's not your personality.
Right.
It isn't in the scripture. So what I'm saying is we got to be able to sometimes not just say, well, this is hard for me, so I don't want society to ever ask it of me. And now teens are protesting about in-class presentations.
And Rick, before we go to what they're doing, to make that point a little further, according to a recent survey by the Association of American Colleges and Universities, oral communication is one of the most sought-after skills in the workplace, with over 90% of hiring managers saying it's important.
Point made.
And that's why we go to school, to get an education.
Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show coming to you from the No Name Studio. Welcome to our golden ticket seats today as they are enjoying the program. And it is official. My timing was poor. I got a text from Sherry. She said, you got no room to talk, with exclamation point. Yes, you timed this poorly.
Did she say cram it clown?
She has now sent me the picture of the clown. I text back, at least I didn't do what Speedy did yesterday. I didn't know what to do. I panicked.
Why'd you bring me in?
I panicked.
Here you go.
And
but that does bring it home.
So there you go. And
so, Rick, we were having a discussion in the break, and I'm not familiar with this player, Speedy. How do you say his name?
I'm not sure.
Wander
Franco?
Wander Franco?
My name is Wander Franco.
Rick, the clip,
I'm just guessing.
The clip says he's just unlocked a new level of breaking the unwritten rules of baseball.
So what are unwritten rules of baseball? What do they mean?
Well, is this that where you're showing off pimping again?
Yeah, this is the fielding version of pimping a home run. Yeah, he just flips the ball to himself. Everybody's up in arms about it.
I do too. I didn't think there was anything wrong with it.
I didn't know baseball was so sensitive, but it's going crazy on social media. Everybody's going crazy about it.
Baseball needs concentrating on.
So he's playing shortstop. He makes the play. He flips it up to catch it and then throws it out.
A little hot dog a little bit.
So he's
What's wrong with that?
He's hot dog.
I'm all right with it.
I think that's cool.
Fine.
He's getting the dirt off.
This is where people get to respond on Twitter and make big deals.
Absolutely.
Out of
So he had to take his crow hop.
Oh,
He needed a little
I
time.
love it.
Smooth.
Gun it over.
Yeah, I love it. Now, I'd rather everybody get upset about the first baseman having pink shoes.
Yeah, I was trying to say.
I knew it was coming.
That's much more
The minute
offensive.
I saw it, I thought, no way he gets through this without bringing it up.
Adler, it says you got two clips. Is there another?
Well, no, the other one's just him hitting a home run. It just shows that this.
Well, let's see that. He likes to do that.
This player just loves
Same guy?
hot dog a little bit.
Same guy.
I like it. Baseball
Jack?
needs more of this.
Yickety.
So he's walking slow. Is that bad? Is that
Yeah,
what he was
he
doing?
walks it out, then kind of takes his time.
What did he
getting
do?
around.
I tell you what, you people are taking out of baseball, and that's fun.
Thank
Yes.
You're taking fun out of
Thank
it.
you.
Yes.
Thank you.
I can't
I
believe
didn't
this
think
is
he
even a
pimped that.
thing.
Remember when Craig Shoemaker said, "I tell you what, y'all hate fun."
Yeah.
And so this right here, that kind of stuff, is that
What's
bad?
wrong with that?
Well, most to have like a little celebration with the third base coach
Now,
as they come around
in
third.
college baseball, this guy would have been ejected for what he just did. And that's
Could have
I'm not.
been.
Y'all think I'm exaggerating? That is true.
But what did he do?
The video cuts. I think he walked
was he
halfway
just
down
walking?
the baseline.
Just that's
And
it.
watching it go is bad too. Watching the ball
We
go.
call that
Yickety.
pimping.
Watching it go.
Oh, pimped
So
it a
that's
little bit.
rude in baseball. I didn't
who
know any
cares?
of this stuff until y'all started talking about
Helms,
it.
did you say he would have been
Yickety.
ejected for the third base thing you did with the third base coach? Or
no,
this?
any of that.
Oh.
If he would have done any of that,
I didn't think
in
he was
college
like really
baseball.
watching it long. He was still moving toward first base.
He was pimping.
Yeah.
Hey, pimping ain't easy though, guys.
It's not easy.
You know it.
It's just not easy.
I think it's fantastic.
Yeah,
And you can send that email that you disagree right at greg@rickandbubba.com.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah,
I really didn't see a lot out of it.
I didn't either. It's fun. It's fun.
It's a baseball game.
Yeah, I didn't see it either, and it's people are going crazy.
Oh,
about
I
it.
They're going
know.
crazy.
It's
Adler.
crazy.
Hey, great play, kid.
Can I tell you why baseball fans have the time for this kind of talking? Because nothing's happening in the game. So let's talk about this pimping thing. We got time.
Speaking of baseball, did y'all see this first pitch from the female?
Now, what does
I
this
was hoping
mean?
we wouldn't go into this.
I was really hoping.
Thanks for
so,
that.
too.
Well,
Thanks,
you're really throwing some shots
Thanks,
in there
buddy.
today that
Well,
we don't want.
we
sorry.
know. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the first female to ever play an NCAA Division I baseball game.
Correct.
But she's doing a first pitch at the Red
Fenway.
Sox.
And it doesn't go well.
No,
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
What does this mean?
So she's a pitcher, but this is her first pitch?
She's not a pitcher.
Oh, she's not a pitcher.
That's another thing.
She's not a pitcher.
Oh, okay.
She just plays. Okay.
All right, so
here's her pitch.
Yeah. Oh, wow. She still threw it better than Fauci.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Everybody did.
Wow. Hey, go shake the catcher's hand.
Rick,
He's chasing your ball.
I saw a guy throw it better than Fauci and didn't even have arms.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You could kick it toward home plate and it'd be better than Fauci.
That actually really did happen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
But I am shocked she didn't get it a little closer. Right?
Well, she just threw it.
She tried to put heat on
Bubba,
it.
easy on anything you may say right now in regards to first pitches.
Ooh, that's true.
Yeah, she did throw from the rubber.
Hello, May
Bubba.
18th.
It's coming up for you, buddy.
Bubba, are you gonna throw from the rubber or in front?
If they'll let me, yeah. I mean, once or twice I've gone. They said don't get on the mound. They didn't want you
But
messing
then
it up.
just do it.
Do it.
Do it.
From the rubber.
It'd mess me up throwing in front of the mound. I have to get on top of it.
Yeah.
Have to get on top of
So Bubba's throwing out the first pitch May 18th.
We think. Rick, we think.
Well, we think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean we think?
Well, that's the plan.
Yeah, the plan was you to play in Pro-Am, too. But
I mean, we don't know. We still
Speedy,
got a few
keep your
days.
arm loose, buddy. Keep your arm loose.
I haven't thrown a pitch.
Hey, twisting when you throw ain't going to hurt anything, is it?
Well, not throwing one, it won't.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, I'll take it easy.
All right.
Are you going to throw
you
it
may-
all before you go out there?
You may have another incident at a home repairment store.
I'll throw a change up or something.
Right. You know? Remember that happened?
Yeah, oh, I know. That wasn't fun.
No. I bet I'd have been going along after that, wouldn't I?
Still mad we don't have security footage.
Oh, my goodness.
It wouldn't have been good.
I need to know. Speedy and
Weebles
I,
wobble, but they do fall down.
Yeah.
the week prior to this happened, do we need to expect to play toss with you?
I think you should warm that arm
I
up.
do. I need to throw a little bit.
I think you should warm that arm up.
Are you gonna wear like a full like Babe Ruth baseball outfit?
Probably not.
That would be awesome.
That would be.
Yeah, you know, we've talked about that many times. I was looking at a guy a minute ago, you know, when they were talking about the Alabama coach that got fired. It's still, I know it's not a new topic, but it still is weird that baseball, the coaches dress in uniforms.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like I mean, you picture that.
Like
in
they could go in the game.
Right. You picture that in football.
Yeah,
like
they got their pads
It's
on.
the only sport that
I
does
can't
it.
hear what you're saying. You need to take your mouthpiece out, coach.
That's good.
Yeah.
Do you think that it started like that because there was a time where we had player managers?
coaches. That is how it
Is
started.
that why
I
it had
think
started?
so, yeah.
Absolutely.
But we could get away from that now,
Yeah.
couldn't we?
I don't think baseball coaches need to be dressed out. I don't think that's
I don't
necessary.
either.
And most
Can we
of
not
them-
put them in a pullover?
Look, most of them don't have the figure for the pinstripes.
No, they
anymore,
don't.
You know,
No, they don't. They do not. You know, that's I've seen some coaches that even they would like. For,
Look at Tommy.
Yeah. I mean, look,
I miss old
I mean,
Tommy.
come on, man. I mean, it's all right if he has a polo on with the logo on it, isn't it? And some khakis.
I
I mean,
think
would that kill anybody?
What about a pair of shorts?
Right, shorts, whatever. Would it kill anybody? You know, because it is the only sport
It
we do
is.
that.
It is.
Yeah, thankfully.
Yeah.
But that does what it comes from. Now, didn't they at one time?
Can you imagine Bill Belichick in a football uniform?
Well, let's
that'd be
even
awesome.
get wackier.
Oh.
Picture a basketball coach.
Or what's his name that we
Stand
like?
over, stand over with the tank top.
What's the
on.
guy we like so much with the Chiefs?
Oh yeah. Whatever.
Imagine him in a football uniform.
Yeah. No, I couldn't.
Can't think of his name for some reason.
I could
but-
not. Yeah.
Don't nobody say it.
No, I don't care if I get it or not.
Is it
I
Andy
admitted
Reid?
it.
Andy Reid?
Andy Reid.
Picture Andy Reid having to dress out fully in pads and those pants and go out and coach.
How about that?
You've seen the clip of him when he was a kid in punt, pass, and kick,
I
and
did.
he is 3 times bigger
Yeah.
than any other kid out there.
Well, keep in mind, those of us that played in different eras, you know, there was a time when football jerseys were loose.
Yep.
But picture a coach modern day like Andy Reid trying to put a modern day jersey on that's like skin tight like
Skin
paint.
tight.
Or
yeah.
basketball coaches. What if
Yeah.
they had to wear?
Oh yeah, just picture that.
That'd be
So,
good.
and at one time, did we not have player coaches in basketball too?
Probably.
I
It seems like we did.
I always thought in the NBA the coach could play if he needed to.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe.
In baseball, they could.
Yeah, that's
Wait,
a
but-
different deal, though, Bubba.
Wait, you're talking about
No,
you-
I think back in the day.
back in
way
the
back.
Oh no, there's no question. Yeah, I think there were player coaches in basketball too. I think there were.
Y'all adding to the
Well,
story,
it
and
may
that's
be.
fine.
I mean,
That's fine.
I know in my mind, Rick, the Globetrotters are not a real team. But
Who was the coach of the Globetrotters?
Metal
Did it-
Art Lemon to me. He always will be.
Y'all.
Is there a better name than Metal Art Lemon? Good night. What a good name.
He could sling it though.
Yep.
Adler.
Who was that guy? What
Is that-
pitcher? I forgot.
Oh,
Everybody's
CC.
really-
That's
That's
CC.
CC,
Yeah,
baby.
that's it.
Sabatha.
You know what talk about loyalty? Have you ever seen the video that he hit a player when he had a chance to break a record and he got tossed out of the game because he'd hit one of his guys, and he had a record on the line.
Unwritten rules got him too.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For the workplace. I know some of you've kind of missed that second part of that.
Right.
It's not just so you have a lot of degrees and then can sit around at your parents' house.
And what's so sad is, and be careful here, because when I say this, I'm not talking about a lack of intelligence. I'm talking about a lack of experiences. My mother and father know more about life than I do because they've seen more of it.
Yeah.
They have a bigger resume, okay? And so they had to teach me things that they had experienced. And you know why I didn't know them? I wasn't old enough yet. It hadn't happened to me yet. I hadn't been through this yet. We're now in a society where we just go to a 14-year-old, an 8th grader, and give them the microphone and the platform, and we're all supposed to adhere to what a 14-year-old wants. I mean, we've got a 14-year-old here saying nobody should be forced to do something that makes them uncomfortable. That's just not true. Now, we're not talking about people doing things to you physically, but as far as you being uncomfortable in a social setting or a work setting, our society can't operate that way. I mean, guys, we went from people telling us they got to have dogs on airplanes to we can't even get on the airplane for all the animals now. I mean, there comes a point where we say you're going to have to work through flying, and if you can't work through it, you can't fly.
Rick, I've never in my life. Look, I've had pets my whole life, and I know there's some issues with some people, and that's a very small number. But the number of people with so-called comfort pets now, it's out of control.
Right.
It's really just an excuse to have your dog with you, isn't it? Some of the time. I like my dog too, but it's I leave one at home or both of them at home actually.
Yeah. We know people that now struggle with standardized tests. To them, that's hard to do. Mm-hmm. They would rather have somebody sitting in and give them, and sometimes we can cater to that, sometimes we can't.
I'm one of those people. I don't do well on it.
I don't either.
But when it comes to ACT...
And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
When it comes to ACT, there are people who don't do good on standardized tests, and they don't have a high ACT score, but they go to college and they own it.
Yeah.
And they become brilliant students, even though the ACT didn't really hit their wheelhouse the way they learn or the way they give back to you information they're supposed to learn. We can't go around catering in a society to everybody's quirks and everybody's standard that they would like. We can't. Not out when we're all out there in the general herd. And so making students overcome some things that are uncomfortable. I know people who every single time they make a presentation, it is miserable. And guess what? They're good at it. They're very good at it. You know why? They sucked it up, and they learned how to do it, whether it was easy for them or not. My wife, one of those people. I've had people, say, why doesn't your wife go out and speak more than you? And I will say, well, I'll tell you why. Because for her, it is an incredible amount of work.
It's a grind.
To do it.
Yeah.
For me, it's not. And so when she does it phenomenally. But it took months to get ready for it.
Yeah.
But that didn't mean she didn't do it.
Right.
She would prefer to write than to get up and speak. But she knows that there's times her getting up to speak is actually a good thing. And it also may be required of her to continue to do what she feels called to do. So she gets over it.
Yeah.
Okay. And she does what it takes. Now, what she says is I don't do as many because it takes too much out of me. But she doesn't sit over in the corner and say, I want the whole wide world to never ask me to make a public presentation. And especially in school. Can you imagine going through school and just raising your hand saying, this brings me anxiety, Miss Hanson? Because I remember her. Hey, you just told me I need to do my multiplication tables, and I need to get as many in as I can in 60 seconds so you can find out whether I know it or not. But it makes me uncomfortable. I don't like being told to rifle off my 1s through 12s and see how far I can get in 60 seconds. I don't like it, and I wish you wouldn't ask me to do that. She would then say, Mr. Burgess, if you ever want to get a passing grade in here, you're going to have to do that.
Yeah.
Because I need to know if you know the information. Well, that makes me uncomfortable, though, Bubba. If something makes me uncomfortable, I'm not supposed to be asked to do it, right?
Right.
Y'all do realize if a person doesn't get up and present a speech, it ceases to be a speech. Do y'all know that?
Right.
I would like for you to do an oral presentation. I don't want to speak in front of everybody. Well, then it now ceases to be an oral presentation to the class. That's the requirement of the class. That's what we need from you.
Well, Rick, that goes back
and we're letting
to
a
a
bunch of
black and white situation.
We're going to cater to them.
That goes back to a black and white situation where you have to do the work to get the grade, to have the credit, and they don't want to grow up in that world. They want to.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. And a lot of you are responding. Why not? I mean, it's just logical. Back to that again. So how would you love to know that you've already picked your meals for the week? Every meal is coming to you to the door. All you do is just get out the meal kits that they send to you. Everything's included. This is not a grocery list. This is the recipes and all the ingredients to make the recipes, and you simply prepare them. And they've got great add-ons too. That if you need snacks and desserts and things like that, that's all available as well. Could be to your it's from the farm to your door in about 7 days, so you know it's fresh. 400 weekly recipe options, over 100 add-ons, like I just mentioned. So right now, we'll get you 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA. If you go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, this is going to save you money. It's less expensive than takeout. It's also simpler and helps with your total food bill and food waste when it comes to grocery shopping. And it also just takes away that question, hey, what we going to eat? And then you stuck there at the store. Well, I don't know. What do you want to have that rice thing again? HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Put them to work for you. Bubba, we look into the golden ticket seats today and we say, come spin the wheel if you dare. Wheel of meat.
Wheel of meat's got me yearning.
We illuminate the wheel. It is ready to go.
Come on, give it a
Bubba, on the wonderful wheel of meat today, your possibilities abound. You could win a Moultrie Mobile Edge cellular camera. You could pick that up today. You could get a subscription to Blaze Television. You could get an array of Rick and Bubba prizes, Malibu sunglasses with the little cleaning pouch with it, dog bandana, can't have nothing shirt. You got, how about a little topaz? We got the ceramic coffee mug, 16-ounce sweet tea glass, waterproof Bluetooth speaker. If it lands on the logo, pick anything you want, except for, that comes from our apparel. We're not talking about specialty items, but from the apparel. And then the Rick and Bubba Flex trucker hat. Now, we do have Can't Have Nothing. We do have that on there. We do have Pippet, which means that you're eaten by Jaws. We do have Henry the Horse. But, Bubba, also out there waiting, your shot at canned meat.
That's right.
I mean, you could land on meat where Bubba just does an ad hoc, a canned meat of his random choice. If it lands on spam, spam is yours. And that'll be an autograph. We'll be happy to autograph that can of spam for you before you leave today. So I'll take our first caller, and then to the wheel first will be Danny Hall. Danny's got his Rick and Bubba hoodie on. He's also celebrating his anniversary today with us.
Wait a minute.
Should be Jason.
Well, what's this up here?
I'm not sure. That's an add-on.
Is that so? It's Jason Smith. Okay. All right. Jason Smith is here in the hoodie, and he and his wife are here today celebrating their anniversary. She gets to spin next, by the way, just when they thought their anniversary couldn't get any better. All right. So, Josh, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Tell Jason those wonderful words to get him to spin for you. Try not to take away our hearing in the process. Josh, what do you say to Jason?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Jason.
And a big spin it is.
Look at that Rick and Bubba hoodie. Looks so good.
I'm stuck right in the middle of the wheel.
Yeah, let's see what Jason could win. Jason, let's see about it. Yeah. Okay. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. Well, Jason, you've done it. Good job. Josh, guess what Jason did for you? You can now pick any Rick and Bubba apparel you want, any shirt, any hat. It's totally your call, and we'll put you on hold. Helmsy will chat with you. Tell him what item you would like to have, and we'll take care of that, and we'll ship that right to you. So, Bubba, we continue with our guest spinners, and we've got our anniversary couple. We had the husband, Jason. Now here comes Holly. Holly will now spin, celebrating her 6th anniversary, married to Jason, who just spun. So we will start. We'll go to Bob out of Montgomery. Hey, Bob. Bob, listening to hey, Bobby, listening to us on I-92. What do you say to Holly?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go, Holly. Spin that wheel.
Big anniversary spin.
That's right. Let's see what Bob can get here. Bob, Rock and Roll City without its drummer today. Well, there you go. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. We would give you a go, but the drummer's out on Rock and Roll City today. It's just the axe.
Bubba, you can play drums.
Bob, you also
Not from here.
You also can pick any item that you would like in the apparel line of Rick and Bubba, the store. Up next, Brady Hall will join us. He's got his Rick and Bubba Hunting Expo shirt on. Brady Hall will be spinning for Dusty. Dusty, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What do you say to Brady?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip. All right, let's see.
I just love that wheel.
I do too. Well, look at it. I mean, if you don't love that wheel, there's something wrong.
Brady.
Let's see what Brady's got.
Pippin.
Oh, Pippin. Our first loss of the day. Dusty. I'm so sorry. You were eaten by
Should've
jaws.
stayed out of the water.
We told you it's
The
not
sheriff
safe.
told you.
Yeah, it's not safe to go back yet. All right. So next we've got Shanice Hall. She comes to the wheel. Shanice is spinning for Hannah. Hannah, what do you say to Shanice to get her to spin that wheel?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip.
Big spin.
Here we go. Let's see if we can get a win for Hannah. Let that wheel do its job. And here we go. Oh, my goodness. Blaze TV. Blaze TV. Boy, you were close to spam. You were close to spam.
I mean, a click away.
I mean, Blaze TV subscription for you. If you're not already a Blaze customer, if you are, we'll give it to a loved one as well. You watch all the Blaze programming, including an hour of the Rick and Bubba show each and every day. So now we go to Angie Lombatis. Oh, I said it right. All right, Angie, spin that wheel for Ken. All right, Ken is standing by. Ken, what do you say to Angie to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go, Angie. Let's go. Yeah! All right, let's see what the wheel creates for Ken. Come on, Kenny. Yeah! T-shirt, wear it! Congratulations, you've got a Rick and Bubba T-shirt. This is the Can't Have Nothing Rick and Bubba shirt. It's got the navy. What's not navy? And it's kind of a gray with the kind of sky blue Rick and Bubba logo there on it. So, Ken, congratulations. We'll put you on hold, and we just need to know what size you wear, and we'll ship that baby right to you. If that T-shirt is out of stock, we'll send you another T-shirt of your choice. Troy is standing by. And guess who's made it back to the wheel, Bubba? Jason's back. Jason's back up to the wheel. And Troy, what do you say to Jason to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it go. It's a reverse spin from Jason. A daring move. Not many rookie spinners will try this, but Jason, a veteran Rick and Bubba listener, and Henry the horse. Troy, no win for you, but a win for the audience for sure.
He's coming in from the back 40.
Here comes Henry Gallup. Hey, Henry.
There he is.
Boy,
What's up, guys?
Hey, Henry.
You know, this is a tough weekend for me. with the Kentucky Derby.
Are you not a big fan of that?
That's right.
Back in '82, I could run faster than Secretary.
No way. Are you
Yes.
serious? Wow.
If the manager had just put me in, I know I would have won the Derby. I know it.
I'm sorry, Henry. Hard memories. Hard memories for Henry. And what a horse. That's here we go, Henry. Ba-da, ba-da. Everybody say, ta-la, ta-la, la-la, ta-la. So there it is. Congratulations to the winners. Well done, golden ticket seat spinners.
Good job.
What a joy, what a joy. The wonderful will of canned meat. So winners, enjoy your spoils, and those that did not win, nice try. We'll come back, last segment of the week as far as the live show is concerned, when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Check. Hey, two. What's up, tubers? I don't have Greg with me for the Rock and Roll City show, so I'm just going to do something solo real quick. Here we go. Can y'all hear that?
Way I want it and never have to struggle. But, you know, the sad part of this, life has struggles. To be an employee, it has struggles. To be a spouse, it has struggles. To be a parent, it has struggles. And you have to learn how to deal with struggles.
Can I just say this too? Whatever happened to taking somebody who thinks they can't do something and convince them that they can? Whatever happened to that? You're capable of more than you're limiting yourself to.
Right.
Isn't that what teachers and coaches and encouragers were supposed to do? Not, oh, you don't want to do that? Okay, well, then we won't do it. Well, can you imagine? Can you imagine going out on the football field and saying, I don't really, that's a lot of anxiety thinking if I don't block my guy, we can't run the offense. Can you not require that of me?
It looks really big. I don't know if I can do that.
I don't know how this is going to work. You know, I mean, this is, you know, whatever happened to try it again.
Yeah.
Let's work through that. You know what? I think you actually could do a great presentation. You don't think you can, but that's just a lack of confidence. I believe in you. I think you can. And let's work on it. And then when you get up and do it, that the way you're going to feel is going to be phenomenal. Don't limit yourself. You think you can't do it just because you're scared or you have anxiety. Let's work through it because you can accomplish so much more than you think you can. What happened to that? That sounds better to me in my ears.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Again, showing that we were raised in an environment that toughened us up a little bit. Even Joey Behar cannot make us shoot ourselves with the 22 in the arm.
No.
And
it's close. Now, she makes me want to bang my head against the wall, but I've got other things I need to do today. I don't need to be dizzy.
She did it again. She's almost wished for Donald Trump's early death again, but then she comes back and immediately says, "Let me apologize."
All right, I didn't have time to
You
give
or
this
him?
it's me. I didn't have time to give this to Adler, so it'll be just audio here. But they're in this heated discussion. It's a 35 minute show. They're about 9 minutes in. They're talking about the president, and Joey throws this in there.
Unfortunately, the real power is in the presidency, and that's what it is. Yeah. He's the one who calls the shots, so he has to take
Especially
the blame.
when it comes to
George
FEMA.
W. sort of apologized and said, he didn't do
Well,
the
he
right.
had to.
He had to.
Because it was a
This
disaster,
man will
but
never
he won't.
apologize. If he lives another 20 years, God forbid, not that. If he lives another 20 years, well, he could be like 105 by the time he we've got him here for the next.
Well, that was a moment for him yesterday. That was a big moment.
He will never ever backtrack or
to be the
tell
adult in the
truth
room
to
and to
Scott.
say, "I'm the leader here," and
Yeah, but he didn't want everybody in the room laughing at him.
And so she was basically saying, she came back because she felt like that she might have wished him ill will, saying that she hopes he dies.
Well, you know
She
why?
said, God forbid he lives another 20 years. And she had to backtrack.
When you host, there's no safe. Minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Some of them you just met, but we'll hit it again. Our golden ticket seat guest today. People in the golden ticket seats today, it's always a moment of anxiety as devoted fans from all over panic that Rick will not be able to say their name correctly. It's a one shot. I'll do the best I can. This one's an easy one, Danny Hall. Danny, that one I can do. Danny here today with his Man Church shirt on, gave us a great report on how it's going at his church. Thank you for that, brother. Jason and Holly Smith, you already met. They just spun, but we haven't done this yet, celebrating their 6th anniversary. 1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. And we wish them many more. Tanya and Brady and Shanice Hall, all here today. There she is over there. You're not. What are you doing over there? So anyway, you're not part of them. You just have the same last name. How odd is that? You're probably kin. This could be an uncomfortable moment today. For all we know, this was an intervention. Today's the day you get the news. So glad you're here. Angie Lombatis, I got that one right. Felt good about that one. She's there. Going to struggle with this one. John and Joseph.
Try it, Rick. Try it.
Levesque. Oh, that's not as scary as it looks. John and Joseph Levesque in the golden ticket seats today. Bubba, give me a number between 1 and 9.
1 and 9. What about number 4?
Number 4, Tanya Hall gets it done. Hey, $50 American Express gift card for you. Thank you for being here today. She has another famous Rick and Bubba shirt on. Jesus loves you, and I'm trying. I am trying. I am working on it.
I can't wait for lunch.
I heard somebody, I saw somebody on social media, sometimes they put a picture of that shirt up and said, that's about as honest a statement as you'll ever see. So
right.
Anyway, so thank you all for being with us here today. And if you want to join us on an upcoming show, all you have to do is just wait for those tickets to become available. They are free, but you have to book those, and we hope to see you on an upcoming Friday. All right, so we have, Bubba, you got a troubling email.
Rick,
Troubling.
well, I've looked this up, and it appears to be true. There's a story on MSN that's also saying the same thing.
Bubba,
it's hard to say.
Can I say this right now?
Vice President.
Just stop. Let's really think this through. Don't we have a responsibility as a media source not to panic the nation?
Vice President Kamala Harris.
Kamala.
That's what I said. Has officially been named the White House's new AI czar, artificial intelligence.
She's the czar of artificial intelligence.
We've heard a lot.
Is that
of
a Babylon Bee headline? We got to be clear.
We've heard a lot of reports that the AI is getting very dangerous, and the White House has decided to appoint her as a czar over this. Do you know? Remember her other czar job? The border. Remember that?
That's going well.
If Greg Burgess was here today, I'm going to do this if he wasn't nursing puppies, because I know what he would say. Putting Kamala Harris as the czar over AI, you might as well toss her the keys to the space shuttle. Let's all sing for the vice president, now given even more responsibility over something as important.
And intelligence is in the word.
It is. Everybody, everybody. Kamala, Vice President of the USA.
Be joking.
Sleep tight, America. Wow. Unbelievable. Let's hear from her. Video
really?
one, Adler. Yeah.
All right.
Here she is once again, a nice little word salad that we all can enjoy.
Sure.
Here she is, master communicator, Vice President Kamala Harris. Here we go.
And you know, when I speak with small business owners and entrepreneurs, some of our younger small business owners actually self-identify as entrepreneurs. They're small business owners also. But we'll go with whatever you like. Small business owner or entrepreneurs.
You know, the only thing I can think here is that maybe artificial intelligence will never be able to run her down. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no way it'll ever figure out what she means or what she's trying to say.
So good. That's good.
Or they thought artificial intelligence meant something else, and they were like, "She's perfect."
Oh my goodness! All right, let's go with 2A. Everybody's favorite press secretary. You know, it's in this,
KJP.
Let me tell you, isn't this administration just a blast? Aren't they fun?
I tell you, they've got winners at every position.
Yeah. Does everybody remember when the far left, even to this day, if it was up to the far left, schools would never be open ever again as long as we ever live?
Right, they'd still be closed.
And you would never take a mask off for the rest of your life. Now, I want you to listen to Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. That she wants you to know that President Biden is the hero of back to living out your life after the pandemic.
Look, as you just said, kids have lost so much in the pandemic. This is why when the president walked in, he made a priority to open schools. One of the things that was important to do to make sure that our kids who have lost so much were able to go back in-person school if they choose, have the resources that they needed to really succeed and move forward in their education. And we saw that, unfortunately, the pandemic had a unfortunate effect on our young people, on our kids.
Yeah, it did.
Joe Biden was all for the kids going back to school unless the teachers union didn't want to go back to work.
That's what I was about to say. That just isn't.
I tell you, it's amazing the spin that's going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
I heard the speech. It was earlier this week where they were blaming Republicans for not securing the border.
Well, here's this one, Bubba. 2B. Here she is. The fantasy world continues. This is only going to take 12 seconds, but it's all it needs. Listen to this comment.
I can't say what it's going to look like after May 11th, but what I can say is that this is an administration that has taken the challenges that we see at the border very seriously since day one.
Good gracious. Never went, by the way.
2C. This is MSNBC, Bubba, not exactly a bastion of conservatism. Here they are showing us the migrant shelters. Are you ready? Now think about what she just said. They've taken the border serious since day one.
Yep.
Day one.
Next week. They're already at capacity in their shelters here in these processing centers, but it's expected to get far beyond that. In fact, we have heard estimates north of 10,000 migrants crossing per day. But some things have changed in recent years. For example, this area behind me has seen thousands of migrants crossing over the Rio Grande every day, the kind of numbers that would have led to those masses that we saw under the bridge in Del Rio, Texas just 2 years ago. But now they're getting them out quickly. Buses and buses keep coming by here, taking migrants away.
Taking them where?
You know what she's saying? But under the Biden administration, they all have a ride. That's not exactly shutting down the border. And they've done it since day one.
Since Joe Biden has gone into office,
day one,
6.3 million illegal immigrants have crossed the border. 6.3 million.
Day one.
And we've still got another year to go.
Day one. They've been taking it
Have you
serious
seen the
since
heavy equipment that's making paths for them to walk? so they don't have to go through the woods or any bad terrain.
Well, I hope they carry them right to the bus stop so Governor Abbott can send them up to D.C., New York, Chicago, and all the other sanctuary cities that say they want immigrants until you actually drop them off.
That
there.
is correct. That is correct.
That's a kind of unique approach. I
It
think.
is. Thanks for being with us. If we're wrapping up the week together, enjoy Rick and Bubba University this weekend, and Lord willing, we'll talk to you Monday.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get